I think the last time that we connected, I was online at that board meeting, so thank you to Vice Chair for running that meeting. During that meeting, I found out that my family was in the process of we live on the base of the fire, so my family ended up needing to be evacuated. And then, what was it? About 10 days later, we had these torrential rains, and then my basement flooded because of the rains. And so I ended up, it's just good. It's gonna come, all things are good. But as I was cleaning out the basement, I found my old, a bin of a bunch of my collegiate memorabilia. And at the time, I was very active in the student government. I was at Towson University outside of Baltimore. And I found my gavel, actually, that had Vice President Ayers, that was my main name, on the gavel. And it really, it brought me back to thinking about now sitting in this space and stepping into leadership and having the power and how we choose to use that power. And I'm so honored and humbled. And so grateful too, as I had a chuckle that, wow, I'm so proud of myself. As I looked at that gavel and how much I have learned and grown and been able to continue to share my passion. So with that, I think I'm so, again, excited to be here with all of you today and to step into this meeting. I'm so perfect timing for our last board members. I've not in, which was perfect. So thank you all. I also would like to just again to say, besides for our board and our staff, welcome to all of our school proposal attendees that are in our audience today and that will continue to come in through the day. We're so excited to see all of you. And also I want to acknowledge our newest board member, Stacy Hutchings. We are so excited that you are here and potentially we can offer just and maybe just a little while when we have a little bit more time. Stacy, we'd love to, or Member Hutchings, we'd love to learn a little bit more about you. So welcome. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and let's go ahead and have our Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks. Okay, do we have any public comments? Okay. Wonderful. So because we do not have any public comment, we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. And in that consent calendar, we have our draft minutes of the previous meeting, our August board meeting, our monthly financial report for July, and both are recommended for approval. So I'm going to pass it over to the board if there's any comments about the consent agenda or to entertain a motion.
Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Thanks. Thank you, Vice Chair Olson. Is there a second?
A second that.
Thank you for Member Bassett. All those in favor of approving the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Thank you. That passes. Okay, and we'll go ahead now. We just have a short business item discussion action item before we jump into our charter proposal reviews. So with that, we have our carry forward spend plan. This is about this time of year. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kramer, if you would, and present on this item.
Great. So the carry forward spend plan is a task that we do in conjunction with the Utah State Board of Education. The Utah State Board of Education was trying to get their carry forward spend plan, not just for our section and for us, but for overall carry forward spending done in their last month. They were unable to do that. They're going to take care of that business in their October meeting. That's good. That's good because then it's the right order where our board really considers this, discusses it, takes action on this to give then to USBE, who ultimately, as we know, approves the state charter school budgets, right? And then we are statutorily obligated to manage the budgets and execute the budgets. And so I'm going to turn this over to Member Beesinger because our Finance Committee engaged in this topic. The two members of our Finance Committee are Member Pulsifer and Member Beesinger. Member Beesinger is our lead Finance Committee. And so we'll kind of work together as you need, Member Beesinger, but I'm going to turn it over to you to share some of the highlights and what the recommendation is from the Finance Committee.
Yeah, I'll just take a brief moment. We did meet about this. I think maybe the things for this board just to hear today, in case you just haven't reviewed this a ton, is a couple of things. We do contemplate spending down a material amount of our carry forward funds to about $800,000. The great majority of that will be with startup support, new schools. The other highlight that I think was in our meeting is in the spirit of partnership. That you might be aware, but hopefully you are. We do plan a give back of just over $300,000 because our funds were large, and we want to make sure that our partners, in other parts of state government, know we're mindful of that. So we do plan to move through a lot of our carried forward funds. As we move into kind of this phase where we anticipate more schools coming on. I think there's contemplated some travel. I think that's benefited the board the last couple of years. We've had budget allocations for that in the past, but ramping that up a little bit, travel and training and things like that. So those are probably the big priorities. Anything else that you would say?
Just that, we understand that we are trying to be wise stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we need to use what we need. We want to do a good job and be able to do the work that we need to do, but then, being able to return some because being wise stewards.
I think that's the highlights, unless you think Dr. Pimmer's anything.
No, I think our board has had the information available for your consideration. I just want to shout out Lisa on our staff, on our team, who did a lot of the preparation and work and things like that. She's in the hall, yeah. But she's a tremendous member of our team that leads a lot of the finance work, and she compiled the numbers and helped put together the plans for presentation to the Finance Committee. And then I think what we heard from the Finance Committee is a recommendation to approve the fiscal year 25 carry forward spend plan as presented. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I would definitely make that recommendation. That's described.
Wonderful. Thank you for that information, and thank you both too. And I agree. I think just even based on the schools that are in front of us today, having those startup funds available would be really beneficial. So with that, would someone like to make a motion to approve the carry forward spend as?
I'll make the motion that we carry forward budget as described.
Great, thank you. So I'll second. Great, thank you. Second from Member Pulsifer. All those in favor of approving the carry forward spend plan, please approve by saying aye or yes. All right. Say yes. Aye.
Hi.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, that passes. Thank you so much. Thank you to the three of you. Really appreciate it. Okay, so here we are for the bulk of our meeting today. Very exciting and this will take us through the bulk of the day. Please take note of the agenda, and we'll talk a little bit more about the structure of how we're going to go through these proposals here in just a second. But we definitely have tried to build in breaks, but of course, attend to your personal needs as we are going through this as you see. So this year, our state charter school board, we received 12 charter school proposals, which is probably the most in years that I can remember. And I, I see it in my notes more than usual, and it is, but that also speaks to deliberate work and action. And I think to what we're seeing in the needs of our community and what folks are looking for. Since the initial 12, we had one group, one school that has withdrawn, and that was Rain Dance Arts Academy. And so we have adjusted the review process for today. And so we have 11 schools. That just gives us a little bit more time to breathe. So I do want to again stress that we want to give every school an opportunity to share and highlight who they are and what they're hoping to achieve in their vision, as well as we are on a schedule to ensure that we provide every school an opportunity to have the same space and voice and opportunity today. So we're going to be mindful of schedule, but also we can take a little bit of time to breathe. Before I pass it to the both of you, I think I had just wanted to open up with a thought. You know, as you all know, I proudly teach at a higher ed institution in the state of Utah. I also am a professor in teacher education. And so it would be amiss for me to not acknowledge, and even as we were just standing for the pledge, I felt a little bit more sense of emotion today, and just what we are, where we are as a state. And then the work, I'm just so drawn to the work that we do as people that believe in our future and children and education and community. And so that's what's been grounding me in the last week, is that I'm just honored and proud to be part of a community that really believes in our future. And so I just wrote a few notes, and I asked Dr. Kramer, I'm mindful again, but I just wanted to open up this time for all of the schools that are here today, for all of us that are doing this incredible work, and all of us that are feeling a range of emotions as Americans. So I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to each of you who has taken time, energy, and heart to submit an application for a new school. Behind every proposal is a vision rooted in passion, care, and a true desire to bring meaningful opportunities to a community. These applications are more than paperwork. They represent hope, commitment, and the belief that education can transform lives. With this hope comes an incredible responsibility. The children of Utah are looking to us, not just for decisions about schools, but for guidance in what it means to be human. A human learning, a human doing, a human creating. Every choice we make has ripple effects that will shape the way students see themselves, their communities, and the possibilities before them. It is both humbling and inspiring to carry that responsibility together. My hope is that in this process, we model the very qualities we seek to nurture in our schools, that we approach challenges by seeking solutions, that we create opportunities where they are needed most, that we work together to trust and with respect, and that while we strive to be the best humans we can be, we remember to always put love at the forefront of our work. Because ultimately, the big question before us is not only about approving schools. It is about who and how we as leaders, as educators, and community members embody the values of learning, creativity, and collaboration that we wish to pass on to the next generation. And I'm just so humbled and honored. And thank you all. I'm excited for our day. So with that, I'm going to turn it to both of you, I think, to just give us a primer as we get started here today.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Just our board is ready. We've had some primers and just, we know that you've all been working hard. Today isn't the first day that you're working on this. Just want to also acknowledge our team and how hard they've been working. Betty, thank you for working with our new schools, stepping into that. And it takes a lot to work with 12 different schools. Marie, for your leadership and for just guiding us through a process that we've had for a while, but we always look for continuous improvement. And we believe that you found some really nice places for efficiency and for a very smooth meeting is what we're looking forward to. So with that, I'm going to turn it to you, Marie, if you have any opening things before our board dives in.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, just to echo, we are so honored to be here today and to get to hear from our proposal applicants. And it has been fun to reflect. I've been honored to lead this work for almost 6 years. And it's been fun to transfer the torch a little bit to Betty this year, who has gotten to work a little bit more closely with our applicant groups. So Betty will be helping to queue up videos and proposal presentations. So she'll be helping with that today. As a recommendation that we got as we worked, behind the scenes in the past year, that we received from the field, was that, we give choice to students, we give choice to communities, maybe giving choice to our applicants as well in how they present their introduction to you would also be beneficial. So for the past year, almost 6 years, you've seen videos to introduce each group. And so this year they could, of course, still do a video, but we also opened it up more and said, you choose how you would like to introduce yourself to our board. That will be a bit of a surprise, honestly. I don't know if we're going to get PowerPoints or a song and dance, but I'm sure it promises to be memorable for each group as they have chosen the best way to showcase who they are, what their mission and model is, and the school that they are presenting. As a reminder, at this point, it is just their proposal, not their full application. So they haven't necessarily worked out all the ideas yet. If there are questions, of course, they can continue to engage with staff. And tomorrow is our big boot camp with the State Board of Education, where they will be meeting all the relevant departments. And so we will continue to encourage our applicants to work with staff, to work with the State Board of Education, to work with our partners at the Association of Public Charter Schools and the Charter Network as they are continuing along in this journey. Today, ultimately, the decision is not if you are chartering this school or not. It's if you are asking them to complete a full application. So at this point, you've seen a high-level proposal. And so today it's, do you want to know more? And so that will be the decision to make. We've broken it into chunks of 3 for you at a time, board. And I believe from chair that you'll be making a vote after each individual applicant today. And so Chair, I'll turn it back to you to lead the rest of our.
Great, thank you. Thank you both so much. And that is a bit of a shift of what we've done before, but we just felt for our cognitive load and capacity, it was better to vote after each school. Yeah, just, okay, great. I could make an age joke or something. Caffeine, I think it's just beneficial, good practice.
Yeah.
So with that, we have 3, we're separated these by 3 to get through. So I'm just gonna state the 3 in our first block. So that way, if you're in our audience or online, you're just kind of knowing your, the timing and kind of on deck on what this looks like. We also were mindful, we've given ourselves about an hour and a half for the 3 schools. So thinking about, if we think about that 30-minute block, including the presentation and questions and a time for voting in that time period. So we're going to begin today with Cambridge Preparatory Academy Daybreak Aspen Academy, and then Utah Entrepreneurial Academy Charter School. So those are going to be our first three. So with that, I'd like to invite Cambridge Preparatory Academy, if you would please come on up and take a seat, that would be fantastic. Maybe we'll do some, and let's go ahead and we'll do some introductions to begin, and then we'll turn it over to your presentation of choice. And then we'll have questions, and then from there, we'll potentially move into a vote. So how about we begin? Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Stan Lockhart. I'm the chairman of the board, Cambridge Preparatory Academy.
Great to see you again.
I'm Sally Birmingham. I'm, I think, officially called director. I'm not sure. I'm on the board and I'm very active and participatory.
My name is Laura Warburton and I am vice chair of the.
I'm Denise Bonham, and I'm the newest member of the board. I'm excited about it.
Wonderful, great. Well, welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. I think we'll go ahead and we'll queue up. You do have a video? I'm guessing I don't see tap shoes on or anything. So.
I had no. Do a routine really quick. I bet we can pull it off.
Wonderful. Great. Oh, great.
Okay, so we're on the last slide. I had to restart it.
No problem. It's good. It's always good to get the kinks out in the beginning.
This time, I apologize.
No problem. I joke too, every time I'm teaching and I have some kind of tech, I'm like, oh, thanks for just keeping it real.
Do you guys want to speak to this or just keep?
No, it has voiceover. It's a complete system.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, all day.
Yeah. Just good.
I'm sorry, the only video I heard was the child speaking. If you get any other.
You want me to help you? Maybe I can help. Sure. What system you're looking at? Are you doing it off of?
I reviewed it, yeah, there was no sound except for the child that was speaking.
Thanks for being the first. Yeah, we worked out a lot of stuff. That's great.
Now we're gonna ask music.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I got it.
We're on the Zoom.
It's always nice now that there's some, like, a variety of folks that are, like, I can step in and.
Yeah, right.
Take over and. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what?
It's the best season.
Yeah,
fall.
yeah, it is. So nice.
We're gonna take 2 more minutes, and if we don't do this, then I will just do my voiceover live.
Okay,
Lucky you.
I love that. That sounds great.
I don't have my script with me. Oh, my word.
Be good.
Yeah. Okay, oh, here we go. Here we go.
Morning.
Everyone.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's great.
Every time I give a presentation, if audio doesn't want to play, I don't need to play it.
Yeah, the little boy speaking does play, that you can hear him, it's just.
You're good. Start from the beginning. Okay, this is, hello.
Hi, and welcome, and thank you for being flexible
Yes, thank you.
and rolling with it.
Yeah.
All nervy. Try not to make jokes. I do that when I get nervous. So just take a deep breath here. My thoughts. Okay, my name again is Laura Warburg, and I am thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled to be able to participate in this process for we help our children, because that's why we're, regardless of what school system we belong with, we're here to help kids. Okay, so our board members, we know that there's Stan Lockhart, there's me, I got my hair cut, it's up there, doesn't it? Okay, Richard Bolt, he's not here, he is away on assignment in Europe. So he says Jared Rose is in Costa Rica, also on assignment. We've got Sally Birmingham here, and our newest board member, which we're thrilled to have, Denise Bonnet. I want to say Bonet, but it's Bonnet. I'm not sure, we probably don't have her her resume to you yet, but we will get that included in the application for qualifications, because I am absolutely positive she is more than qualified to assist us in this journey. Okay, so what we're looking at is the South Provo area, an all-inclusive school, 450 students, K through 8, so about 50 students per. Now, I want you to know, you're going to ask this question later, but I'll tell you right now, we've already put feelers out. We've already got about 250 kids interested on the interest list. So that's really exciting to me. And we're not even close to being able to open it. We have put feelers out, and we do have legitimate. Okay, go ahead, next slide. Okay, so we want a very safe, rigorous academic environment. And when I say safe, I mean that has even more implications now. Safe is important, morally safe. And not just physically safe, but emotionally safe. Okay, we have curriculum that is so very well vetted out that I have absolutely no hesitation in bringing these kids. Okay, keep going. Okay, so of course, and this is a statement that was made by you, right?
I'm sure I have. I don't know if it's 100% me, but.
Okay, so we are all about supporting family first, and we support the kids, right? And so next, our core curriculum. Now, this is something that Sally is much more familiar with, but we do have the ELA, history, Eureka Math Squared, and geography and science. We have other forms of education as well. We'll get to that. So it's core curriculum, 6 through 8, and K through 8. And what we do is we stick with the same curriculum so that it's really easy to track, measure the process. I'm not great at all the perfect words, so I just have to read between the lines. Okay, this is part of what I'm really excited about is our raised values. Now, this is being done across the country with other schools, about 30,000 other students with great success. And this is part of why I chose to stay involved in this, because I looked at their track record. I wanted to make sure I was aligning my name and my soul with something I could respect, and I do, I respect it. So RAISE is an amazing core value system that's taught through the school at every level of the education: respect, accountability, integrity, service, and excellence.
We want kids to get a good education and focus on the RAISE values and learn more. They will learn the RAISE values: respect, accountability, integrity, service, and excellence, and they will do that every day. I like service because this whole school, it helps each other. You can get a really good education and you can help others and be a better person every day. I hope you approve this school in Utah so kids like me can go to it.
Hey, he's adorable. Sit down now. We're good. Keep going. Okay, let's talk about charter one. So I want to say the elephant in the room, right? And I was thinking about this morning, and who of us here would want to open up a high school and just have a principal in charge? What about the district? The district is extremely important. And because all charter schools are a district unto themselves, what do? Well, we go to charter management companies. Now, we took like 4 or 5 months to vet out what charter management company we wanted. And I will tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, we picked the right one in charter one. I myself, before I love ChatGPT, no one holds that against me. But before that, I researched in the RFP, everyone that came to us and wanted our business. I went and looked at all the schools they were helping, and I looked at their metrics. So I researched this out myself. Charter One is an amazing company, and I want them as a partner. But make no mistake, we as a board are in control. It's our fiduciary duty to make sure that everything is done correctly and by the law. And fortunately, we have got a great board that's committed to that. So it's a partnership, but we are the head. Do you want to say something now? This is my new question.
So board, you've heard from me before. I was last here in December of last year. We took your feedback seriously. We were proposing a much smaller school. We found a location where we believe there's a number of kids from underserved populations that we can really make a difference in their lives. Paid a lot of attention to the financial discussion we had, very focused on the 60-20-20 model that Clinton discussed with us then. And we're optimistic that we can succeed. We were optimistic last year. But with your feedback, I think we brought to you what you've asked us to bring.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to take questions.
Wonderful. And again, thank you so much for your flexibility. I think that was probably better than maybe the voiceover. Getting to hear your passion, I think is really important. Your desire for this school. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the board for questions, and then we could take our discussion from there.
I'll start perhaps.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair.
Excuse me. Thank you, folks. Ms. Warburton, you mentioned the interest list that you have. The proposal mentions information sessions that you would have from July through September of this year. I'd just be interested in hearing how that went. You also mentioned letters of support, community members that would be gathered in advance of the meeting. It's interesting. I'd love to hear about it.
I'd like to speak to that. So Charter One did actually start doing some of the outreach, and I'd like to invite Stan up here. Not Stan, Matt. I do know who he is. Would you like to come up and speak to that?
Yes, so they started a really robust social media, which they created a little Facebook page, which automatically creates an Instagram page. And it was truly to gather interest, like it's not a registration. And they signed up, as of yesterday, almost 160 families, which with the data is about weekly information sessions. Weekly info sessions. We had a number of families sign up to that. All the families that showed up to the information session had previously they saw us on social media, so they were sent interest list. And so then it was just a lot of excitement.
And the reason why we know that was all within the area is because they do geofencing when they do advertising. So it was targeted. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, when it says letters of support from community members, what does that mean?
I don't think we've gotten those yet. I think those are forthcoming.
I think we're talking about other community organizations like the Boys and Girls Club. There's STEM organization, there's 4-H. We want those types of community partners, after school programs, things that can augment the educational experience for the kids who choose to come to our school.
Okay, but that outreach hasn't happened yet.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, please. I appreciate your desire to serve the underprivileged populations that you talked about, the Title I families. In your proposal, you said that CPA will be the only school in Utah to have a primary goal of striving for 100% student growth. I was hoping you could talk to us a little bit more about the growth metric you've addressed in your proposal.
Sure.
So, truth be told, our goal is 100% proficiency for every student in every class. We understand that kids will be coming to different places. And so we changed it to growth to more adequately reflect what we believe will be the student population. With kids coming from underserved backgrounds, we know that kids who come from poverty have a deficit of about 40,000 words in their vocabulary when they enter kindergarten. So getting them to proficiency at grade level, particularly reading by 3rd grade and math by 4th grade, is a huge lift. Our internal goal is to get them there because we know that those are the key indicators to success later on in life. But we say student growth because you can hold us accountable for that. And growth will be, where did they start? Where did they end? And we'll see if there's growth involved with 100% of our kids.
Yeah, and that was what I was wondering, that you are talking about the USBE academic metric of growth. And I think it's very wise to call out that metric for this population. I think sometimes we forget about the importance that growth has, that metric has, because we are so focused on proficiency. But we do need to, especially in these populations, but for all schools, we need to show growth so that we can show proficiency. So I think that's very wise.
Yeah, I think when you look at only proficiency or like, did they get 100%, you're not looking at the individual.
Thanks for making that. Questions? Comments from other board members?
Oh, I have just a couple.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you for the questions already asked. In my areas, I have maybe two. One is the first part of your mission statement says, in support of family, in support of the family, provide the best educational experience to as many students as possible in moral and wholesome. I'm curious how you interpret to support the family. Like, what are your thoughts about that? I think it's a great goal, but it's kind of generalized. So can you just help maybe speak to more specifics of your mission there?
I'll take part of that because that's really my wheelhouse. I think it's so important that parents are involved and specifically how that's going to take place. There's other ways, through parent committees, through good. I just lost my words. Good communication. Ironic. Okay. So it's really important to us as a board and to me specifically that parents are involved, that they have good communication from teachers, teachers are available to them, that I can take a lot of things from my personal experience. I had 2 children bullied in school that caused me to change a lot. And so, and what happened was I wasn't getting good communication from the parents, or from the teachers, or from the staff. And so I need to rectify that. I need to know that as a school, that we are going to say, hey, Charlie had a hard time today. He got hit by one of his friends. Let's talk about that. Or we send some note home so the parents have a way to deal with that. Because when Charlie comes home, Charlie might be quiet or might be sad or might be screaming or might, all kinds of different reactions to that have nothing to do with home. But it's really important that the parents understand what Charlie's coming home with that. So I'm not saying that we have to be therapists or have to, report absolutely every single thing, but I want parents at the end of the day to feel really comfortable that they're partners with the teachers and with the staff overall. That we're not there solely to babysit. Does that
Thank
answer
you.
your question?
Yeah, I just wanted you to speak to it. Anybody else have something to add, or is that?
Yeah, I think she said it really well. I think
Yeah.
it's just, it's a partnership. It's not school and home. We're all working together for the success of these children. And it's important that we're working together. Because that's how success. You have loving families who care about the child, and you have loving teachers and staff who care about the child, and they need to be in, direct communication about.
It could be something as simple as not everybody has computers, especially when we're looking at a population like we are. Not everybody has cell phones. But they don't have computers. And so how do we get information home to them? Lie on paper. We do all the things. And we meet them where they're at, not where we think they should be.
Thank you. I have one other, this is more of a comment or an observation. So your enrollment, and you mentioned here, and we've talked a lot about this in the past, but I think when you first kind of approached this, was a much larger enrollment, and I see you've really kind of dialed it in here, and maybe with more of a mind's eye towards a specific area now. I think that's great. I know on here, it looks like you have your year one enrollment target at 450 and that, so you would be stable from there. That is a little bit non-traditional. And I think 450 could be, that could be achievable. For most schools, they ramp up, they have 2 or 3 years or even more of kind of ramp up enrollment. So, I'll be candid. I was really comfortable with this application. I thought it spoke well. I thought it was a good foundational introduction. I'm going to be comfortable, Rick, I'm hoping we see you in January. With that, though, I'll just make a comment. I'll be curious just to see how you think through this, if you're going to plan at 450 in year one, or if you want to have a little bit of a ramp up situation. It's good to hear you've got indications already. I'm sure you're aware that not all indications turn into students. That's not a news flash, but just thinking through that, and then I don't know, so I imagine with your partnership with Charter One, they've done some great things around the country. And so I think that represents an excellent partnership opportunity. I don't know how you're thinking about your facility. I think you may have your eye towards one or a couple of places, which would be great, but whether you contemplate a purchase early on or a lease, I'll just be very, curious to see how you walk through that and tie it back to your enrollment. You have so much promise. I just don't want you to be over leveraged, in the first. That's where we go from dreams to nightmares.
I think, hope for the best, plan for the worst.
Yeah.
And I love what you're saying, and we're teachable. So, thank you. I think that what I find hope with is that we're aiming for that. And yet we have in place, like with Charter One, we've already made the agreement that if we're not at those numbers, that our fees are based on number of students we have. So if we fall short and we can't do this, then they come back. So
I think that's a great dialogue to have now.
Yeah,
It's great to have it
it's-
ahead versus in arrears.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say, just because of my background, is if you do end up leasing your place, I would do my best as a board to put in a kind of a cap to the amount I'm paying to my lease, because you're going to need to focus a lot on teacher salaries and benefits. You're going to want good people there. You're going to have the funding to pay them properly. that's a challenge for all startups. So the tool I might just offer to you is working through this, whether it's with, Charter One or another entity, but really trying to cap your building expense in those first couple of years to that 15, 18, certainly no more than 20%. And if part of the contractual agreement you have with Charter One is that they're going to be the recruiting, then I think it's great if they eat their own cooking. And so what I mean by that is, if the enrollment were to come in a little bit low for year one, then have an agreement that says, hey, our facility payment will be capped at based on our gross revenues. That way we don't have a school that is spending a lot on facility in those first couple of years when they have so many things to do. So the term we usually use is a facility ratio, and my recommendation for the board would be to really think about having your facility ratio really try to stay as close to 15%, maybe 18%, and certainly no more than 20% in those first several years. After that, when you get to stability, it becomes a little more manageable, often case. But I thought this was a really strong application and a really strong team, and so I'm grateful you're here.
Thank you for that input, and we have been discussing that, so. And you can.
If you remember, Clint, I came to you last week with this ratio. Immediately, it's a
I
conversation.
probably give you free advice, which is work with the paper.
And so we've already been engaged in this kind of a discussion with Charter. And we take your feedback seriously, and we're gonna adhere to those ratios.
I think you have. I know you brought a much bigger school, and maybe the day will come where there's a, bigger situation here,
We
but
hope so.
I think that's great, but I think this represents a very well thought out, manageable situation versus a much bigger one. And so, I think that does represent you taking feedback and kind of listening to the tone of, kind of the market. So I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. It's been a fantastic round of questions.
Yeah,
Yes, please, Member Fulton.
I just have more of a comment. I wasn't here in the seat last year when you came, but I'm familiar with it. And I just want to thank you for taking the advice and the thoughts that were given at that time and working through your proposal, coming back with a very strong, well thought through. I think the students in your school will benefit from all the great work that you've done as a result. And thank you for doing that.
You guys have been excited. Can we vote now?
Almost. Member Bassett, any comments, any questions?
No, it's a comment.
Okay, yeah.
Member BC here spoke to some of what I thought with the wrap up and the numbers. So I just want to express the confidence I'm feeling right now in your team and in this application, and also the gratitude for you keep coming back, and I love that so much. I have such respect for you, and this is a very thoughtful, intentional proposal that, with this combined with your team, gives me that confidence. I'm gonna say that on record.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for your very thoughtful questions and responses. I would echo just my board members' thoughts. Again, thank you. I know that we've spent the last year working on building our own relationships. And I want to also say that does not go unnoticed, and I really appreciate that. And also that we can be in a space where we can provide feedback and dialogue to make us all stronger and better. And again, that goes back to my opening comments about what we can ultimately, I hope, model for our youth. So thank you all so much. So with that, board members, a motion will need to be made if, in regards to Cambridge Preparatory Academy. Would anyone like to make a motion?
To make the motion. I don't know if we have specific language, but I'll give it a try.
Go, I'll tell you what, go for it, and then if I need to adjust, I will, please.
Okay, I would like to move that the State Charter School Board approve the Cambridge Preparatory Academy proposal and invite them to move on to the next phase of application.
That was actually excellent, excellent. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think for these, Dr. Kramer, would you recommend individual vote or could we, vote? Is it, I guess, is a proposal maybe? I
We
don't,
need a.
no, okay, perfect. Okay, great. Board members, all those in favor of, moving Cambridge Preparatory Academy forward into a full location, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain. Hey, congratulations. We're excited to read your full proposal. We will see you probably with snow on the ground. So looking forward to that. Great. Oh, yes, that is true. That is true.
So
Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time and again, for rolling with the tech. Really appreciate that today. Awesome. I know the staff will be in touch and I think you'll see them tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Take
Take
care. Bye-bye. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and invite Daybreak Aspen Academy to come on up to the front. That would be fantastic. Or if maybe online. That was talk about clearing out the house there.
I think they're coming in.
Oh, they are. Oh, there they are. Great. Hi, come on in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for that. I didn't realize there was, that was. Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you all so much. We're so, thank you all for being here. We are honored that you have submitted your
Place
application.
grounded in creativity.
Okay, oh, great. For a minute, I was like, seriously? You're signing off and I don't want you to.
Yeah, and thanks so much as well for your guys' time today. I know you guys had a lot.
Oh, yeah, no, our pleasure. So we'd like to begin with just some introductions of who you are. And then I know that this looks like we've got a video that's in queue. We'll take some time to watch that and then we'll have some questions and we are voting at the end of the presentation. So if we could begin with intros, that would be fantastic.
My name is Brittany Harden. Be one of the board members. My background is insurance claims. It's for me.
Awesome.
My name is Mira Haynes. My professional experience is in the tech sector, organizations like Salesforce. If you're familiar, and I'm board chair and super excited to be here and thank you.
My name's Crystal Rose, and I've been a founder of all the Waldorf charters in Utah. I've been an executive director for 4 years and gone through the startup of getting the charter school started. And I have an MBA and a master's in Waldorf education, been involved with Waldorf education for about 20 years. I'm really excited that this is becoming a grassroots movement where these parents want this type of school for their children. Really excited to see the growth of Waldorf in Utah.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Martin. I'm a practicing attorney. I do business litigation. I also have a master's degree in administration and children in the Daybreak area, and I'm excited to be secretary.
So welcome to the four of you. We're so. Oh.
Hi, I'm Bethany Mogul. My background's in the tech sector as well, leading global event operations, fundraising, and logistics for tech companies.
Perfect. And I think I'm last. I'm Chase Metcalf. My background is in finance. I work as a financial consultant for Fidelity Investments. Appreciate the opportunity to be on Zoom, by the way. I'm a single dad, 2 awesome little kids that are in elementary school. And so logistics, I appreciate the technology and allowing me to join virtually. So.
Well, of course. Thank you both for joining in virtually as well. Great. Excellent. Is that everyone? Great. Wonderful. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll watch the video.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the Utah State Charter School Board. We didn't start with the charter school plan. We started as parents. We were simply looking for a school that reflected the values we were living at home. A place grounded in creativity, emotional intelligence, nature, and practical life. A school that honored the childhood, but also prepared our kids for a future shaped by artificial intelligence and rapid change. Across our community, we saw a similar need emerging. There's a growing movement among younger families, especially mothers, who are prioritizing holistic, wellness-focused living. They're rethinking food, screen time, education, and what it means to raise grounded, capable children. And increasingly, they're looking for schools that align with those values. When we listened to families in our area, one thing became clear. They didn't want to choose between a nurturing whole child education and a future readiness. They wanted both. That's why we came together, educators, professionals, and parents, to create Daybreak Aspen Academy, a kindergarten through 12th grade charter school that blends timeless wisdom of Waldorf education with ethical AI literacy and real-world project-based learning. We're honored to share our vision with you today.
In a recent community survey, 97% of families reported they are actively seeking holistic school, which is defined by nature-based, creative, arts, whole child development in the area. And over 92% shared that when choosing such a school, they also want intentional integration of real-world learning and age-appropriate exposure to modern tools like AI. Parents are no longer asking for either or. They're asking for a blended, developmentally appropriate approach that honors childhood and builds modern competency.
Waldorf education has stood the test of time for over a century. At Daybreak Aspen Academy, we believe students thrive when learning is rooted in meaning, creativity, and connection. From writing and illustrating their own main lesson books and active math, to storytelling and gardening, Waldorf methods engage the whole child, intellectually, emotionally, and physically. These examples and our approach aligns with the National Education Association's learning standards, which value 21st century learning skills. These include creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. As students grow, so does their curriculum. In middle school, students take on service learning, interdisciplinary projects, and practical skills. By high school, they're stepping into dual enrollment, internships, and capstone work, all while maintaining the creativity and curiosity fostered in the early years.
We're also preparing students to lead in the future, not by chasing trends, but by teaching them to use tools like AI responsibly and creatively. At Daybreak Aspen Academy, AI literacy and digital fluency are thoughtfully integrated across all grade levels. Younger students build early digital citizenship. Older students gain hands-on experience with ethical, strategic uses of technology in research, communication, and entrepreneurship. We're not teaching shortcuts. We're teaching discernment, innovation, and real-world relevance. That's why our students will also run a school farmers market to practice economics, customer service, and teamwork. They'll pitch original business ideas in Shark Tank-like showcases. They'll collaborate with and be taught by experts in the field, from financial advisors and coders to artisans and local business owners. Gain financial literacy through real-world lessons in budgeting, credit, and investing. These experiences don't just prepare students for college or careers, they prepare them for life.
As we work to bring Daybreak Aspen Academy to life, we've been intentional not just about our vision, but about how we build a school that is legally sound, financially responsible, and sustainably governed. Our financial plan is built with long-term sustainability in mind, prioritizing responsible budgeting, clear forecasting, and smart use of public funds to support both innovation and stability.
Daybreak Aspen Academy blends the wisdom of Waldorf, the innovation of modern tools, and power of real-world learning across every stage of development. We're proud to present a school model that reflects Utah's values and invests in the students as whole people. Thank you for considering our proposal. We're honored to be here and excited to bring this vision to life.
Well, thank you so much. I know why people want to live out there. That was so beautiful. Looking at the video, watching it with you. I am so intrigued. Waldorf AI, like I'm my.
So excited to share with you.
Oh my gosh. It's personally, even as a teacher, I'm like, whoa. Okay, so with that, I do have some thoughts and questions, of course, but I would like to open it up to board members. Questions, comments? Yes,
Yeah,
please.
I'll jump in with a question. So I also am feeling a lot of intrigue. One of my questions as I went through the application is just why K-12 for this model? I'm always interested in that grade span. And I know taking on a high school comes with so many other complications. It's, I want to say easier, right? To like cut it at that junior high line. So I wonder, were there considerations of other grade spans? Just tell me what brought you to that K-12 conclusion.
Yeah, I can jump in.
Perfect.
So first of all, most of us here started out, as you heard in the video, as parents. And the Daybreak community is a very tight community. So it just started off with parents just talking. And a lot of us have felt that great about charter schools is it does create this, other type of education learning available, but a lot of it ends like be committed, and we feel like it's throw kids out into kind of sharks if they go to this, 3,000, 4,000 schools, and it's a completely different curriculum than they're used to. And it just creates just this not comfortable for the child, or for the parent. And so having that consistency in education was really important. That is not currently available in the area, especially in Daybreak. I don't know how familiar you guys are with it, but it's growing so quickly that they're starting to split us into like two different high schools, like Riverton, they were considering, and Brigham, just because we don't have enough schools or high school in the area. And we're growing so rapidly. So it's kind of those two areas. And then when we also did a survey, asking, what parents would like their students to go to, they wanted the K-12. That was like the overwhelming results.
Yeah, I have a question that is somewhat related. In reading through your proposal, I did make a note when it got to the high school. And my note was high school disconnect. I'm just learning about the Waldorf model, and it seems like an exciting idea. And I can see how Daybreak would be a good place for a model like this. But in actually reading through the proposal, the video actually helped me to connect a little bit better. But reading through the proposal, it felt like the high school had a little bit different mission than the K-8.
It's a shift, because the Waldorf model is obviously going to be much more prevalent in the younger years as that foundation for the kids, and we don't want them, learning AI and tech, immediately, because that's not the Waldorf brand. But as it moves to middle school and then high school, it kind of transitions where we still have that Waldorf foundation, but we're integrating AI and real world stuff and on top of that, which is going to help those high school kids prepare.
Based on when the child is ready, and also partnering with industry leaders in the AI space to make sure it is done responsibly. A lot of teachers and professors are saying that AI now is not to teach. And so even though Waldorf is, for technology isn't mostly considered where it is included, it's now becoming a necessity. Able to be in this life and in this workplace. So being able to take care of the childhood for as long as possible until we can ethically integrate the AI based on their age, while also being aware of how to do that with something like people based from the university.
And that's the beauty about Waldorf education. It is a developmental model. It's not anti-technology. It's just at the right time, right developmental phase of child.
And my question wasn't even really around the technology or AI part. It's just be really conscientious that the high school doesn't become a different model. And that you carry your vision throughout if you do K-12. Because it kind of felt in the proposal that the high school was kind of a different entity.
I see the question. Yes. So we tried to make sure that Waldorf is still out. It's just seen slightly differently of like, if you're in high school, you maybe don't want to be gardening as much, but making sure they're still like doing ski groups, woodworking, having available, having those core models still available, having trips of going to farms and different things like that for them to understand whole cycle, how all the careers differently. It's still the work of like kindergarten to 12th grade, but kind of adjusting that Waldorf model of based on their age group.
And I think from the junior high to the high school, really embracing CTE opportunities can help you do. It can help. I did have another question mark. And the proposal didn't talk very specifically about academics and, about, reaching proficiency. And as we know, we live in a world where as much as we want to be holistic, we want to teach them all these other great things, but we need to be able to do that while students are showing proficiency growth in those academic areas. I'm wondering if there's a reason why, if that wasn't really addressed directly in the proposal, and then just encouraging you to make sure that's something that is very specifically addressed.
There's a lot to cover just in the proposal side, so of course, application would expand more into that, but the beauty of high school is we get to show that strong foundation in their early childhood and how they grow in the high school and shine in those areas. Composition and physics, they really are studying top organic chemistry and 8th grade and really going strong in the upper academics. And there's other Waldorf charters in the US that are going K through 12. So there's other models and they've done that successfully. And I visited a couple of those schools and it's amazing to see what those students accomplish with their art, just live out cities in several areas. Well-rounded people that want to give back to their society and
the internships and towards American. Thanks for those questions.
Answer?
Yes, please.
I'd love to hear from someone who hasn't spoken yet about your marketing and your market research. I know there's a statistic in the video about parents desiring holistic education. I'm not sure where that came from. But it also says under community interest in your application or your proposal that surveys show strong support with over 70% of respondents expressing interest in enrolling their children in a Waldorf-inspired school. You've already spoken just a little bit about issues in the neighborhood with schools being split maybe between Riverton and Bingham high schools. Someone talk to us about what market research you've done specifically related to the school.
Bethany, do you want to take that?
Yeah. So if the ones that live in Daybreak, we did a survey on our Daybreak resident page. And we just asked them questions. What do they want to see? What would they like to see? What are they looking for in a school? What would they be interested in? And so we helped build our somewhat go-to-market strategy off of that. I'm actually not sure where the 70%, maybe Mira can pull, I don't know where that statistics exactly came from. But the go-to-market strategy is really about just building a deep community awareness that we saw and just trust so we can fill those seats and set the stage for the long-term growth that the school wants. And I really think it's important to build that infrastructure. And so as far as the marketing aspect of it, obviously we would launch a website. We have the email list. When we did do that survey, we grabbed their information. And so a lot of people were interested in wanting to know as much as possible. Obviously we don't have a ton of information now. But we did get their information and we said that as, information came out, we would share that with them. And so just to make sure that we're just consistent throughout every stage of our go-to-market strategy. And so just touch that high level engagement with just different points of contact as we continue to plan our school and hopefully launch it in the market. Whether that looks like, parent meetups, open houses, that just really connection of face-to-face. I think a lot of the parents some of them didn't even know what Waldorf was. They were just interested. And so with all of that traction and all of that interest, I think we could really just drive that content home just to make sure that we could have that engagement, just to do Daybreak and beyond, and to really meet those parents where they're at.
And to add on to Bethany's, the 70% was when we first submitted the application. We just released the survey, and it was at 70%. And then by the end of it was just like going in, start taking. We have this, like you mentioned, this Daybreak community Facebook group that's like also in terms of going over the market strategy, we're also thinking of the websites and social media and podcasting. We have some influencers in the holistic space that would love to be involved and help with their followers. If we do get approved to use that strategy, interview and podcast some holistic individuals and influencers in the space, which would get push it towards other parents in the area who are also interested in Thank you.
Can I ask a few?
Please.
Okay, I want to start with numbers because that's probably the reason if I'm on this board. Near the top of your application, you have an enrollment table that I think starts probably too wide in grades, 46 grades, 46 students per grade, K through 8, and then you grow up to K through 12. Further down in though, it appears to me, at least on the surface, to be a little bit of conflicting information. So down in more of the body of the application, enrollment forecast based on community interest and demographic trends, enrollment is expected to grow steadily. When you have year one, 150 students, year two, 200, and you go up by 50 to get to 350 once you reach the K-12. So I see one set of numbers that starts you at over 400, moving to like 600s, and another set of numbers starting at 150, moving to 350. Can you square those for me?
Yeah, I apologize for that. We started out really big, and then we've got Phil here who's done this before, and she told us courses they're not going to like this. So we redid what works. Yeah, what works. That's realistic. They're not. So the graphic is our final that we thought you guys would like the numbers. Also keeping in mind we would want it to probably be in the Kennecott land area, and based on kind of pricing and all of that, like what kind of, well, how big of the land we could potentially get, things like that. So after we did all those numbers, we have to do. And so the final numbers is 45 students, 2 grades. And then
So the 400 start.
yeah, and then
Moving to more like a 600.
600, yeah. And then depending on the demand, so we're like adding a grade per year, but if there isn't a demand for that grade, we can always split and add it to the bottom tiers as well.
Okay. Okay, let me recap what I think you said. You started smaller, but then you ramped up a little bit, maybe for just the financial viability. That, or am I doing?
Yeah, so I would say we have to have enough students to pay for the building, the salaries, you have to plan that and advance and know where you're going with that. Even though we're adding a different grade each year, there's this consensus that we need to make sure that we're ready for that too. So we might need to say the K through 8 for a bit and then add on that until ready. You know, until the numbers show that. So taking that into account, but we need to make sure that we have enough to purchase the land and the building, and those seem to be the numbers around 500 to make that possible.
Okay. I think that does make sense. I mean, it's a harder target to get to. But if you're thinking about trying to purchase land in that area, oh, it's sobering. It's going to be $1 million an acre out there. Okay, I think that makes sense. I just wanted to square the application. My other question is, so I know I've worked a little bit with the Waldorf schools, so I really like the Waldorf philosophy. I think it's great. There's a lot of foundation laying with a young child. Some of that maybe doesn't quite square with what we historically think about with education. I think there's I don't want to say not a reading emphasis. I don't think that's the right way to say it, but it almost starts a little bit later, kind of once you lay a foundation, but then it comes on strong. And with the other operating Waldorf schools in Utah, they all end, kind of in 8th grade or even earlier. There was one high school I know approved last year that's working to open. But I know these schools well enough to know there is like a voice in these schools if we want our kids to have something to move on with that is more centric. And the Waldorf community is a very loyal community. So I am actually excited that you're proposing a K through 12 structure. I think that's really helpful because the Waldorf methodology really contemplates that full spectrum of age. So I think that's great. What I'm curious about though is you're all like a very tech savvy group. I'm kind of caught in this old school Waldorf world of like blackboards versus smartboards. And yet you roll in here like very sophisticated on that side. So I'm just curious as you seem to be embracing Waldorf and yet mention AI in your presentation. And so I think it's good, but I just want to understand how you're squaring kind of two worlds. And I think you mentioned that kind of a little bit in there that you want to lay a foundation and then layer, tech on. But can you just describe that? Because it's not like you have your foot on the gas and the brakes, but it is, I'm just curious, like it can definitely, I think it can be captured in a Waldorf methodology, but I'm just fascinated that you're so tech oriented versus kind of what I've seen with other schools.
I think a lot of that is just the fact that we're doing high school. That's totally development appropriate. Steiner said students should be citizens of the world. They shouldn't be kept back from things. So it's a developmentally appropriate. Sometimes there's a misnomer when you start things and people think, oh, it's anti-tech or something. But tech executives, Silicon Valley send their children to school. They know kids can affect pretty quick. They want to keep that solid foundation. But then, you do need these skills as you get older, and the world is definitely going a lot with AI and tech. And so we want them to be prepared for being citizens of the world. Just protect that in a developmental way.
They could have blackboards or smartboards. That's it.
So
Maybe on the boat, depends on the grade.
maybe take the rate will be blackboards and then we'll look to, who knows?
I hope they're still knit. That's what I
They do.
really.
In fact, their handwork increases through the grades. I mean, they go into blacksmithing and woodworking, building chairs, in the older grades.
Do any of you come from a Waldorf educated background? Like, did you grow up in it or?
I think
Why do you embrace it now then? On the other side.
I think, I don't know if you guys noticed the trend, but I think with young right now, and I think with how much technology is growing and the sourdough era, Taylor Swift, all of that joking aside, but I think it's become, I think a lot of parents in this age group have got too scared of that we're losing the child. And that, where are the kids playing outside? We forgot how to do the basics, like how do you, create a fire when you're camping? Like how can we forget the basics? And I think that this generation of young parents, we want shelter. And I think that's what's coming back right now. But we also don't want to shelter them so much and protect their childhood where if they are 18, they can't succeed because it's so viable. You have to know AI. And so I think it's that mix right now of we've forgotten our old. We don't want our kids screwed on the phone. We want them to run and play, know how to do the basics and know how to cook and all that while also being prepared to be in the career. So kind of having
It's
and if I could jump in, I think the whole model that we're doing is not to have two separate worlds. Our view is that it's one world, but that they're coming together and they could be integrated throughout. Part of our marketing strategy, a lot of people who have moved into Daybreak are coming from California, where Waldorf is expensive, but like you said, it's a lot of sophisticated, a little bit higher income, dual educated parents who are wanting to integrate that whole child development and all of the fundamentals that come with that, but not ignore things like the Utah. Not ignore things like I still want my child to go to college, have a career. We all know that will be impossible if we only do a nature-based, no technology. So we get the benefit of bringing all of this together. We get a high interest from people who are going to be committed stakeholders to making this successful and to integrating this throughout the developmentally appropriate that is proven to be successful. Parents have already been successful sort of implementing that model in their own lives, and we want to see that in the education of their children. So we're getting a lot of tremendous feedback, not just from parents, but from retired leaders who want to contribute to the system because they've seen the value of both sort of standard education, but also the detriment of that is integrating a lot more of the Waldorf model in a way that produces.
I'm getting close on time, so I know you guys probably felt our passion about this, and I just want to again thank you again so much for, as well as, you know, is there anything else that would give you guys pause and not in stopping us and anything that we haven't touched on?
Well, to answer that question, no, not necessarily. I do have some thoughts though I do want to share, but nothing that where I'm like, you know, kind of reining in the horses per se. Because I think the questions that were asked, I think if we do vote for you to submit a full application, I think that so much of this feedback would be really important, and I'll review this. I've been making some notes to infuse into that full application because it would really strengthen the viability and our I want to say belief, but it's much more than that, right? Than our responsibility as stewards in this position for the success of your school. Before I add just some comments, Member Pulsifer, anything that you wanted to add or add?
I just had it, and hopefully this will just be a quick, but thinking about what we've talked about with Waldorf and technology and so on, and you mentioned in here several times about partnering with tech community. And I just kind of wondered, how does that look? Have you thought about that? Or how, I know you, before you get to high school, you've got a couple years, but how does that, do you already have connections? How would you partner with the tech community in this effort?
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, that will be not until high school, of course, elementary school, to be in the background and the teachers and things to build up that but in high school, there are a few leaders that some of us are really connected in that we've already seen feedback, as well as the dual enrollment process. I've connected with informally with BYU and the U to like ask questions. Technically, how would that work? As well as our community. After we reached out that survey, there was a ton of people that reached out and said, "Hey, I would just love to teach a class in this space." And of course, we would do our digital interview, make sure that they have all the qualifying needs met and that. But those are kind of some of the routes that we would take based on that, as well as, again, we connected with the university. They would teach some of the tech. We would connect with leaders in this space. I believe I saw one of your interviews on YouTube about it. As we were doing our research, we were just, you know, and so I think there's a lot of big thought leaders in the space to connect on to make sure it's done.
Also, that area is so close to the Silicon Slopes and there's so much nearby.
So, yeah, I guess one more. So you are thinking of actually building the school in the Daybreak area. I live in South Georgia, so I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, we're hoping if, you know, we do get approved, to work with that in that area. She previously worked with them, so hopefully that will help us connect with them and.
Thank you. Member Bassett, anything before I just begin to conclude?
No, I share enthusiasm. I like this thought of balance. It is an intriguing idea. And just, I would probably echo that motivator of looking at the high school model and just making that super articulate. Should the vote go your way, like really flesh that out so the connection is clear.
Agreed. Thank you all. It is. This is very intriguing. Like I said, when you came in and, and mentioning, a Waldorf approach with really thinking about this watershed moment that we're in education. And to remember Biesinger's question, this made me think of, I wanted to share just as we think about just this change in technology and the way that we engage and what we think it means to be human in this time. I don't know if all of you know, this is just the history teacher in me, and I love sharing this, and I've been bringing this up in work. In 1830, there was a chalkboard revolt at Yale, where students revolted and rebelled because they were forced to answer the problems on the chalkboard. Because up until 1830, the students would have to answer problems in workbooks by hand. And they actually felt that it was a disservice. It was like cheating to actually put your answer on the chalkboard. And the outcome, and I just let you know, 43 students from the class of 1832 were expelled for refusing to comply with this new exam policy. And so here we are, almost really, if we think about it, 200 years later. And we're still kind of grappling about what does it mean to embrace technology. And this is where I'm landing myself. What does it mean to be human? And so I would encourage you, what excites me about this model is that I think that you could probably bring these both together. And as I opened, you all weren't here yet, but I opened my comments talking about that my hope for these applications in this round is that this will elevate and remind us of all that we are as humans. And I feel that connection and the need to connect and remember to laugh and play, but also be curious and create and balance that with the academics, because that is very important. Right? So how do we make all of that happen? I think school has an incredible opportunity to make that work. With that, I would say definitely flesh out the secondary school piece. I was a charter school director in a Montessori school that had a secondary program. It was one of the most challenging parts of my work as a charter school director, and finding that transition from a very child-centered approach to the demands of a secondary school in the state of Utah. So just being aware and really flush that out. I think we'd like to see more of that. And then I would also encourage you to tighten up and provide more concrete data about the survey and just what you're learning from the community. I agree, social media is very powerful, right? In all the different ways. So how can we expand on that survey data? And I think we even heard, town halls, meetings, thinking about and going back to some grassroots ways of learning from the community, and then you would infuse that into the application as well. And I think also to the point of the financial piece, I think really thinking about that and affording to build the school in that area. Not that it's out of, I definitely think that it's possible. And just also all of those pieces need to come together in the application.
How if we got approved for the next part of the process for us to come back with business owners in the area just signing like, hey, if they do get approved, we would donate.
Yes, and we mentioned this in the previous school too. Letters of support are an incredible asset to your application. And to remember Pulsifer's point, reaching out to these partners that potentially would want to work with your high school students. In fact, I just learned of a charter school that's going to be opening in the Maryland area last week, that their whole high school model is solution seeking. So they partner with a company. What is like the big challenge, right? And then the school students work to solve the challenge. I think that would be a great fit for a Waldorf base, just even based on what what you were sharing in terms of that progression of the development of the child. So yes, I would recommend that. Okay. Yeah, and I think, again, talking about the academic piece, I think that could be tightened up regards to just the goals of what's happening in the state of Utah, from reading readiness, of course, to just growth, as we've talked about. We want to have confidence that students are going to get better under your care. Yeah, and so I think those are my those are my comments so far. So with that, thank you. And we could, at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the board. We can entertain a motion. If we would like, or just in terms of, some action for Daybreak Academy.
So Chair, if it's okay,
Yes,
I I do want to make a motion that we move the Daybreak Aspen Academy application forward to full application. I really liked your list, and this is recorded, so you can go back and make notes. That was a really effective list. I think you've gotten some feedback here. But I'm a believer that like the board competency is really strong. And you got the right people, and you're gonna go one layer out now and get more of the right people involved. I think that's gonna be important. Because as was stated, where you want to do this is a tricky area. There's a lot of choice there already. There's not a Waldorf choice, so I actually think you're pretty, I like how unique you are. I think you're complementary to the community. But it's a very competitive landscape, really everywhere now, but especially in the area you're talking about. So the full application, I think, will really need to be dialed in the areas that have been spoken about. But I would like to motion that we move this group forward with full application.
so we have a motion on the table. Second.
I will second.
Okay, second from member Bassett.
Discussion?
Yep, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what's been said before. I think this is a strong board. That's probably the number one thing I look for in applications. I am disappointed that we didn't hear more from Mr. Metcalf. He's gonna single you out and have you give an extra spiel. But we did hear something from you, at least in the video. But think about that going forward. Continue the next time you're in front of us. Strategize about how all of you bring something to the table, contribute to the discussion, because that to me is the number one most important selling point, is that there's a competent board who's got a game plan, who's done the research, and we can trust that they can actually execute on it.
Well said. Thank you for that discussion point. Any other discussion? Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the table. Daybreak Aspen Academy to move forward with the full application. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. Well, congratulations. We look forward to reading your full proposal. Please work with our staff. They will really be able to help you. Just ensure that your application is as tight and viable as possible. We look forward to seeing you in several months. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, and thank you all online. Okay, we're gonna keep moving forward, and we've got one more school and then we'll take a break, of course, if you need to stretch. Listen. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite Utah Entrepreneurial Academy Charter School to come and take a seat. We're excited to hear from you.
Chair,
Yes,
I want to make a disclosure here, if I
Yes.
could.
yes.
I know, I'm assuming this is the case, that one of their board members is Kim Goetz. Kim is the director of Canyon Grove Academy.
That's actually mine.
That-
Kim Goetz.
Yeah,
Yeah, so she, so the.
one of your board
Oh,
members.
but one of theirs too.
No, you have Kim, I think Kim Goetz is on your board.
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Okay, I'm
great.
glad we're talking about the right
Yes,
school.
no, but
Oh,
please
sorry.
take a seat. No, please, you are
I didn't
okay.
mean to interrupt.
I
No
got the wrong
worries,
order here for
no
a second.
worries.
I just want to disclose that my firm is working with Canyon Grove Academy on another.
Okay, great.
So I'll be honest, I don't feel like that's a conflict not to vote, but I do want to put that in front of the board for consideration.
Yeah.
It's not been part of my process in evaluating this, but I do want to at least publicly acknowledge a relationship, a transactional relationship.
Great, thank you for stating that, Member Biesinger. We actually revised our conflict of interest statement in our bylaws, so I just wanted to remind our board members if I don't see a conflict with that. If anyone else is concerned. That is member Pulsifer saying, yes, 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 no. No, adding some humor. I tell you, these things really happen in my classroom all the time, all the time. So this, yeah, this is, and I would like to think this happens in everyone's board meetings, actually. So thanks for bringing that element of fun. I appreciate that. And again, member, Biesinger, thanks for disclosing that. I feel, comfortable moving forward. So with that, is there anyone else joining you today?
Nobody today, three of the board members, two of them are traveling.
Okay.
So, sorry.
No
But
problem.
They all can be available as needed. They're all engaged with us, so.
Okay.
But so, just me.
Sounds good. So why don't we go ahead, we'll begin, if you could introduce yourself, and then, I'm not sure in terms of, is there a video? No,
No, just, I wasn't sure whether I needed props or not.
Okay.
I thought it was a fairly, at least I thought it was a really brief. So I just figured I'd just do it.
Great.
You've got my business plan, and I'll highlight the important parts, if that's okay.
please.
Okay, so first, Utah
Oh,
entrepreneur.
could you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
that'd be Great.
So my name is Doug Keith. My background in business is broad, but what's most relevant to this conversation is for the last 5 years, I've run a nonprofit mission-based organization called Utah Microloan Fund. So that's different because I'll say it's mission-based, and the primary focus is all of Utah, including, rural areas of Utah. Focused on what I'll say underserved business owners, underserved being people with less money. That touches a whole bunch of audiences. So it tends to touch minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, pretty much every group that has a hard time getting money. We're essentially a business lender, except half of the mission is to help businesses. And the term they use, at least in Utah, is called technical assistance, but really what it means is mentoring, training, educating. I've been doing that for about 5 years. It's incredibly rewarding. It's put me into the business ecosystem, the ecosystem in Utah. It's applied to pretty much everybody above school years, to a certain extent of college kids, but not in high school. So one of the objectives of this charter school is to reach out to high school level. It seems to be right to do that. Beyond that, the charter school industry, I was involved with Salt Lake School for Fine Arts. So I think the last time I was in front of some of you, it was a couple of years ago. As a board member and its board chair, 8 years or about 8 years. So that put me into a situation that I was fairly hands-on with, I'll say it's more of a specially niche charter school, which this is somewhat that. Just a different focus. I'm also, for the last 3 years, I've been the board chair of the UAPCS, Utah Association of Public Charter Schools. I'm still the board chair, even though I'm not active in the charter school industry. And as many of you are aware, that's a pretty strong organization. It's going strong. So there's a lot of life to that. So it gets me caring about charter schools. I've got some knowledge of charter schools. Never started a charter school, so I'm open to any kind of advice that you give me. Relative to my board, they're picked for a certain purpose, and plus I know them. I know the individuals really well. I'll start with Kim Goetz, since we already started with Kim. Kim runs Canyon Grove Academy. Kim, they also took over SPA when SPA evolved, as I said. And she's somebody I've gotten to know the last couple of years. She would be somebody that I work very closely with, or we work very closely on sort of the academic platform. Because she has good experience with that, and it's possible that the school would even some form partner with that school entrepreneurship content. The next board member is Drew Williams, who's the executive director of Utah Arts Academy. I spent a fair amount of time in the industry of the arts. That was a niche, and I found him to be a very creative. So, and he's very interested. Um, Mike Finity's the other board member, right now. He runs something called the Small Business Development Centers in Utah. That's relevant because, through the microloan fund I run, one of the most important partnerships in Utah is, it's 15 offices that are funded by state and federal. They're called Small Business Development Centers. It's essentially experienced business people that help entrepreneurs start businesses. And they're throughout Utah, but the strongest center is the mill, part of Salt Lake Community College down off Sandy. And so they would be a strong partner. They would also extend their services in college, high school as part of this. So that it's free to begin. So that's how I see that as it's a complementary sort of way to get the education and the practical experience. So those are the three identified. The fourth is not identified because it's an important piece of this plan that has not been constructed yet. But I've had a lot of discussions on describe that. Is really partnering with a college, preferably a public college. So the colleges I've been talking to, some that are local or Salt Lake Community College, UVU, Utah State, and Spencer. But Spencer is private, so that's probably not going to be a choice. But Salt Lake Community College and UVU are both very interested in this concept and very interested in partnering. Practically, Salt Lake Community College might be the most practical forward because we need constructing programs together. Essentially, UVU is very involved in its programs, but they're also geographically a little outside of where I do right. So they're very interesting. So both could be candidates. So whoever evolves would be a key member. So that's the word. So as far as the school, it's both important and time. It's important because I see through all my travels through Utah, particularly in Salt Lake County, is that there's a high demand for entrepreneurship at the high school level. Many schools have programs, many schools, some schools are more involved than others. I'm involved with a couple of the schools, mainly as an advisor. And mostly in the east Salt Lake County. So it's evolving and it's shaping. However, it's not necessarily in areas of schools. So I think it's an opportunity to partner with schools, offer this curriculum. And I picked Salt Lake County part of this logistically. It's makes sense as I'm thinking about partnerships here, but ultimately it's whether it's talking to schools, whether it's talking to colleges, whether it's talking to SBDC, whether it's talking to entrepreneurs who have family business, all seem interested in this concept and interested in carving it into a high school. As far as timely, I'm involved with private foundations, I'm involved with the state economic development departments, I'm involved with the local economic departments. And there's money that's essentially investing in entrepreneurship, technical assistance like activities. And it just doesn't happen to be necessarily aimed at starting a charter high school yet, but I believe it can be. And so all of those are conversations I'm having because I've been talking to all those organizations about, do you think people would be interested in this? And so I'm confident that there would be monetary support. I'm confident that there's demand, and I think it's timely because if you look at Utah and you look at some of its marketing and branding, Utah and right from the governor down, Utah is first of all, it's probably the fastest small business state in the United States. Has the most starts, has the most SBA lending activity, Small Business Administration lending activity. The governor in his speeches points out Utah, he brands the state as a small business state, has the startup capital of the world. All of those things point to support entrepreneurship at younger, really throughout all the way to adults. But I'm picking high school because I think it's relative to partnerships or the academics, I could help it. Well, first of all, you talked about the structure of the schools. I see it. It's
No, I'm just gonna say probably like 3 more minutes.
okay.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll try to make.
just because I'm
I'll try-
trying to be my, and then
I know,
intro, and then we can definitely engage in some questions.
I could go down.
Great.
Go down.
Yeah, I
But this.
I get
so
that.
this-
Totally.
But, let me just put this thought out and then see where it goes. But basically, as I see it, because I think in terms of what I need to overcome to put a school like this in place, spoken about the higher ed sort of connection, I absolutely believe that you have to have redesign current enrollment programs for the school to make sense. And so that would be integral to the offerings. Because today, the entrepreneurship programs of the universities don't reach down to the high schools relative to current enrollment. So that would need to be constructed. I believe it can be. The second thing is logistics of the school. I see this as being our school is afternoon curriculum relative to the business side. Sort of devoted to academics for academics. We tried to do a bit of that at SPA. But I see that happening around the country when people try to construct schools like this, they kind of separate that, but it's also because they could be at different locations. So, which gets me to the location, the real estate questions are definitely all of them. You know, how do you pay for, how do you construct school? I see this as locating either downtown or close to downtown Salt Lake City, or Sandy, or as far south as Bluffdale. So, all of which see a possibility. Some of which would I could see the shared space with the university. Like Salt Lake Community College, for instance, I've been actively talking about co-locating at their South City location downtown because they're expanding their business offerings there, and we could be part of that. And or the mill, which is the sort of the business focus site that's down in Sandy, that's just west of. Because they already have a system of people I deal with, and they have space. And so, then both of which I could see, or all of which could be locations that have to have subsidization.
Great.
So, the rest of it is just is figuring out the right academic platform. I know different pieces of that, but there's a lot of available. So I absolutely confident I can make these settles.
Excellent.
So, when I open the questions.
That sounds perfect. I was just saying, let's pause there and then, yes, and I think we've got some questions. Please, let's hear.
Thanks. This is more of a comment than a question. Mr. Keefe, I love your idea. I think it's a fantastic idea. I agree with you that it's important, that it's timely. I love your experience. You've got a great resume. I think you're well suited to take on this particular challenge. The concern that I have is that your application, I think, is just not complete. It's not, you haven't included all the information that we asked you to include in your application. It just hasn't been fully, it appears not to have been fully thought out and played out and what's been presented to us. The idea is great, but it's not fully developed. It's thin. And your board isn't fully developed yet. That's thin. You're the only one here. That's a huge concern to me. So I see this idea as having great potential. I would love to have you come back, but I'm not in a position, speaking for myself, to approve you to come back in this current round with a full application. I would encourage you to come back with a new proposal that's been fully fleshed out and thought out, that those partnerships have been worked through to some greater level of completion than what we see today, where it's a thought and an idea that's a brilliant idea, but it's just not ready for it. So that's my concern that I have with you today. I can't agree, I can't approve, vote in favor of this moving forward today. I'd like to have you come back because I think it's a brilliant idea. It's just not ready.
So I appreciate that. Some of which I would have loved to have flushed out. like the higher ed, to me, the higher ed partnership is, probably the most toughest one to flush out. Which is, it has been delayed some because of timing of many different complications of the higher ed. At the higher ed level.
Or you could make more progress on that by forming an entity, having bylaws, having a full board, going and making presentations backed up by a full board rather than a partial board, and so on. So I get it, but it's not ready at this point in time. I don't know if there's anything we can do to fix that right here, right now, at this moment.
Okay, so, is there any time frame that's acceptable to fix that within this run? Or is it just kick it?
Not in my opinion. Maybe other board members have a better idea on that than I do, but
Vice Chair, I think you captured my sentiments too. I think this is an embryo form. I think it's pretty clear to me too that it's not ready to move forward for a January review. I will just add too, most charter schools, even in Utah and across the country, they take more than this kind of 18-month rigid, it's usually multiple years of kind of thought, put something down, gather a group, get feedback, and go from there. So I really think that that was well captured. I'm very supportive of this. I would recommend that, especially with the strength of your background, that I would love to see you work with staff and really flesh this out and get it to what I would say is a more complete application. But I just don't see a pathway where it makes at least sense for me to move forward with what's left to do. So,
okay, no offense to that. I knew that.
Yeah, no.
And you shouldn't be offended by it.
No, I think.
I knew this is under construction. I was just trying to see,
I think
what are the most important areas to focus on attack? Board will fill in depending on some of that. Is there any other feedback you can give me relative to the idea, relative to the? We're gonna try some different things. So.
Yeah, and I encourage you to continue developing this idea because it's an exciting idea, and I concur with the other members have said. I would add, the academic plan is absent from the proposal, and a kind of a side note.
Okay.
So that needs to be, that needs to be strong.
Okay.
And so you definitely need to figure that out and have that the next time you submit a proposal.
Okay.
Couple of just side note thoughts. Have you, looking at your, this model, have you ever visited, Davis School District's Catalyst? I would encourage you to visit Davis School District's Catalyst.
Yeah.
Because I think you will get a lot of really great and exciting ideas from what they do there with the project-based focus. They do have a business and marketing program there that I think we can really benefit just to kind of see something already that has been worked out and has an energy about it when you visit.
Okay. Thank you.
And then a total side note, and outside of this meeting, I wrote down what you said about redesigning concurrent enrollment. I would love to talk to you more about that and hear your ideas. I'm on a concurrent enrollment committee with USHE. So I would love to hear what you have in mind for that outside of this meeting.
Yeah, that's a whole.
Yeah.
I have a lot of ideas about how, if I. So that's not the easiest thing to do, but those are.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm willing to make a motion. I'm just sensitive to our time. I think we've given good feedback.
Thank you.
But I would motion that we recommend the Utah Entrepreneurial Academy come back at a future date, but not move forward in this cohort to a Jan. Just taking the feedback that's been offered.
That's fine. So there's a motion on the table for Utah Entrepreneurial Charter School, and I think there's a second as well from Member Pulsifer to not move forward with the full application at this time, but we are eager. This is probably the in parentheses of the motion for you to work with staff and continue to really refine and develop this application because we do feel like there is incredible potential and a need in the state for a school like this.
Appreciate it. This was productive for me.
Awesome.
I understand your decision.
Great.
Thanks.
Well, we haven't quite finished the vote yet, so,
Sorry.
but no, it's okay. This is more for me too.
Sorry.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. And thank you again. We appreciate your time, your passion, your vision, your experience, and we
Oh, I'm
look
gonna
forward to
keep
seeing you.
going.
We hope to see you again.
Please do.
Awesome. So, board, we are pretty much we're doing okay time wise. We're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute break, or maybe 7. I'm mindful of our time. We can, but we'll be back at 10 after 10. So 2 minutes.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
It's for kids, for people. Right, that's right. Because we know. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Right here, no, I mean, of course. It's no, really is. No, really is. I heard that.
Yeah, I was really glad that I had my community. I'm always glad I have my community.
Saw my map and I left, and
Mhm.
there's a rack and.
Yeah, yeah. It's,
I'll go some days.
yeah.
No, really is.
It's in Wyoming now.
I heard that.
So, working in the school up
Yeah,
there.
I-
and those folks, they try. Waiting.
Yeah.
I just want to begin, oh my gosh, there we go. So much of this work is about relationships. And I think that we just saw that in the first 3 schools that came before us. The way that we build relationships, the way that we engage with each other, the way that we dialogue about growth and feedback and strategy. And just at the break, I was talking to folks that are here in the back and reminded of the power of relationships. And I just want to say I so appreciate that because I think we're at a time where relationships and connection matters more than ever. And it's also more challenging, I think, than ever. And at least, I mean, I was a history teacher. So I can't say in all human history, but it feels like in recent human history for sure. So this is an incredible opportunity for us. Okay, so we're going to do our best to continue to stay as close to schedule as possible. I really appreciate the way that we are moving through each school and provide just in terms of the flow and format. So thank you, board. And also, right at break, I had mentioned, that I'm just enamored by the intellect and the heart that is on this board is all with me. I'm just thank you all for your very thoughtful and important questions. So we will continue that in our next round. So I'm just going to mention the next 3 schools that we have just so we know in terms of who's on deck. We're going to begin with Sky High Academy. Then we're going to move into Ensign Leadership Academy and then Keystone Academy. I'm always curious about the names, I will say. Okay, so to begin, Sky High Academy, we'd like to invite you to our table, please.
They may be all virtual. Is that the reality?
Okay. Excellent. So Sky High Academy, if you wouldn't mind, just if you have the ability to turn your cameras on, that would be fantastic. We see some names on the screen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
Jason. Great. And it looks like we're just waiting. Are Sarah and Levi with you as well?
Are Sarah and Levi members of your Sky High team?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are they also wanting to put their video on or are they okay without the video?
They're okay without the video.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. So welcome, Sky High Academy. Jason, if we could begin, if you could introduce yourself and then Sarah and Levi as well, and then we'll move into a board presentation.
Okay. My name is Jason, and I have 30 years of experience in education. And I just wanted to make sure I can open a charter school to share my what I've learned throughout my life.
Thank you, Jason. Sarah and Levi, could you introduce yourselves as well?
I think they got their mute undone, so we can just go ahead and start.
Okay. Is there any formal presentation? Okay, great. Jason, we're just gonna have that pulled up for us here in-house. Okay. Sarah and Levi, could you introduce yourselves as well?
Experience in student success. I think they got their mute undone, so we can just go ahead and start.
Okay. Is there any formal presentation? Okay, great. Jason, we're just gonna have that pulled up for us here in-house.
Okay.
Sarah and Levi, could you introduce yourselves as well?
Amber, do you know what's happening?
Someone else.
I think they got their mute undone, so we can just go ahead and start.
Okay. Is there a formal presentation? Okay, great. Jason, we're just gonna have that pulled up for us here in-house.
It's weird.
We just put
Sarah and Levi, could you introduce yourselves as well?
Amber, do you know what's happening? They don't think that.
Comment, which made it even feel more. But,
Is there a? For someone having that.
We're just gonna have a hold up for us here out in-house.
Oh, for real. It's like repeating it.
They don't think that.
It started to hurt even feel more. But, is there a?
For someone having that.
We're just gonna have a. For us here out in-house.
Oh, for real.
They don't think that.
All right, I think we're ready. Here we go.
There's still issues.
Displaying the video, there's like a display of a 5-minute video.
Is that the video we're trying to try? All right, I think we're ready. Here we go.
There's still issues.
Displaying the video, there's like a display of a 5-minute video.
You gotta kick everybody out of the meeting and restart it. In my view.
The video seems like it was like the past couple minutes that was recording.
So whoever's in the meeting right now, I would just, need a hard restart. Don't know how.
Displaying the video, there's like a display of a 5-minute video.
You gotta kick everybody out of the meeting and restart it. In my view. I would say shut down the videos of all types for now. Any queuing of videos that we might have is, as a suggestion, I would remove those videos. Those may,
I have it too.
whatever we have queued up, just try to shut that down and go to the basic communication that we need.
Yeah.
Or we need to have Jason present, any of his board members present, and that'll be about it.
I think that sounds great, just being mindful of
Yeah,
our time.
yeah. Yeah, we only want to hear Jason and other members of his board. We're not gonna be able to do the video. There's some technology glitch with it right now, which is okay. That happened in a previous one as well. But I do think that's where we need to go.
And Jason, I saw you smile, so thank you for being willing to roll with it.
Have you shut down the video? Okay.
Great, so Jason, if you wouldn't mind, we're gonna, yeah, great, if you could just, remember what the video was about and give us some background and, if you could talk to us, just have a few minutes about the school, that would be great.
Okay, my board members are names Levi, Sarah, I'm just trying to remember everybody's names here because since I created them, got a new board this year. So Sarah, Levi, Braxton are my board members, and Mia. And they all came, we all created helped create the Sky High Academy, which is, we wanted to make sure all the students are able to reach their highest potentials. And they also helped me with create the mission statement and also the vision statement as well. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Go ahead and just give us some more, just high level synopsis about Sky High Academy that maybe was in the video.
The video. It's been a while since I watched the video, so let me just.
No problem. Maybe maybe talk to us, just take a few minutes to talk to us a little bit about Sky High Academy, about the vision and mission and, any other pertinent information that you think would be important for us to know.
Okay, what Sky High wants to do is to be able to offer more detailed degrees to the students. So I know all schools offer schools and degrees, but what Sky High wants to do is be able to offer more degrees and that way the students can be able to graduate earlier, just to give them the options to try to basically just have more options for them to choose from. And basically, the mission statement is just basically to give them a chance to be themselves, and to reach for the sky, or reach sky high.
Great. Well, Jason, thank you. Anything else that you want to add before we turn to the board for questions?
That's everything.
Sarah, Levi, do you want to add anything else? Okay, so with that, board members, questions for Sky High Academy comments?
Can I just lead with a
Yeah,
question?
please,
And
go
I'd really
ahead.
like to address this to our board. I don't come from an education background. Many of you come from a very strong education background. When I read this application, one of my, I'll say concerns with it was, it felt very aspirational. It mentions a lot of good things, a lot of the right things, but it is almost like we took the recipe and picked a little bit of everything. And so I don't see a cohesive plan. But I'm not, and so I'm wondering if I could just hear from the board members, particularly those of you with that, you know, have a career in education, if you saw this the same way, you felt like it was vague, because I just wrote vague several times in my notes. Or if maybe you do see how this comes together and kind of the ingredients make a really good stew.
Great, I see Member Hutchins is shaking her head, so I like this part, and then maybe to Member Bassett.
Yeah, I have a note right here, that I made on the proposal saying trying to do too much. So what you said about kind of picking, a lot of things out there and just trying to putting it together, that's the impression I got from the proposal. I think you can be a lot more effective if you focus on just a few things and do those things very well, instead of trying to offer everything to everyone.
Thank you.
I would echo that. It feels a little fuzzy, buzzword heavy, and just sounds great. I like your term aspirational, but not very focused to me.
That would be, I guess, more of a feedback here, unless the school, I definitely want to give the board members a chance to maybe speak to the contrary there, or, you know, help me at least see, or help us see. I'll just, since I'm speaking, I also, some of the data here, I think feels a little incomplete. I noticed, in kind of section 3 on page 10, there's a list here of kind of the other schools in the area, which I think is a helpful list. But for example, George Washington Academy has listed here 566 students, pre-K through 5. I'm reading maybe I'm not reading the chart right, but that's just not accurate. And I didn't see like Utah Performing Arts Academy on this list. So I think that there is some data here. But when I was trying to understand the market analysis, I think some of it is incomplete, at least if I'm reading it correctly. I guess my question would be with enrollment. The application has a starting K through 12 and actually 1 through 12. Sorry, I'm used to saying K through 12. And it's 30 kids for year 1 per grade, 40 year 2, 50 year. Now, again, from a numbers perspective, 30 is kind of an awkward number because it's probably too big for one class. I think every teacher would say that ideally. I know we have teachers that really have kids, so I applaud those teachers. But as far as a thought out plan of starting, my concern with this is if we, you know, and we're not really going to focus too much on like economics, but just as an idea, you know, I think 30 is an awkward starting number. So I don't know, Jason or one of your board members, if you want to speak to that, but to me, it's too big for one class to go really well, and yet it's kind of too small to have the economics work with like a teacher and an aide or something. Now, maybe you could have aides in different classes, but I just felt like that was an awkward start. But maybe there's a defendable or a thought through reason. So one thing I noticed now, once you get to 40 or 50, I mean, 50 is kind of your typical, and then you have 2 classes. kind of in the 25 range, but starting at 30 and even going to 40, those are kind of awkward, it's kind of like the teenager that's too long for his pants and, I don't know, it just felt a little awkward. So can you speak to why you picked 30 and if you want to defend that, I'm totally open to hearing it, but I just wanted to understand the thought process.
The 30 is just to kind of get us started, so that way we can make sure we focus on the students. And that's why I chose a little bit higher on the later than the next year, so that way we can make sure we focus on the students only. So that's why I chose 30, or we chose 30. So that's why we only did the 30.
And if I could just have one more and then I'll pass it on, but you also want to start K through 12 year one, seeing some applications that contemplate this. I'm used to schools usually starting like K through 6 or 8 and organically growing up. I remember your application last year, and I think this is much more complete, so I compliment you on that. But can you speak to your thought process of starting with the high school grades and how much conviction you have with that?
I'm a math ed person, so that's why I chose high school as well. So that way we can also offer the different types of classes for the 9 through 12. So that way they can be able to graduate early to help them succeed. Because we're going to be also having trade schools as well coming in with the Dixie Tech. So that way they can be able to get the training that they need to be able to be successful. So I know a lot of the schools also offer stuff like this, but we're going more in depth so we can be able to help them grow.
I guess my last question is, I view this today as a board competency as much as anything else. I think Vice Chair Olson captured that. So Sarah and Levi, if you're on, I would love to hear from you because I will view it as a real weakness, quite candidly, to only hear from one board member. I think it's important to realize there's a team here. So if Sarah and Levi can't speak, I guess, Jason, I'd like you to speak about the experience of your team and how you've worked together. I would be concerned that it's you and a bunch of names behind you that aren't doing much lifting. I want to have a confidence that that wouldn't be the case. So it'd be ideal to hear from the wider board. Whoa, we're going down underwater.
It's a drill for my school.
Oh.
I can lie it.
It's me.
It's me.
You had the hippity hop. Now the submarine. Anyway, Jason, I hope you got my question there. So if Sarah and Levi, I don't see them unmuting, but if you can, I'd like to understand maybe what your board has done as a team up to this point.
Okay, the team, they helped me talk to Dixie State College, I'm used to Dixie State. They helped me talk with Utah Tech about getting the schools, getting the program started with Utah Tech and also with Dixie Tech as well, which is the trade school here in St. George. And they also helped me with the mission statement because we had to revamp everything since last year. You guys didn't want me to have family members. So we just, we had to go through everything and revamp the mission statement, the vision statement and everything. So that way the board members will be able to know what's going on. So that way they knew what we created last year to this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Vice Chair, I know you had some comments.
So Appendix A to the application is the background information sheet. We provide a form. It's right there, it can be filled out. Our instructions say this page may be copied as many times as necessary. When I get to that in this application, it just lists the names of the board members and then it just stops. There's a part of the application that has just some kind of vague references to some of the experience of the board members, but it is so thin and not filled out. That to me, as I've said already today, for anyone who's listening, is the most important part to me of this application, is board competency. And there is zero in this application that demonstrates the competency of the board. The incompetency of the board is demonstrated by the fact that they fail to follow directions in laying out who they are, And I am so disappointed that we don't have anyone on this board who's willing to put their camera on or appear here in front of us besides Mr. Brewster to talk to us about this application. I can't support it without any evidence that we have a filled out board who's competent and willing to come and present on this application.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Vice Chair, for your poignant comments. And Jason, I think we want to support your vision, your dream, desire to bring this school to a community. And there are real pieces of the application and of the board composition and presence that we really need to be able to see and to see an active participation to feel confident.
I understand.
Board members, any other comments or a motion potentially on the table?
I would just say again, if you want to try again next year, you need to narrow your focus. There's so much you're trying to do. We can't do everything. And so you want to do, one or two things really well. From what I've heard you say and what I see in the proposal, there's a lot of emphasis in a hybrid model, career and college readiness. Love that. That's my wheelhouse. But I don't see how you're going to support those, elementary kids. And so as you look at narrowing your focus, you may want to.
Okay.
I think that's excellent feedback. So Jason, we would recommend, and we haven't made a motion yet. If you, based on the outcome of this vote and the motion, moving forward to really to tighten the application, one would be to fully, adhere to the requirements within the application, also being mindful of your board composition and their presence and involvement, and then also really just really narrowing the focus. That's one of the benefits of the charter school movement, is that we can really hone in on a particular a focus area or area of specialty or expertise, or what the school is going to focus that really makes it unique. And we hope that you continue to think about that. And then, of course, we would encourage you to continue to work with staff for this to become a reality. So with that, yes,
I'll just make a motion that we move on to the next item on the agenda.
Well, we probably need a motion up or down to move forward, right?
yes. So so Member Hutchins, would you like to just refine that just in the spirit of the school? I understand where you're going with that.
I'd just like to make a motion that we do not approve this proposal.
Thank you.
I'll second.
And a second from Member Bassett. Any further discussion? All those in favor of that motion on the table, please say aye.
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 So with that, Jason, thank you for your time, and we encourage you to continue to refine this idea, and we hope to see you in the future.
Okay,
Thank you
sounds
so
good.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Board. Right. Next, I'd like to invite Ensign Leadership Academy to our table, please.
Where'd it come from? Algeria.
Sure. Everyone, we just want to formally say thank you again for working with us as we're navigating some of the technology hiccups. We would, for the remaining schools, we definitely, if you've got slides or video, we're gonna get that up and running. And if we run into any glitches, just in the spirit of our time and our agenda, we'll just move on and ask you to pivot. A word I learned recently is it's a shivot, and it's actually a shift and a pivot. It's not weird.
It's not.
That's where I was going. I was gonna say, my New York grandma is like, stop. But it's you can just say I'm shivting. It does sound a little Yiddish. I just made that up, actually. I might be blushing, sorry. Okay. So Ensign, welcome. If we could begin with just some introductions and then, looks like we've got, some slides, video, hopefully that will work and we'll open for discussion.
And we intend to introduce us through the slides, if that's okay. But
Great.
while they're being set up, I just want to express our gratitude for denying us last year. Our board is unified in that because we have incorporated your recommendations from last year and feel that we have something that is worthy of moving forward for a full application.
We listened gratefully.
Well, and if I can say, and I know, we appreciated, it was, I think, it was an opportunity for us to look inward and at our processes, how we support applications and schools and build relationships. And so I want to thank you all for that as well. It's, we would hope that it's a mutual growth, for all parties. Great. All right, fingers crossed.
Sheriff's Point. Coming from my hearing.
Gonna say it.
By the way,
If that works well.
yeah,
Okay, all right.
two of our board members couldn't be here, so their voices are on the recording. Kurt Bramble is somewhere in the world today on something that was committed to many months ago.
Sure.
As well as Richard Moss, our other board member, but you'll get their file a little bit here and it's in your packet as well.
Got his strength. Let's hope it works. Sheriff's Point, members of the state. Board chair. Senator.
Share it, did you share the screen or did you share your doc?
It's some, yeah, it's just going through.
So I've got mine.
Can we try one more time?
Yeah. You never skip it.
I tell you what, it's a certain day is maybe, but. Yeah, well, yeah, I had to do that yesterday in class, because I could project my screen, but I couldn't get the sound to work, and so then I just did the same thing.
Yeah.
The only issue we have is we'll have a, just because with my sound coming through,
Sure.
for some reason, it's catching this from the Zoom. So if I can somehow mute my Zoom. Oh, you know what? Let me just play it through here without being on Zoom. You can hear it. You have
Oh.
a good idea.
Good idea.
Yeah, that works.
If you guys just share the slideshow, I'll do the sound on here.
That sounds great.
That
That's
should solve our problem.
Like, it's brilliant.
Right, that sounds great.
So I'll just have this where you can see it and that's it next on there when it's time, I guess.
Great.
See,
Okay, teamwork.
Sheriff Spiker, members of the State Charter School Board, Paul Kramer and Reese Stephenson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble. So I'll just have this where you can see it and that's it next on there when it's time, I guess.
Great.
See,
Okay, teamwork.
will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Sheriff Spiker, members of the State Charter School Board, Paul Kramer and Reese Stephenson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble. So I'll just have this where you can see it and that's it next on there when it's time, I guess.
Great.
See,
Okay, teamwork.
will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale, desire to serve the families of Harris Spiker, members of the state charter school board, Paul Kramer and Reese Edmondson. I am board chair Kurt Bramble.
I'll just add this where you can see it and it's next on there when it's done. See.
Okay, teamwork. Will demonstrate the rationale,
What is your favorite raise value and why?
My favorite raise value would probably be respect, because I think it's good to see like a unique side of someone and to see their personalities and all their flaws, and you should respect other people the way you would want to be treated, and then it would create like a healthy environment for everyone.
Integrity, because always do the right thing when nobody's watching. So just honesty and the truth all the time.
I'd say respect,
What is your
because
favorite
I
raise
think that
value
if
and why?
everyone treats each other with respect, then it makes the classroom classroom and just the school a better environment, and it creates a sense of unity. A unique side of someone and to see their personality. While it is one of the hardest, it teaches you to be honest with yourself and with people around you, and creates a healthier relationship with
Integrity,
people around you.
because always do the right thing when nobody's watching. So just honesty and the truth all the time.
I'd say respect,
is your
because I
favorite
think
race
that
value
if
and why?
everyone treats each other with respect, then it makes the classroom and just the school a better environment, and it creates a sense of
A
unity.
unique side of someone and to see their personality. While it is one of the hardest, it teaches you to be honest with yourself and with people around you, and creates a healthier relationship with
Integrity,
people around you.
because always do the right thing when nobody's watching. So just honesty and the truth all the time.
I'd say respect,
is your
because I
favorite
think
race
that
value
if
and why?
everyone treats each other with respect, then it makes the classroom and just the school a better environment, and it creates a sense of
A
unity.
unique side of someone and to see their personality. While it is one of the hardest, it teaches you to be honest with yourself and with people around you, and creates a
My name's Samuel Hunsaker. I graduated from ALA Queen Creek in 2024. Now I'm a freshman playing football as a kicker at MAU. So I started off playing soccer at a young age. Then I played all throughout high school and all that. At the highest level, I played in Germany and Costa Rica with Bundesliga academies and semi-pro team. And then I was down here in the Valley, back visiting home. And Ty Detmer, the head coach at ALA Queen Creek, my senior year, we ran into him and we were wondering, hey, were you guys like ever needed a kicker? He was like, yeah, we've been looking for one. So I went out the next day and I started kicking. I played my whole senior year. I won every single award we could win as a kicker in all that Arizona other than one. So ALA and preparing me to become a college athlete and just a student in general, because the race values that we have, respect, accountability, integrity, service, and excellence, they just get you like ahead of everyone else. A lot of schools don't teach that, and they don't like really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really require you to like know those things, and it just prepared me to get out into the real world and become a better person and a good student. And the coaching staff here at ALA, they do a great job of making sure that we're all accountable and being respectful to our teachers and coaches. So me being a D1 athlete, of course I have dreams, and ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional athlete. My parents gave a testament to that. So for me now, I really want to play NFL, and everyone else wants to teach that, and they don't really
Shit it. So thank you. I really appreciated that very thorough video. And thank you for the introductions throughout the video. Board members, comments, questions.
I'm glad to start. if I
Please.
may. Thanks for the presentation. That was helpful. It answered some of my questions. I love Singapore math. I love Edie Hirsch. Love core knowledge. That all sounded great to me. I can't wait to hear from Member Biesinger about the numbers. But and Mr. Stevenson, you started into answering my question right at the very end of that, which was great. The school just sounds so big. I'd love to hear more on market and any other thoughts you can add beyond what you already said in the video, which was very helpful there at the end.
I have to tell you that if we weren't planning to locate in Eagle Mountain, Lake Mountain School District, which has the worst challenges of any school district in the state, with the fourth lowest funding per student, I don't think I would be continuing this because we want to be partners with that school district. Senator Heidi Baldery represents that district, and she, at our request, has already opened a bill file to expand the 2-mile radius for preference of the lottery to be the entire school district boundaries. And this would apply to all school districts or all charters who opt into that kind of preference. They wouldn't be forced to, but they could. We've done the numbers on what the advantage would be to the Lake Mountain School District. And if we were fully enrolled at 2,500 students, just on the voted and board levies, they would get $2.8 million more than they would get if we were not taking 2,500 students from them. And there's some math there. There's laws that apply to that because they get to keep 75% of their local property taxes that are generated by each student that leaves for a charter school. That's where that 2.8 million comes from. When you include capital outlay and debt service, it's probably another 2 million. So that can really benefit them, but it also benefits us because the state makes up that 75% that they get to keep. We have adjusted our numbers at the request of last year. The phase in is much different than you saw last year. We've done for 7 weeks now, we've had weekly meetings, information meetings in the community, and also Facebook and our website. And we have interest from parents of 1,000 students in just those few weeks.
7 weeks. During a 7-week period, we were able to have probably the least popular time in the year. With anticipating opening 2 years from now, we have nearly 1,000 students already representing interest 2 years from now, during a time when schools already, they're already in school. So I think it speaks exceptionally well to the model that we're proposing.
Especially in the location that we're proposing. And when board member Basinger pointed out last year, what if it doesn't materialize? We have already commitments from Charter One, even though we don't have a contract yet because we can't move forward, that the amount spent per student that we actually do enroll will not exceed 20% of the amount generated by each of those students. So there's not the risk there. And they have learned a lot in sponsoring and having it being an ELA for more than 90 charter schools across the nation. And therefore they have phase in for construction in pods of 12 classrooms each. And that helps them cover the financing of that as well. Did that answer your questions? Do you have more about?
Yeah, that was great. And I'm so glad you interrupted and added something. I love hearing from more than one board member. So that was terrific. Thank you. No, I'm not being facetious. No, that was very helpful. Yeah, I appreciate the comment.
I think it's worth mentioning that in this area, there are no community centers. There's a Maverick. Literally, in terms of creating community, we have an opportunity in that area, unlike any other. It's one of the reasons that we feel so strongly, and we've had now approaching 2 years to be designing and thinking about this. And when we've driven through that area, expanses of homes, it is the area in Utah.
And vacant land.
And vacant land. It is the most intact area of families in all of Utah, all districts. And there is no community place. There's no place to gather. There's a barn, One of our meetings was held at the barn. Several had to be held in Lehigh because it's the closest center. The truth is, we really envision this school with all of its size, with its big, beautiful size, to be a beacon, an ensign in that community. Where families, I mean, it's part of our mission statement, and I'm so grateful for Chair Spiker's intervention of her history. And so as an English teacher, I would tell you that I'm delighted by the grammar that is within the mission statement. It is, comma, in support of the family. And that's what we've got out there. It's just home after home of young families. And that's what we want to do. We want to be an anchor in that community in support of families, but also in support of that entire area. We had a wonderful, brief conversation just before this. It is incumbent upon us as educators and educational facilities to be the ones that create community. And K through 12 in that big, beautiful size in the middle of the fields and the homes that's only going to grow. We want something other than a Maverick there, where people can convene and share common values.
And to enhance the education and the raised values, we intend to do outreach for certain populations such as socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, special ed, and
we will mirror completely the needs of that community, however they present themselves. We have a deep understanding of education, a deep, passionate commitment to it. I'm in the governor's UDDC. I've been an advocate at the state and national level for over 20 years for people with disabilities. Whatever needs are presented within our community, we will rise up to meet them.
That size also gives us scale. We can have facilities and resources that a smaller school cannot have. We have seen Charter One's history with other schools of that size. They fill them up, and they have these fantastic facilities, just like any of the larger district schools have. And they're able to, frankly, compete with them in academics and athletics to championship teams. So the scale is marvelous.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Other comments, questions from other board members? Please.
When you say resources, as I looked at this, I thought maybe what you're talking about is typical in a high school level charter school. You don't have, some of the extracurricular or, sports, and also, the language, the arts, so on. And I thought that might be what you're thinking of when you talk about, is that correct?
Yes, all of the things that you would see in a good sized district school. A school of our size, it maxes out at 2,500, which we are confident that it will, would have the ability, the size of the student body, diversity of the student body, skills that diversity would bring to be able to do the things that they're used to seeing in a district school.
Yeah. And one other thing, you talked about the Maverick. Do you have a specific location?
We're looking.
Okay.
We're looking with, again, our hopeful CMO. We're looking. There's a lot of land out.
Are you thinking more Eagle Mountain or more Saratoga Springs?
Yes.
All of the above.
All of the above. And just as Howard has mentioned, extending to bring in from, you're aware of this. I taught at a magnet school in Clark County, nationally reputable. When it's a good place, when you build it, truly they will come. We had kids traveling when I was at that magnet school and we were on fire. They had hour and 20-minute commutes each way. We have not yet decided upon a location. I think in good part because we're here before you And we want to convince you of our hope, our vision. And so when we get that, as we are very hopeful we can, then we move forward in much more specific ways. Howard's already mentioned how grateful we are to have been able to go back to greater coalesce and to really augment, expand our vision, because it's allowed us to address those issues of concern that you presented to us, but it's also charged us up. We're super excited about the possibility.
We plan on working with the newly elected school board to help coordinate the optimal location as a partner with them, rather than being close to one of their high schools, for example. We'd rather say, get their input. We've already met with two of the existing Alpine board members that represent that area, who are candidates for the school board on this November's
Uncontested.
election. One of them is uncontested.
Julie King.
But we hope to work with the district as partners, because by existing there and taking some of their growth, we will actually enhance their finances.
Okay, that's, I'm very familiar with that area because I have grandkids live out there, but that's kind of what I was trying to get.
You want to, well, it's up to you to sign them up, so.
So, yeah, all right, thank you.
Excellent. Board members, any other comments,
Can I-
questions? Yes, please.
Raise a couple of things. First of all, I'm so glad you're back here. And, I think last year, my very first board meeting as a board member, and I wasn't even a voting board member, but I think I used the phrase, "You've assembled the Avengers." That's what my kids would say.
And Kurt Bramall and I have been arguing over who is the Thor.
Well, we'll let you battle that out. But I know this has been a long road for you. I have so much respect for your team. You have interacted with our staff. I'm aware of that. I think you've listened. You've been extremely complimentary. I don't know how to say this, but with quite frankly, with the public profile and status of your board, you've heard a lot more yeses in the last 20 years of your lives than you've heard no's. And I know you've heard some no's, but you took this no and you really went to work instead of just loudly saying you're all not right because you don't think like us, excuse me. So I'm going to be plenty comfortable. I mean, your application, my goodness, is 278 pages. This is the initial application. I'm going to read the Bible for your full application, I think. I'm plenty comfortable with board competency, board capacity, board makeup. I'm plenty comfortable with what I've read here, but I do want to speak to the numbers just one more time. And I've heard you today, and I think I know this landscape well enough to know that's the right area where schools are needed. Every school in that area has portables. There's standing room only in most of the buildings out there as far as just enrollment. There's just a chronic need for additional seats. Having said that, I will judge you on your own, not on any other school, but I know well enough to know everybody's looking out there. It's not just one group that'll be out there. There's already many schools that are going to be looking in this area. I guess if I still have this pause, because I have no question for myself, I'm going to vote to move you forward today. But when it comes to January, I still have this huge thing, because I have the Charter One folks that there's 8,000 charter schools roughly in the US. And they're going to point internally to 4, 5, 6, 8, maybe they get to 10 that opened this big and are doing well. But on the other side, over here, there are hundreds and thousands of charter schools that would strongly look me in the eye and have said, we want to start with a manageable size to get the culture right, to get our people right, to do things culturally right, even before we get to finances. Now, on the surface, one might say, well, look, if they aim for 1,500 and they only get 600 or 700, they're still going to be plenty strong. But the reality of that is you have to build a facility 12, 15, 18 months ahead of when you open, and that facility probably needs to contemplate not just year one opening, but years 2 and 3 in all likelihood. So the rough math would say this is going to be a $60 million enterprise. That is just unprecedented. You are asking to be the unicorn. Now, I think you're here to say, look, we're the unicorn. But my challenge is that it just goes not just in the unique category, but it really goes against an opening that big of what most of 8,000 other organizations or schools that have been through this would say is wise. And many of them would say that's almost reckless. Now, you don't have to be like that. Part of choice is we get to bear on choice. And if there is a team that can pull this off, I think you've got the components of that team. But there is a wake of pain and destruction around schools historically who thought we're going to open this big and we open this big and ever we're just happy. Now, I think great because you preemptively mentioned if you negotiated with Charter One to cap your facility ratio at 20%, that's a huge thing. And I'll look forward to seeing that in writing in the full application. Maybe it's on page 274 that I didn't get to. But that will be important. That's at least stage one, an organization with some depth and breadth. But I will say, even organizations like Charter One, there is still a finite amount of capacity to miss with numbers of this magnitude financially. And so I don't know if you're going to come back and say, hey, listen, and now we're going to open at 725. Personally, I'd be like, okay, that's personally, I think that's the right direction. But if you all feel like, look, this is what we want to do, and this is why we want to do it, and this community needs something of this size, then you definitely have that right. But I still am just on the fence with that. I'll look forward to kind of the full application. So I just ask you to talk through that. I ask you to look around with Charter One, with other schools. There are so many organizations out there. Some were mentioned in the video. I know we have one very high functioning organization here today watching. There's just a lot of feedback your board can get. I hope you'll get it. And not just from Charter One, because I think their conviction too is big is good. I think their conviction too is also quality is good. But I mean, the director that's going to start with 1,500, and you're going to end a life doing this school. That is an audacious and just so challenging. So not just from an economic standpoint, but from a culture and an experience and making sure that those kids get on the right trajectory. This is just really challenging to go from 0 to, you're not a 6A school anymore, but you'd still be a 4A on day one. There's just really very little precedent around the country for that. And I think there are reasons why. It does, everybody else may not be wrong. So I'm going to vote you through today, and I don't know how everybody else will vote, but there is one big elephant in this room. And I just don't want to put kids at risk of having a suboptimal experience because there was just this dogmatic vision on let's open so big. I mean, heck, if you go get Steve Young in Utah as your football coach, maybe you'll fill 350 kids in your school year. But there's just very little precedence for that, particularly in the upper grade. What I usually see is let's open K through 8. Let's really get it right. Let's have those kids become our leaders and grow up through our system. But to go pull in 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, there's just a lot of hesitation around it. So if this is your conviction, then come back with your conviction. But you are asking to be the unicorn, both culturally, financially, and in so many ways. And that makes me so. Now I have one other personal question, Howard. I think because you're a public figure, is your birthday November 7th? Yes.
Okay, I think you and my father were born on the exact same day, which I think is amazing. I won't say the year. I don't know if you care, but at this chapter of your life, I'm just amazed. Like you must be like a golden retriever in a phone booth. You just do nothing. Is that like to do this at your chapter of life? It is. I admire it. I think it's great. I don't know if you'll have grandkids that will go to this school.
But to do this, I just compliment you on something this big, at a stage where most people are just worried about getting 9 holes of golf in. But I think it's amazing.
I can't give up. I just want to keep saving kids.
Okay, there's my speech. That's it.
Thank you. Think, excellent questions and feedback. Any other comments, questions? Yeah, please.
Just one more thing. I do have just a little bit of concern starting, that big in the high school area, especially, and not building. I can see wisdom, but I will also send you through. I also know that if anyone can do it, this group probably can. And I do appreciate working with the district leadership there, because I think that will be crucial to make it work well. And yeah, like not put it on top of the school where they're building a new one. Sort of thing, but anyway, I appreciate your thoughts in this, and I'll be happy to let you go to the next one.
With that, workers, is there a motion?
Yeah, I move, Chair, if I may, that we go ahead and advance this application of Ensign Leadership Academy. We approve their application and allow them to move forward. So, and in making that motion, if I could just quickly add, I echo the comments that have been made today. You've got an excellent board, great opportunity, great potential, and I absolutely love the idea of collaborating with the district to the extent. Sorry, Chair, that's my motion.
No, that's okay. I like that we've got some in the parentheses. I appreciate that, Vice Chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a second for Member Biesinger. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. I think that was clear. I think that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you. You've
And-
thrown down the hammer,
Yep.
and we will pick it up and bring you the data, because we'll have a lot more outreach into the community and give you a better comfort level. And we will learn from that as well. Fun fact, Eagle Mountain, according to the Census Bureau, has a higher percentage of people with a bachelor's degree in education than any other community in Utah. Therefore, we're going to seek to reduce their commute.
Well said. Well said.
In 2060, Eagle Mountain might be
And you, it should, with
the
that
second
size of
most
school,
populated city.
you'll need them.
Chair Spiker, can
Yes.
we just mention what an extraordinary pleasure it's been to work with Dr. Kramer and Ms. Stuckles. Their professionalism, their extraordinary competence and generosity has made all the difference for us. We cannot underscore how deeply valuable they've been this past year.
Thank you so
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
All of you.
We feel the same, and we're so grateful that we're able to work together,
Yes.
right, to bring our dreams to reality. Thank you so much for your time today and for the relationships. We look forward to continue to work with you.
Okay, Howard, Mjolnir, that's the name of Thor's hammer. So you know. We look forward to a report on who's Thor the next time.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. Okay, Ford, you're doing amazing. We have one more school in this block, and then we will take a break. But at this point, I'd like to invite Keystone Academy. Please come on up to our table. That would be fantastic.
And we do that. It's a civil. Ideally,
Welcome.
And at 40, I
Yes, yeah, that's
I
looking
good.
Yeah. It looks like there's a presentation we're trying to get queued here. why don't we go ahead and begin? If we could start with some introductions, that would be fantastic, and then we can move into the presentation from there.
Actually, if it's okay, we included our new policy.
Okay, just like in the last. Okay,
Slide.
great. Sounds good. Sounds good.
That was the direction we.
Oh, okay, great. Sounds good. No worries. No worries. That sounds great.
Make this work. That's always been perfect. So we're all-
So here we go.
We got the guy.
Yeah. Something.
Regret.
Where I have faith.
Okay.
Do you wanna, can we blow it up to full screen? Be bottom right corner.
Oh, right here, sorry. Yeah.
Beautiful. Our mission at Keystone Academy is to foster academic excellence and to
Where I have faith.
nurture artistic talent
Do you wanna,
through the
can we blow it up to full
transformative
screen?
power of the
Be
performing
bottom right
arts.
corner.
Oh, right here, sorry.
High moral standards in a supportive environment. Our mission at Keystone Academy. We strive to empower our academic excellence and to
Where I have faith.
nurture virtuous individuals
Do you wanna,
who
can we blow it up to full
excel
screen?
in an hour of the
Be
performing
bottom right
arts.
corner.
Carrying them high moral standards in a supportive environment. Our mission at Keystone Academy. We strive to empower our
And that's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about what they're doing, because I have seen sixth graders do ninth grade blossom and grow. So I totally believe that the art that was well, and one of the reasons that now that they don't have
With improved academic, build confidence, teaching collaboration, with sharpening focus, patience, learning discipline, supports emotional. So I truly believe this is where students are as well. With improved academic, courses to go based on sharpening focus, logic, about critical thinking skills, and focus emotional. So I truly believe this is how students are updated as well. We learn from positive growth and healthy development by emphasizing virtues and improved academic. Learning from the great minds in class and courses and finding those documents. Verify it, sharpening logic and about critical thinking skills and focus emotional. So I truly believe this is how students are updated as well. And then the second part of it is
essential competencies beyond their academic years. And this will allow the students to learn and apply the following skills in real world settings. So critical thinking and problem solving is a big thing in the real world, as probably many of us know. Emotional awareness, they need to be aware of their emotions and how to be able to handle those. Also communication professionally and as a leader. Financial literacy for banking, taxes, debt ratios that they don't necessarily know when they're going out in the real world and getting into the college setting. Their time management and also resilience to strive in the real world setting. This will also help students connect with other students and mentors who can offer guidance and support.
Did we lose a slider?
No, my Zoom lost connection for some reason. It's connected.
This is gonna be every meeting. We'll just keep going. Sounds great. Sounds great. Thank you.
Practicum is through something that is called Martian Greenhouse. In its 6th year, it's been an international collaboration. It's open source. And basically, it's an open-ended problem with how we're gonna grow food on Mars. We're taking it how we're gonna better grow food here as well. It's something that we have a very strong design team, professionals, about 6 folks from the aerospace world and a couple educators. So another gentleman who's a PhD in music, he's going to love this school. Basically, it's to get kids involved with subject matter experts as mentors and to lead how they're going to solve this problem. And then the teachers facilitate. So this is something we look at as a Friday piece to complement everything else that's going on. And when I first saw the classical piece, I thought, okay, this is unique because I haven't really heard of this coming together. And a lot of Martian Greenhouse is STEM. And actually now it becomes STEAM, science, tech, engineering, art. So we're on our 6th year. So it's not something that we just dreamt up, but we've worked with these professionals the last 6 years. We just had our kickoff meeting this week, and that network is growing. We have access to that international as well as professional network.
So when we first met, of course, the discussion is, as we're meeting and what we're doing is important. It's going to be supporting the community. So we put some community outreach out there, asked for surveys from parents of schools that are currently enrolled, just community members in general that are moving into the area. We're in Cache County, which is kind of an isolated area, but it's blowing. It's like everywhere else. The building is nonstop. So through some of our initial results that we've gotten back, 47% of respondents find it to be very important that their children have access to arts-based education. Yeah.
Thanks. There.
Yeah, it's back.
There we go.
So as far as the arts go,
we're kind of talking about dance, theater, music, visual arts, and there's very broad categories. 38% in favor of dance, 58% in favor of theater, 79% in favor of music, and 81% in favor of visual arts. We ask about simple life skills, okay? I guarantee we've all had the conversation of people these days don't understand how to balance a checkbook, they don't know their taxes. Getting a loan is completely new to some people. So with a lot of the businesses we have in the valley, we've had some outreach to local businesses to come in and be the experts in these areas. To go back to the roots to teach them financial literacy, just life skills, general, even basic auto mechanics. You see many people on the side of the road kind of staring at their tire, like, what do they do? My stepmom was 82 years old when she passed, and I remember her telling me in school they taught about adjusting the balance of your car and things like that. Just very basic items to get you through. And we've lost that. I remember going through school not that long ago. None of that was ever taught to me, and I kind of wish some of it was. And so we're really focusing on emphasizing that as well, alongside with the arts program. When we discuss the practical, 64% find it very important. 22% find it somewhat important, but what we discovered is a lot of people don't understand what the practicum is. And as we had that discussion and tell them the experiences we've had and what our goal is, it seems to be much more favorable to communities out there. Lastly, one of the things we talked about is enrolling children in a classical education, which to me, when we initially had these conversations, it was foreign to me. 32% are very likely, 42% somewhat likely, but what we're finding 74% of all respondents are positive towards a classical education background. Now we're going to introduce ourselves. So,
Okay, so I am Katie McKay. I am also the founder of Keystone Academy and chairman. And I have a bachelor's in vocal pedagogy. I have a master's in music education with K through 12 certification. I have taught for 18 years at Thomas Edison Charter School South Campus up in Cache Valley. We did have ninth grade for a while until they opened up some of the. I taught for 18 years there, music full time. I've loved it. It's been my passion. And for years and years, I said, why doesn't somebody start a high school? Because there's not a high school in Cache Valley that focuses on the arts. And so I kept saying that, and nobody ever did it. And I just retired this last year. So in October, I just decided if nobody else is going to do it, I am going to try. And it's been my vision. So I also have been married for 53 years and have grandkids and great grandkids who have gone through the charter school system. Probably have a belief and a confidence. And that's part of my passion. Also, I chose my board. I put out some things through my school to apply for people to apply. And I had 9 or 10 interested. I interviewed 7 and I chose these 4 wonderful people. And the reason I'm so excited about them and so happy to work with them is because of the diversity. I love diversity. I like innovation. I like different ideas. Tom comes from a background where he's taught in Colorado for 30 years, high school. Nick is a skilled laborer. He's been out in the world. He's a wonderful skill person plus community oriented. Betty has been at our school as a chairman, PO chairman and aide and different things. So she and a parent and grandparent that has kids at our school. Pamela is a parent, does a lot of work with, well, she'll tell you about herself. But anyway, they're diverse and Nick comes from Delaware, which I think is awesome. He brings in different aspects. So we work well together. And so I appreciate this opportunity and we're excited to get this high school going.
So as Katie alluded, I'm Nick DeSalvo. I'm the co-chair of the board here. I did come from Delaware 2 years ago, in about 2 weeks. When we moved here, I was essentially kind of throwing a dart at the map. My wife came in one day and said, I need a change. We need a change. So we went somewhere better for our family. We ended up in Utah, more specifically Cache Valley, just based off of where I found work. With that being said, I'm a proud parent of a charter school student. My daughter currently goes to Thomas Edison. When we moved from Delaware, she went to Sussex Academy. When we moved here, we really wanted to get her back to a charter school, because we liked the concept of not necessarily public education, but the focus and the emphasis that the rigorous education program they had. We found Thomas Edison. There was one spot left when we moved here. My daughter got that spot. But since she moved here, she went from not really liking to read, and this is probably the biggest thing I found, but she didn't like to read when we moved here. Now she loves it. She lays in bed with a book, goes to sleep with a book, and it's really been a drastic change for her. The opportunity came up to serve on the board, and I was ecstatic to apply because I want to be able to help be a part of the future for my daughter, as well as the other kids that are in the community and raising up. I went to vocational high school. I'm a welder by trade. With that being said, I came out with a technical diploma as well as far as the trade school goes. With that, I started college. I decided it wasn't for me. But through the years, I've opened steel fabrication shops. I've been in the project management aspect for the last 10 years. I do a lot of school buildings, a lot of commercial construction, budgeting, a lot of things that I wasn't necessarily taught in school, but I kind of learned in the real world aspect and I'm able to bring to the table. My other passion is serving the community. I've been a first responder since I was 16 years old. Currently serve Cache County Search and Rescue and the fire company there as well. So when I see something like this, I'm passionate about it. I jump into it, and that's really what drives me to be here to help make this a better future for our community.
My name is Pam Budge, and I'm a parent, and I love learning from the classic primary sources. That's kind of what I've been doing myself the last several years. I feel like learning from people about people in history from their own words or as close to their own words as possible has just deeply impacted my life. I've learned how to understand people in the past and to understand people in the present. I've learned what courage is. I've learned what wisdom is because I've seen it. And that's the type of education that I really want for my children. And I feel like this school can give that to them, along with the other components that I think just adds to the strength of the school that I'm really excited about. I've had experience in finding like Utah law and state school board role. I've been watching the state legislature and state school board for about 10 years now. So I don't have it all in my head, but I know where that would be helpful. I think. Also excited to help with marketing. Hi, I'm Betty Samuelson. Like Katie was saying, I have been a classroom aide assistant in the charter school system with Thomas Edison. Actually, that's where I met Katie was in 2008 when I was hired on at the school that she just retired from. And I've served as a committee chair in different aspects on their governing board of their school. Love being involved with being able to help the students and the parents get more involved with the work that we saw fit there. I was also the president-elect for a year and a half. And during that year and a half, I had to support our president at that time because she was going through difficult health issues. And I ended up taking over for her and ended up finishing out her half a year as the president and then followed back into the president position for another year of that. Sorry. And just knowing the background and the knowledge of how a governing board works and being able to see what it does for students and seeing that they can become great potential leaders. I just wanted to be a part of that. And I've been able to see that in my own children. My youngest attended Thomas Edison Charter School from second grade up to 8th grade. And then she went into the public system and kind of got lost in that aspect of it. So I have a real passion that to help make sure these kids, you know, in this aspect are future leaders, for our real world and, um,
I'm Tom. Been in education for a while. I retired from Colorado schools about 10 years ago, but then I jumped back in. I saw my first makerspace at the Salt Middle School. Your shop teaching science and math. So I've been involved in STEM outreach the last 10 years. That's where this Martian greenhouse thing came from. And I'm very passionate about it. We're on our 6th year. Folks surrounding it are amazing. The woman that runs it's a flight controller at Johnson Space. We have the cream of the crop. They let me be on the board, just to have that outline. But one of the things that seeing with kids is what do they love? What do they like? And at Battle Mountain High School, I was a quasi administrator, so I was helping teachers as the mentor, I guess. But I had to do evaluations, which I really didn't like. But I got the art people, and I taught social studies. And we team taught within social studies quite a bit. Then when I was with the art people, it's like, man, I want to team teach with these guys because we had some kids that didn't like school. And but they loved art. And then I worked with athletics for a long time. And it's the same thing. We had kids in athletics who they went to school to be eligible so they could play. And that was their driving thing. And I was like, hey, let's bring all these things together and teach them up with their math and their science within what their passion is about. Give it a confidence and a connection. So I'm not an expert on anything, but I've seen this work. And, you know, we have an advantage where we are with Utah State right there. School. And then real strong, we're new to the area, 5 years now. And then the emphasis on music is so important. We're noticing here in Utah. Now it's brain development, which is huge. And the guy from UCLA, who's spacing his name right now, he said, man, get every kid in a music class right now. And then one of our leaders in Martian Greenhouse was like, get a soldering iron in every kid's hands right now. And, so we kind of have an advantage to do both. But the other thing that's cool is we have the Space Dynamics Lab right down the street. Okay, with them with this. So, anyways, love to talk further with anybody with our outreach with that because it's pretty neat and it's gotten more momentum. Thank you.
Excellent. Very exciting to hear each of you and what's brought you to this project. It's very clear that you're passionate and that each of your individual skill sets definitely adds to the strength of the board. I'm sure that we have some questions and comments from board members. I have some thoughts as well. I would like to open it up to my board members to begin. And with that board, we just adjusted time. We're doing okay. We'll still have time in just a little bit for lunch. Oh, and if I may, I want to formally welcome Rod Hall. I'm glad you were able to come in, being a little stealth. And Rod is our USBE liaison, and much more than that, just a fantastic addition to our board, of voice and presence. So thank you for being here. I'm glad you could make it. Appreciate it. So back to the board. Questions, comments for Keystone. Great, please.
I'll just start first by saying, I really love your mission and vision. I have one of my children has been deeply involved in marching band throughout the years, and it's been something my husband and I were involved in growing up too, and fun to relive that with her. This last summer, she was in drum corps with Utah's own battalion, and we took a week and went along with them on their journey, and it was a perspective changing experience for me because you really, I mean, if any of you have ever seen drum corps, it's amazing to see them perform, but what's even more amazing is to see how they live and practice over that summer of very little sleep, very hard work, and incredible passion and good attitudes and respect. So I just say that and saying, I am a true believer in what you said about taking music classes and really, the arts. If that's it for your child, it is such an important part, can be such an important part of their lives and learning a true, real work ethic and culture and character building. So I love that that's a part of what this school is striving to provide. I do have, and I hope it's not ticky-tacky, but I have a few questions that came to my mind from your proposal that may have very simple answers, and maybe you've answered it in here and I missed it. My first one is where you talk about having a 4-day school week. With that 4-day school week, how are you planning to still meet the required 180 days of school?
I had worked it out, and I think I put it in the schedule, my proposal, I had worked it out, I had counted up the hours and counted up the days and everything, and I made it work. That was with an hour on Friday. But I didn't realize until we had our mock interview that we would have to take attendance for that hour. So we are kind of thinking about that, revamping that. Pamela had some other comments on that question.
We have considered a waiver, but we haven't made it. And wanted to look at other charter schools that are like ours, but in the survey that we did, it was overwhelmingly positive for that 4-day plus a flexible Friday. So we kind of considered just having a 4-hour Friday, also. And there's benefits to those things, like if you're, attracting teachers, so they have an extra day to work on their plans. Also for tutoring for the students and work on projects.
And I think one of the biggest things to really understand is there are 2 charter high schools in Cache Valley. One is Fast Forward, which I taught at for a year before I went to Thomas Edison. And I tried to create a music program there and did a musical with the high school kids. But they don't have any music now and haven't for years. So it's, I live at school where kids that struggle a lot kind of come together to be a family because they don't have a family life, so to speak. And then the other charter school is NTech, which her son just graduated from, and it's excellent. It is an excellent school and has high ratings, but it has no art. And so for my students, considering my students coming from the charter school, 8th, 9th grade, going into high school, many of them have had wonderful experiences in the arts in these big high schools. We have 5 big high schools and they're almost maxed out. And so, that's great for them, but a lot of them have dropped out in orchestra, band, or whatever, because the schools are too big. So wanting something small and personable that focuses on the art and gives them all the other things that they might need is really important. And that's what I've been seeing for a lot of years, is my students don't have anywhere to go other than the big high school.
Yep, that's helpful. And you do need to keep that requirement. And I'm glad to hear you've already started to make sure that you're meeting that requirement. Yes, thank you. Then just my other question, and this is probably just an oversight, but just the details matter here. Under graduation requirements, you don't have the 4 credits of English listed.
Oh.
And also there's that was it. Actually, I had another one, but then I just seen it. So just make sure, like I said, it's a detail, but it's an important.
Yeah.
So
I thought I did, so.
Thank you.
Great.
May I jump in, Chair?
Yeah, please.
I love Cache Valley. Ms. Budge, my parents are buried in the Paradise Cemetery, just a stone's throw from your house. I love the idea. I think it's great. And I loved hearing from you and hearing you present today a lot more than I loved reading your application. I thought the application was vague. It read like it was written on ChatGPT. You know, when you read to the very end of the application, it's written like in the third person as a suggestion that a new charter high school could effectively serve the evolving needs, or it could do this. And to me, it just didn't sound, it didn't read well. And if you're to advance beyond today, I think you need to take a close look at really studying and writing, filling out an application that's collaborative, that really explains what your idea is. The application's not even signed. So I have concerns about the application. It just seems to me to be incomplete, even though the idea seems great. But like I say, I really enjoyed hearing from all of you today and hearing that you do have different backgrounds and experiences. I think you could still fill out the board with some more experience in some key areas. I think that would be very helpful. And just another quick comment. I just want to make sure that, and this may sound really ticky-tack, but I do want to make sure that you as a board understand that it's not, I mean, Ms. McKay, I heard you say it's my board, my school, my idea. If that's the plan, this is never going to work. This cannot be a school of one. It cannot be a board of one. You all are stakeholders, not for Ms. McKay and her game plan. You're stakeholders to hold in trust the opportunity. You are board members to hold in trust for the stakeholders, you know, the students, the families that are participating in your school, to make sure they're well looked after. It's not yours. It's not yours. It's your collective opportunity to serve as stakeholders. So I was a little bit put off by that, but I'll just take that as pride and a great idea that you're very passionate about. So
You may be nervous.
I don't want to be too critical about it, but just keep that in mind as you move forward. I would build out your board a little bit more, but I much enjoy hearing all of you today and having you all participate.
Can I comment on that as well? So we've met many times since this application was written as well. Part of what we envision doing to balance out, as you mentioned, the board, how it represents the stakeholders, is essentially may not be the right term, but members at large who are parents of the community are serving on the board to help ensure that the board is driving this in direction of what the community's needs are, or what they feel the needs are. And we've also had the discussion of potential non-voting member, like your student, senior member on the board to represent the students, to bring some feedback from the classrooms and the kids, as well as be a voice back to the students to kind of what's happening. So we recognize that. We've had those discussions, as well as finding somebody that's more of an accountant or financial background to serve on here as well. So yes, it is very much understood, and we have since had those discussions since the application was filled out. So
Yeah, great.
we're
great
aware of
idea.
that, working on that.
Great,
Thank you.
great. Thanks, Chip.
Can I ask some questions?
Please.
And maybe some statements too? So to be candid, the top of my notes here are my likely no, is how I started this. But like Vice Chair Olson, I think what you presented today and the way you presented this in person has built my confidence up quite a bit. I also would have some critiques of your application. I really looked at kind of the demand profile and it was really just some kind of almost cursory information about Cache County. It didn't really give me any confidence that there are actually families seeking this out. Now, intuitively, I'm a believer in the arts. I'm a believer in that, and I know Cache Valley well enough from a distance to know that community really embraces the arts, and I liked it. And I don't see another alternative other than large high schools up there to do this. I think you're right. So I'm inclined to anecdotally believe there are, students out there that would seek this out. But I'm also confused because I heard you lead with performing arts. Your application kind of leads with classical. And then I read about STEM, and now we've thrown in STEAM. So again, we're kind of we're just kind of broad, we're gonna have everybody here. I really want to know today, because I've gone from likely no to I'm on the fence. So I'm really, I would really like to hear. It's not that you can't do classical and performing arts, but I hear performing arts, classical, STEAM, STEM, and I know that's all related, but tell me in just like, if we were in the elevator, what is the lead? Why do you want kids to come to this school? What is the experience? Is it one of those more than the others? Is it really all of those? Can you just help me understand that, any of you?
This one, or, well, so the school I went to was a vocational high school, so essentially half of my day was spent on traditional education. The other half was spent on my welding background. So my freshman year, we went through and we had a bit of an experience of every offering that the school had. We had to fill out an application, we had to apply for the shop, and we had to attend it. And one of the classes I also had my freshman year was a music class where I went in, it was essentially a free range class, like, and I don't mean it in a bad way, kind of, I wish it was a little bit more structured, but ultimately, myself and other students, we got together. I'm a percussionist, background, but I learned to play saxophone, trumpet, clarinet. It was through, I would say, student led, but we wanted to go to a class, so we went to the class and we worked hard just to better ourselves and our skills. And as we've discussed, the format of kind of, you're hitting all your core curriculum classes, English, sciences, maths, et cetera, but we're allowing time to build onto the STEM part of it, because you have to have some of that background to, I mean, as soon as you get out of high school, you want to be able to be self-sufficient, if you choose not to go to college. But this is a stepping stone to essentially the pathway. And as mentioned earlier, we do have access to Utah State for student teaching of various different backgrounds. We have Space Dynamics, we have Blackstone, we have a lot of companies that have been founded there that our goal is to have them come in and partner with the school, as well as not just STEM, but as far as collaborate and essentially offer internships to students while they're finishing out maybe their senior year. And the way my school worked it out is I finished an English class my senior year, and at that point we had achieved all of our 4 classes required for graduation. So I just started calling into school. I was going to work, and my work credits went towards my education. And I don't know how that differs to Utah, education requirements. But I think that is, our discussion, that's kind of the end goal, is to tie that STEM in classical background of your core classes to develop a full rounded education. Feel free to jump in, Tom.
STEM is a mess nationwide, and I've visited a lot of people. Classic, what I love about this classic piece is it teaches first principles thinking. It should be fundamental in any STEM discipline, discipline, but they have to cross over. You have to have specialists, but you have to have generals too. So this allows, our Friday Flex Day allows us to work life skills, and look at how kids complement live their math and their science with, in this case, it's Martian greenhouse. It could be a number of different things. But I look at like the music piece, it's just like football practice, all these players are coming out of Florida, out of a football school. I think they have a foundational piece besides football practice to get some academics going as well. So that's kind of, I think they complement each other. And there's everybody talks about, we got to de-silo. It's a great way to de-silo and get math out of its tube and out there.
Thank you. Can I follow up there? Your founding, I think your corporate documents have a specific mention of 5 board members. So does one or more of you intend to become a full-time employee of this school? Do you all anticipate being? That's a yes. We anticipate being on board.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, and I just echo, I think that you've got a good group here. I think you could benefit from some additional expertise I don't know if your corporate documents, and maybe I didn't read it correctly, but it said specifically 5, so. You
But
might
I
just want to
agree
think
that-
about adjusting that, or adding an advisory board, or,
Right.
you know, so forth. Non-voting member, board members it's tricky. I'm not personally as high on that, but nonetheless.
So we're looking for a financial person.
Okay.
Thank you for those
Could I-
questions. Yeah, please.
Could I just follow up, because I think the question I heard was, tell us what you're really gonna focus on, and the answer I heard was, we're gonna focus on all this. And I think just, I would caution you as a small high school, that will be really difficult to have, you know, a lot of, and kids, high school kids will be interested in arts, they'll be interested in STEM, they'll be interested in voc ed, and they could have the stamina to do several different things. But as I would say, first thinking of licensure of your teachers, that you're gonna need to have at a high school level to do all that is, for a small high school, is gonna be very tough.
And we recognize
And
that.
it's gonna really be hard to do either, any of those things really well.
And like we've talked, we may have to just pin it down, you know, in the beginning, depending on how many students we have. You know, and their interests, we might have to pin it down smaller to begin with and then hopefully grow to where we want to be. I mean, this is the big picture as far as.
I think you mentioned it, well, like, so the core curriculum would be the classical. That's laying the foundation of knowledge, not where they're learning all the principles. And then the electives and the projects and things, will be where they apply.
Excellent. Thank you, board members, for your questions. I think just to echo or reinforce a little bit of what I've been hearing, definitely I would agree that all, just counting one more time, all 5 of you being here today was incredibly beneficial. I think it added a human element to the application that was, and just more detail that we didn't necessarily pick up from the application itself. I do think there's great feedback in terms of adding expertise from accounting to legal advice on the board would be really beneficial. And then also to this very wide scope of what you're trying to do. I think there's definitely a need, and you've articulated that for the Cache Valley area. So I definitely appreciated that. I am concerned about the scope and just being able to put all of those pieces together and do it effectively and in a high school environment where you are competing. Not that matter. No, let me retract that. But just where you're going to be in a space with other larger schools, not that matters, but that will have easier access, as you were saying, to offering all of those options. Doesn't necessarily detract, but will just add to the organization that needs to be present in order to be able to run a successful. So with that, I think we've gotten some, I know this is, I would agree, yeah, full transparency, I came in feeling one way. I'm definitely still on the, I'm on the fence in full disclosure, and unless some other board members have some other comments, I think there's incredible potential, and there's potential to really tighten the application, working with staff to ensure that those pieces are present, and that really, because to have an effective high school model of what you're trying to do really needs to be very thought out.
May I make
Yes.
one more comment,
Yes,
Chair?
please. And then, yes.
These are all excellent thoughts. I just want to remind all of us about why we're here today as a
True.
board. I mean, what our specific goal is with these applications. The goal here, as I understand it, is to decide the question, is this a school that I want to hear more about? Do I have some interest in hearing more details? mean, if I were to vote today on whether to approve this as a charter school, I would vote no, just because the application, I don't think is terribly strong and compelling. However, I think what I've heard today is and it's helped a lot just listening, is something that I'm more interested in hearing about. But for this charter school to fly the next go round, it would require a lot of thought to a more cohesive message. I mean, for example, just going to Member Biesinger's question, I don't know that either of you really answered his question specifically. I enjoyed your comments. I thought they were helpful, but that would be an extremely long elevator ride to be able to give that elevator pitch. And I don't think it would work. You'd lose the person's interest because we're still stuck with the question, what exactly is your game plan? What exactly does the school look like? I still am not really sure. But what I love is the idea of filling a need in Cache County where I think there is a need. And I'd love to see you guys go forward and figure out how to address that need. Because in my opinion, your application doesn't really fully, coherently, cohesively answer that question. But I still see great potential. And I'm interested in seeing what you can put together. But it still requires a bit of a tall order with what lies ahead. I'm confident, though, in working with our leadership as a board, our staff, you can refine that into a nice cohesive game plan. So I'd be inclined to have you move forward today. But with all of those caveats, and we would expect you to be sensitive to those as you try to turn this into a final executable game plan. Anyway, those are just. some quick
That was
thoughts
excellent,
before-
Vice Chair. Thank you for that. I needed that reminder for a moment. So I really appreciated that. And and your narrative, because that really, really I think taps into how I'm feeling as well. So board, with that, I would ask for a motion this time.
So I'll make a motion with a comment right after. I'll comment before. I don't know if you can do that, but I'll do it. I'm impressed with this group. I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt. So I'm going to motion that we move them forward to the full application in January. Having said that, I would go back and listen to what Vice Chair Olson just told you. To me, this is, you have a long ways to go. Now, I'm intrigued, and I think your community would benefit from this, but if you're inclined to move forward, I would, today, I can be comfortable giving you the benefit of the doubt. So I would motion we move Keystone Academy forward to full application in January.
Okay. A second. Okay, a second for Member Bassett. Any further discussion? Yes,
Could I
please.
just make a comment?
Yes.
It goes along with everything that's been said, but I think for you to be successful, so what I'm not looking for is just to fix the application so it reads better and sounds better. But for you to be successful and for your students to be successful, I think these questions have to be answered. And you have to really understand what you're doing and how you're doing it. And so I hope it goes beyond just writing an application, but actually thinking about what are we doing? And how can we merge the arts? Because I had the same problem, the arts. Well, where did this science thing come, and for you to be very focused for the elevator speech, so you understand what you're doing and how you're doing it. So you can communicate that to your students and so on, and they'll have a better experience if all those things work out. And including figuring out Friday, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. So I can support this motion, but I think there's a lot, and it's not just to present an application that we like better. It's for you to understand what you're really about.
Excellent. Agreed. This has been great. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are excited for you to put the pedal to the metal, that my dad used to say. So please work with our amazing team here to really help you all you know, with your application and to member Pulsifer's point of really having the conversation that's necessary too. So thank you so much. And we'll see you again in a few months.
Thank you.
Board, with that, we are going to now take a break for lunch and we are just gonna bump our time just about 10 minutes. So I know hey, it's like being in elementary school. You have 15 minutes.
You know how this works.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sharing. Right?
Get caught up time wise, but also honoring all of our schools that are here today. We're so grateful to see some familiar faces and some new faces.
Other people online too.
Yes, hello, everyone online. Good to see so many names, and Carrie, it's great to see your face. Just you're the one we can see at the moment, so thank you. Okay, I'm eating a mint just because we just had Mexican, so I apologize. Normally I would not, but it was just lots of stuff. So thanks everyone. It was delicious. Okay. So we are moving in. We have our next block of schools to review their proposals. We have Ripple Academy, the Dawn Institute, and Louisa May Alcott Community School. So with that, I'd like to invite Ripple Academy. If you could please come on up to the table, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, there's room. You can swing around for sure. Don't,
Yeah, please don't hesitate to.
yeah, slide all around that table. There's room.
Awesome. So good afternoon. Have you all prepared? Is there a video or slides? PowerPoint. Okay, excellent. So with that, I'm not sure if within the PowerPoint you would like to introduce your board members or if you're introduce yourselves, or you're welcome to introduce yourselves at this moment and then we can begin.
Yeah, let's introduce ourselves.
Sounds great.
Oh, I'm Holly Clegg. I'm a new board member as of August.
Wonderful.
Melvin Rodriguez, also fairly new, but yeah.
Excellent.
You guys want to tell them what you do?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm a partner at an architecture firm down in Utah County, Provo.
Great.
I've been doing construction architecture for
Awesome.
Mother of 5, and I've been in the Alpine School District as a professional educator and at Canyon Grove Academy.
Excellent. Thanks.
I'm Irene Summers. I'm the board chair. I currently work at a private school that is for neurodivergent students, and so I'm the academic director there.
Antonio Castillo, a graduate from the charter school in Los Angeles, Renaissance Arts Academy. I was their first graduate. I've been in education since 2005. Directed, I've coordinated, worked at UCLA for the Graduate School of Education, Informational Science. My background is special ed, conduct gang prevention, intervention, community schools. What else? Restorative justice. Anyway, but yeah, I worked in Provo School District from 2008 to 2016. Went back to Renaissance 2016 to 2018. Got on to UCLA in 2018. Worked with some of my heroes, Pedro Noguera, Dr. Howard. But yeah, I got back in Utah back in 2020. Able to work at Alpine to create some of their initiatives. Oh, I'm a business owner as well, so I own some coffee shops and roast coffee in Utah County. That's what I'm doing now.
Curious. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, right on.
Mine's not going to be nearly as long as Sarah Barr. And I'm an educator, because I've been a teacher for 6 years and enjoyed especially early childhood education, so kindergarten, first grade, and enjoyed further learning as well as I pursued reading endorsement and other learning.
Awesome.
Jason Ayu, board member, also treasurer for me. 10 years at BYU right now. I'm the associate athletic director, BYU football academics, as well as the Hope for Life program, which oversees all student athletes. I'm also a coach, coach all levels, coach at University of Utah, BYU, Snow College, Little League, high school, you name it. Love education. I think currently I'm a bishop, the Samoan board in Eagle Mountain, so I'm really particular about education opportunities for young people to learn and to grow. This is really important to me. So thanks for having me here and taking the time to meet with us today.
It's our pleasure. Thank you all so much for coming in for those introductions. At this point, we can turn it back to you for a brief, and we're going to be mindful just, Marie, was there a time that we did share about the presentations, or just being mindful of, did we tell the schools a certain time period for the presentation? 5 minutes. Okay, great. So we'll, just keep that at the back of your brain as you're just presenting, and then we'll open up for discussions and action.
Okay, I'm not the most technical, so I have it on my phone here as well as on my computer, and so, oh, my computer's right here. Want that? So,
the Zoom link I sent you, you wanted it into Zoom.
Okay.
And then there's a green button that says share.
Okay, perfect. How about, if you guys are okay with this, I'm okay, we could stand without the presentation. If you guys want to dive into questions, and then if I can figure out the tech.
Okay.
While we're doing it, so I don't take up any time. I know
That
you're
sounds
short on it.
great. Thank you for being flexible.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm okay if we just keep going and then I can figure it out. You want to do that?
Yeah, well, what we've been doing is schools have been presenting, so if you want to share, I know, you'd like to share some background information or just
Okay.
what would you like us to know about
Okay.
Ripple Academy just in 5 minutes? And then from there we can add or ask more in-depth questions based on that presentation or others that we have based on the application.
Okay.
I think it would be good to have this.
Okay, okay.
Was it you?
It should be in there. Yeah, she just sent it to me. Yeah. Good job, thank you.
Oh, and I'm assuming nobody was online that was associated with Ripple.
Carlos,
Oh,
Yes.
with Ripple, yeah.
Probably.
Okay, so what,
Introduction.
would you like to introduce yourself, just briefly?
Hi.
Oh, you're welcome, just, would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, my name's Carlos Alaco. I'm a board member with the Ripple Academy.
Wonderful, thank you, thank you for being here. Carlos, do you want to tell them what you currently do?
Sorry?
Do you want to tell them what you currently do? I don't know if we've heard that.
My current position here is I'm Associate Director for Global Engagement at UVU. I'm also an adjunct instructor of geography. So I love working with students and sort of getting them to think and to learn about new things.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Carlos. Okay, great. Thank you. Effort, thank you. Okay, so we decided to present live to you as we show you our screen. So we're Ripple Academy. Our main pillars are learn, live, and lead. We believe that life itself is education. Through everyday practice of our pillars, learn, live, and lead, we weave real life into intentional education every day.
There was the audio's been tough today.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Just please, thank you. I'm so grateful we're not being judged on our ability to present. So at Ripple Academy, our goal is to prepare students for life through authentic real-world learning experiences. Here is our Ripple town. It's a simulated town within our school. Students practice learned skills in the Ripple room, a rotating set transformed into a bakery store and more. The research says experiential learning increases engagement and retention, aligned with the RISE career exploration theory. And so we'll go into that in just a little bit. We believe that impact students gain essential skills to thrive now and in their future. Every month we are excited to bring this to our community members within the area that we have proposed to bring our school to open it up for showcases for families, as well as allowing other students within our community and families and groups to come and utilize our simulations. So our Ripple town turns hallways into streets, classrooms into shops, and the center into a thriving town. Every lesson becomes an experience.
So through our real world simulations, a simple math sheet, all of you have been in a classroom. So that teacher teaching in the very front, teaching you how to add 1 + 2. Now we're taking it beyond the worksheet. We're incorporating real life skills as well as the vocabulary that goes along with it and giving our students experience to put those skills into real life situations and practice. I'm going to pause so you can kind of take that slide in.
Can I add on?
Yes, please do.
Back on that first slide, it said the words learn, live, and lead. And so we see this enabled in this life-based education model, where students are not just learning in the classroom and taking a test on it. They're not just reading about the curriculum. They're learning it in the classroom and then being prepared to do it, to live it in a role play based model and through the Rippletown experiences that we provide. So when you see these two sides here, you see the academic side here, that's their classroom learning, but they're taking it to the next level. They're doing it, they're getting to simulate it, they're getting to apply it. And that's going to help them to be more prepared to apply it in their life. They've had practice applying it. All right, so I just want to add on to that.
We're using Holland's RISIC model and learning styles. So Holland comes up with RIASEC. So I'm going to skip through this one. Sorry. So it's connecting academics to real world experiences, offering multiple pathways for engagement, creating student-driven, interest-based projects. So as many of you have been educators or in a classroom where you don't necessarily always align with the way the teacher is teaching, it's not grasping your attention, you're not understanding it. Here we recognize every student's strength and the way they learn: realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. But not only are we going to address that in the way we teach and present to our students, but we're using those as a way to bring it into our classroom in these real world simulations. So every simulation activates all 6 pathways. No child is lost in. Community connection. Rippletown invites local professionals, families, and schools to join in learning. Partnerships create authenticity and trust. And then our academic alignment standards. We use our standards to help us drive our lessons that go into our simulation that eventually leads to pathways beyond the classroom. So we believe that our ripples give students opportunities to literally find pathways that can help them have the hopeful things that they love, and we're actually giving them the tools to create those. Aligned with the Utah core standards and extended in real life. Why this design? Our school mirrors real life. From the second our students step into the building, they're going to feel like they're in a town made for them. That classroom learning in the classroom, as soon as they open their door, they'll recognize, oh my goodness, we were doing math in class on a worksheet, and now I'm in our school town and I can see how it applies. So instant application of learning, career exploration built in, and SEL through community living. Rippletown is designed to erase the line between school and life by transforming hallways into streets, classrooms into shops, and the center into a thriving town. Every lesson becomes an experience. Students instantly apply what they learn, explore every career pathway, and practice living in community. The design itself teaches our philosophy that life itself is education, making learning intentional, meaningful, and unforgettable every single day. And here is a model of what our school could look like with our amazing architect.
Thank you. No, thanks. I was having a moment where I was like, wow, I remember in the Galleria.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So it's just, thank you for that. I was just having a.
Yes, no, you're good.
Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to see you again.
Thank you. I'm excited to be back, and it's very comforting to see faces that I recognize. And so I appreciate the smiles today and the encouragement and knowing people on the other side of the table. So I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Of course, of course. I'm sure that board members have some questions and comments regarding your application. I know that you've had an opportunity to work with staff and really refine your ideas from where we were a year ago. So thank you again for doing that. Board members, questions or comments for Ripple Academy? Anyone like to start?
I'll start.
Okay, thank you.
Well, welcome back. So good to see you.
You too.
I would love to hear about the board dynamic. If there was, I think that today is really for me about kind of board competency and board interview. And I'm grateful to already hear kind of board voices. I think we've articulated that, especially Vice Chair Olson earlier. But for me, it's comforting. I really want to know, like, is one person lifting and everybody else kind of a silent partner, or how are we lifting together? And it's the latter there that I think really is an important foundation for the school. I'd like to hear from just various board members that are inclined for a moment to help me be better acquainted with how is this board working together? How are you bringing your expertises together? And how is that being done? Because I think this board's a little different than it was a year ago, and I'm guessing you're here this year. Maybe you've already stated your conclusion. So I'd love to just hear some things about that from various board members.
Yeah, I can go first, probably. So yeah, I'm an architect, construction architecture-based sort of career on there, but I've also done the last 12 years nonprofit in education as well. Not necessarily that it's education-based, but it was the one that I was able to start with when I first started. I mean, that's my true passion, kind of like social entrepreneurship. But I dove into architecture because of the blend of like where we're at in the world at any time with what we're trying to learn at the same time. So creating spaces. My first degree that I was going for was landscape architecture. So like I was really interested in saying like, well, how can I put all the outside, as you're walking through it, roads and pathways and gardens and parks and everything, and how that related to it. But then it led me directly into architecture, which that's what I am now. And I've lots of experiences on being able to like how buildings and the way that we've structured everything really help just change the perspective on people's environment, their ideas, their opinions, their attitudes, which is it's really big. And then I paired that a lot with a lot of the nonprofit work that I've done. I have my own nonprofit that I've ran last decade, working in Utah County, and seeing how that really affects the different aspects of how people kind of do things with that. And with the experience that I've had, like I've gone as big as I'm working right now with the Smith Entertainment Group, building new hockey stadiums and working with the Olympic Committee, preparing for the new Olympics, doing some new buildings in Utah for that, all the way down to a bathroom remodel for a major. Like it's the experience of seeing how even the tiniest space to the largest thousands of people that are going to enter, of seeing how that creates the experiences that change. And so this concept is awesome for me because I get to see how I can directly apply my environment to my learning, and seeing how that just really changes things. And then implementing technology, implementing strategy, implementing actual research, thinking power that comes from education into it, and then transforming that into something that could be impactful for a subset of
I got that. So I'm Holly. So what I bring to the board, hopefully in the past 2 years at this other charter school that I've been over there, they're hybrid learners. So
Which school were you at?
Canyon Grove Academy.
Okay. What's your
where
capacity there?
it's called Epic Program Supervisor.
Okay.
So
You work with Jana? You work with Jana?
Jana,
Jana
she
Stout?
runs the other program.
Okay.
So she does the Discovery and Innovations,
Cool.
just helping more those students that want more of a hybrid experience. They want that flexibility, helping them be accountable, helping make sure that, they provide evidence of learning, that type of thing, being able to this program as well, where students can come and participate in the simulation, but do some of the learning out. So helping balance that, having other educators know how to do that, and parents know without.
So for me, like my experience, graduating and working in charter schools, Los Angeles, and working working at UCLA has helped me kind of with some tools, a little extra tools. So, when Renaissance was expanding back in 2018, I was, doing some grassroots community outreach. We were, turning into K-12, and before it was a 6 to 12. I was able to successfully recruit, students in the community, right, by having informational meetings at the library, connecting with city officials, connecting, with business owners, just everyone around the community. I was able to successfully recruit, students and families for Renaissance Arts Academy back in 2018. 2020, when I was at UCLA, UCLA adopted, there's two, university assisted community schools. One is RFK, Community School. And then in 2018, they opened up Man UCLA Community School. So I was there supporting their recruitment as well. In South Los Angeles, so in Florence and Western, I was able to successfully recruit families, into the higher grades as well. So we were 6 or 9, and we're just kind of just growing. So I was there recruiting, working with the community as well. Moving forward, when I got here in 2020, there's a Partnership for Student Success Grant done at USBE. I was able to.
Just because of time.
Okay,
So sorry.
cool. Sorry, fine, cool.
I think just, it would benefit me to hear, what are you, I'm grateful for your
Yeah,
background.
yeah, okay, cool.
What
What
do
am I
you
doing?
contribute to this board?
Perfect. So supporting the
Cater to
recruitment.
that.
So supporting the recruitment, I'm a behavioral specialist. I'm do I do family engagement for, Alpine School District. So I'm gonna be doing some family engagement, some recruiting, some PBIS. That's kind of what I'm bringing to the board. So just that, grassroots community outreach as well as some of the community outreach and community school model.
I'm so grateful for your background.
That's important. That's good, man. I think that's.
I really, I hope, I don't want to come across.
No, that's not good. I understand. We have time. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think what I bring to this school is a little bit of my heart is here because of the why, about why we're doing this. We're doing it for the kids because we believe that this will benefit them. We believe that this idea is going to help kids learn and grow. I mean, like, why am I a teacher? Because I love seeing children learn, right? And as a teacher, you're constantly looking at your practice, you're constantly looking at how you can improve, what you can do better next lesson, what these kids need, right? How to best support them. And through meeting with different people and as we've collaborated together, we just believe that that's going to help children. And they're going to enjoy it, they're going to be engaged, they're going to benefit them. So that's why I'm here, just because that's why I'm in education. Because I care about the students, I care about the families and the community, and anything that can help them to be more prepared for a better life, or for even just be engaged in a community in a positive way.
Yeah, and I think as you can see, this is a unorthodox board. We have a lot of real life experiences, real world, real life experience that we're bringing to the table. At BYU, I just said, this is one experience why this is so important to me. I had a football player that just graduated from Brigham Young University. The opportunity to go play on an NFL football team. That career was short-ended. Came back just this past week and asked me, Jay, I don't even know what I'm doing for the rest of my life. What are you talking about? What jobs are everybody doing? And I'm like, bro, what do you like to do? I don't even know what I like to do. And so there's a young man that grew up here in Utah, grew up in a very good home, 2-parent home. But his whole focus was on football and didn't really have any experiences outside. He thought his whole identity was tied to the sport that he played. And now he's married, he's having joy along the way, he has no clue on what he wants to do. So hopefully with what the model that we're trying to bring in, and all the different backgrounds and all of our experiences growing up in California, growing up all over the place, will help build a life experience model that should not only attract just the auditory learners or the visual learners, but also those that are very kinesthetic and need to touch and feel and be able to see it, for the application to be right now, not after. But right now, I can take the lesson that we're learning in our school, in our bakery, in our kitchen, and wherever it is, and take it home and apply it right now. So that they can hopefully have an opportunity to understand so that when they're done, graduate from Brigham Young University,
and don't have any opportunity to play football, they can say, I know exactly where I want to go and how I want to get there. Open the Brickball Academy, I feel very confident in Brickball Academy. The model, it's a little bit different, but the practicality and the application of what we're trying to teach, that the academic standards are still the same. It's just how we're presenting it, so it's more applicable to real life.
I will say, I want to compliment your board. And I love there's different hair color. I love there's different skin color. I love there's different states we're from. I think it's a really cool kind of bringing together. My last question, is the demand profile is something that I think is also key. How do we know kids are going to come to this school? It was pretty brief in here, probably too brief. Now, only so much space. Other than Saratoga Springs is growing like crazy, give me the elevator, if we're in an elevator, give me the answer as to why kids are gonna come to this school versus other choices.
I'm just gonna speak just real quickly from my end. The focus groups are just, I never like to take the cart before the horse. And so it's hard to really market what we're doing and what the plan is of what we're doing without, this is a whole different model. So without being able to say it without, with you're certain, this is how we're gonna move forward to what we're doing. But I think with the interviews I've had, that I've talked to people, just explaining just a real brief elevator model or a high-end model of what we're trying to accomplish, what our purpose is, and what we're trying, how we're going to try to teach our children. Very confident that the opportunity that Ripple Academy provides in this type of learning, it may not be for everybody. There is enough people out there in Eagle Mountain, Saratoga, that can speak very strongly on those two communities. This will be able to thrive just on the, and like I said, we have gone full bore on marketing and really having parent interactions, but the ones that I talk to, I can usually say pretty confidently that this is something that they need and they're looking for, and that they feel pretty confident.
And then just a sentence is, I think all of us are also deeply connected. So on my part, and again, separately from education or anything, just on private sector, I help design schools and all that kind of stuff. I have interested parties that are deeply connected to several counties, or just that would promote that kind of, or not promote, but giving me information of saying that like there's still a need. So I've designed just typical schools just in the state, and there's always a question of like, oh, I wish we could do this a little different and stuff. And there's a whole subset of just conversations that come from that, from administrators down to even communities. So the connection between it, I think, is deep. I feel confident that we have prominent networking there.
Clint, I want to go back to that question for you. It's hard when we're being asked a question that you want to see numbers attached. But I'm going to give you a very simple example, and I hesitate to bring up this example because you don't know me personally, but I'm telling you the city of Saratoga does, and so does Eagle Mountain, and so does. Yesterday, I was walking into Costa Vida and I saw one of my students. He's 9 years old and he was 5 years old when I taught him. I don't want to say his name, but I took a second glance and I was like, oh my gosh, how are you so big? So I was talking to his dad, and his dad asked me, what are you doing? I told him that I'm working as an academic director in Heber. I also told him about this exciting proposal opportunity that I was coming to. Now, this is one person and it's my word. But as soon as I get approved today, my word returned to numbers immediately. As soon as I left, I got a text from his mom. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're building, we're 1000% in. That is one person that saw me and knew me. Now, I'm not talking because I'm higher or better than anyone, because people know if you care, if you love their child, they want to be there. We have enough people on this board who have worked with kids day in and day out. We're not just somebody. We are the person these people come to when they need help. We are the person these people come to when they want support, when they have questions for their children. So I'm telling you something that does not have empirical evidence for you right this second. You approve me and I'll have it tomorrow. That is a guaranteed, solid promise. I have no hesitation in my mind. Just like I promised last year, I don't have the people that you see here now. It takes a phone call. And that's not who I am. It's the people I have surrounded myself with. I have surrounded myself with people who believe in a dream. They believe in bringing something different for our kids. From the second they walk into that building, those kids aren't only going to be in the town, they are the town. They run the town. They build the town. That is who I am. you're gonna have to trust me, but I only need one day for you to know that it's true. And I'm sorry, it's not empirical evidence for you, but it's not gonna be hard to get it. And I thank you, Clint, for giving me this opportunity to stand be on the horse and put myself up high, but I'm telling you, I'm not here. It was hard for me to leave last year, you guys, humbly. It's difficult. And every time I tried to talk myself out of coming back into this room, you know what I realized? I'm not here for you. I'm here for our kids. I'm here for my community. So I will stand up, stand tall, and scream it out loud from the rooftops. But I'm here for every single person's kid, and they know it. You want to know why? Because I live in their community and they know me. They know who I am. They know Irene Summers. They know Jason Ayu. They know Sarah Prestridge. They know Tony Castillo. They know every single one of us. No, I don't have the numbers, but that's not a problem. That's very minimal. So just trust me, I will do it. You don't have to. You did it last year, but you will this year. I can guarantee it. But I still love you.
If you get, hey, you even get more than one day. So you have, I mean, like 145 days.
Well, I think,
thank
all of us have been raised by a village. We're literally trying to create a village in school. And that's where I think it doesn't come in one race or color, one demographic. Come from a bunch of different backgrounds so that any student that walks in, we have people that are very connected to that person, that individual, how they were raised, culture. Like I said, like I raised them, I'm very confident. School being very viable.
If that's okay. Some unique things that I feel like this school brings in, that's just slightly different from other models, is I feel like we really address the why, right? Which is something I think students will really hit home for a lot of parents and a lot of students, because the question is asked often, why am I learning this? Why am I here? Why do I have to go to school, right? And so we want to hit home in our model the why. Like, you're going to use this and we're going to use it soon. We're going to have this experience. We're going to prepare you for this. And I don't know how many times I've sat through something where I've been learning something, and if you sit there and you're not going to do anything with it after, you're not as engaged. But if you know that you're going to have to present this after, or you're going to have to apply whatever's being presented, you're going to be more engaged in it. And same with the students. Like, when they understand, well, I'm going to have to apply this in our Rippletown coming up, they're going to be more engaged. And also, I think it's going to be more fun for them because they're in this town, this simulated experience. And I think that will resonate for a lot of parents and families. If the kid wants to be there, right? They're engaged. They're going to remember what they're learning more when they have an experience to attach to it. It's going to make an impact in their life. I think a lot of parents will resonate with that, and a lot of students will enjoy it. That's, I think, a unique fact is that.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for those questions. No shortage of passion, that is for sure, and that's coming from me, so I know. I just said. And I also too appreciate, I know that the board might have some other questions, and I'm mindful of our time here today. That it's very clear too that the feedback was received, and you can see this right here in front of us, right? This the different board that we can see here. Okay, I have some thoughts, but I'm just pausing mine. Other questions, I'm just looking at some other board members. Anything burning? Okay. I think this is exciting. I think this is I think it's exciting, and I love the idea of a life experience model. I think that really could be the focus of the application as you're thinking about kind of where you're grounding yourself. I think that could be just a great rock. I'm thinking about vice chairs. I'm thinking about your comments earlier, and that's just why I'm pausing. And I am curious and also want to see what is possible. I also I think that the feedback about the market analysis, I think, is well taken. I think that there's some significant work that would need to be done on that section of the application to really increase our confidence in the viability of the school, because even just what we're hearing and what's happening out in that area. Okay. Yes.
Can I have one additional comment?
Please.
Two of the things I forgot to mention was, it's actually, it's more than a preschool, it's kindergarten. I think it actually goes through fourth grade in Orem called Learning Tree, which does a slightly similar model. They don't go as full on as what we're looking for, but they have like a building where they have like a town inside all the kids. It's award winning as far as like I think one of the best like preschool sort of experiences there, in Utah County there. And so there's already some real world example of this. That is like, again, best of state. I don't know how many years in a row of this school where they built a whole little mini city for these preschoolers, kindergarten, first graders, I believe. And again, it's always full to capacity. My kid currently goes there. Well, both of my sons have gone there, and it's always been kind of a wait list situation trying to get in. And then second, on Saratoga, Eagle Mountain, all that area, I'm also deeply connected with like city councils and local governments just because of how I do work there with buildings and stuff. So there's a lot of connection with being able to talk to local officials of how we would integrate with education in those cities, be able to then recognize what the needs and how to get students in. So.
Excellent.
I wanted to say one more thing too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are all familiar with BizTown.
Yes, and that's what I was just thinking about that. Yes.
BizTown is my childhood dream world. I wanted to be, when I married my husband, back there, I said, I have like 4 careers that I'm dying to do. One of them was to be the checker at Smith's grocery store, because I was dying to scan and hear the bag. Another one was a teacher, which thankfully I got to be that. One was the actress. You guys know about my acting days from last year. And I can't think of the other one, but it was just all of these things that I was dying to put into application. And I just should really write the Smiths people for thanking them for letting us have self-check out, because that fulfilled the action. I know it's hilarious, but we used to line up our cupboards and like all of our food, and my sisters would come and I would back it for them. That simple thing was all I wanted to do in a real situation. And I got it like 15 years ago, so BizTown, I love that place, but only 5th graders can go for one day. And it's such an amazing opportunity. And so we want all kids to experience what I got to experience when Smiths decided to get those self-checkouts, but we want to apply it into our school. So I just want to bring up that model.
No, I appreciate that. And I would say based on this vote or what happens, I think that would also be another area of the application to really blow up, is that academic connection to the life experience piece. Because I mean, I hear you, and there's so much more that we need to be thinking about as educators and how we're making those connections between the core, right, and what we're doing in those scenarios. Okay. Board, would anyone like to propose a motion? Entertain a motion on it.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proposal for Ripple Academy. So it's of the application.
Great, thank you. Member Hutchings, is there a second?
I'll second that. Then I would like to make a comment.
But that sounds great. So we have a second from Member Biesinger, and it sounds like there is a little bit of discussion. Oh my goodness. This is, is anybody else a hand talker? You have probably seen, I've almost hit my shirt with my glasses, my hand, my hair. Then just got stuck in my shirt. About the
Shit at both ends.
Here we go. Anyway, Member Biesinger and then Vice Chair for discussion.
Similar to our last application, I think there is a lot of work to do here, but I believe there's a good team. If you get a yes, when you come back, I think, at least for me, and I suspect all of us are really gonna wanna know details. This is gonna be a good high level. It's a cool picture of a school, but we really are gonna need to know, like, how is this gonna work? Like, how's the webbing underneath the water gonna make the duck go? And, but I really like your backgrounds, and again, I think today is about kind of a board competency. So I'm comfortable with the threshold of let's let them come back with application. But I think this one has just a lot of work. I really want to have confidence that there is some data out there, not just anecdotal. And I think we have data of one, so I'm thankful for that. But there's some data out there about enough drivers. This is a very competitive landscape in a very competitive area where lots of really well-run, bright, aspiring organizations are trying to say, hey, we want those kids to come with us. And so we're going to be competing at a very high level. So I think my hope is that we have a very high level of a document that will complement kind of another round of interviews. And, but I think I just want to make it clear, for me at least, I believe in the foundational team here, but I'm looking for a lot of details because we just didn't have a chance to see it today, and it's okay that that's stage one. Just, so I hope you'll come back. That's my comment.
And I just want to clarify because I want to make sure that I have no stone unturned, so I want to make sure I answer this directly to you, Clint. So you're wanting to see how we're weaving in standards education curriculum into our life-based learning model.
Yeah.
I feel like it's also the structure too.
And I would just follow our staff. I think our staff's gonna give you guys good guidance on, hey, here's kind of what to do to fill out a really strong application. So I would just, I don't think it needs to be that much more complex than work with staff, and they're gonna give you kind of the markers.
If I could add to that, I'm glad that you have someone with experience in hybrid. You need to flesh that out a little more. What does that mean? There's lots of different flavors. What does that mean? And how are you going to? I will also say what excites me about this model is this has a real potential. I haven't seen an elementary that can really show how they're providing CTE experience. And so I think that could tying CTE into the elementary that can then go on to secondary. I think it's a great a strength to your application.
Excellent. Yeah, if I can just add, my initial game plan for today was to vote no, and it's really because the application's incomplete. There aren't background information sheets for any of the board members. The application's not signed. It's stuff like that. It's just incomplete. And it was so great to meet all of you and see, even though we don't have anything at all in the application about your backgrounds, which we really need, and you'll need in the final application, please. It's great to know about what you're bringing to the table. So I feel good about this moving forward, but I would echo what's been said, that more needs to be done to really build this out. So I would encourage you to do that, but I look forward to seeing what you have on.
Excellent point. Agreed. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the table for Ripple Academy to move forward with a full application. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yes, for
Come on now. Thank you so much for your support. And Clint, you'll be one on that. Just so that you.
Well, you can have more than one day, but you don't have 6 months. You gotta kind of like.
I got it. I got it. Yes, see you tomorrow. Thank you. Sarah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're gonna be with you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, this is going.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and welcome the Dawn Institute to the table, please.
Thank you very much. Yes. Andy. Fix my day hearing that.
Oh, everyone. Okay, just gonna break the wheels on the bus, go round and round. Yeah. The Dawn Institute. Welcome.
I'm texting everybody that's on.
Sounds great. So I know we've
Let
got
them know
some
that-
folks on Zoom.
Perfect.
And thanks, board, as we continue to move on. Vice Chair had to step out. He had some other professional obligations this afternoon, but we still have enough board members for our votes, so I feel comfortable and confident with that. And excellent. So why don't we begin with I'm guessing this is your video that we see that's about to
Yes.
how about, would you like to introduce yourself and then we'll jump into your video?
Yes, I'm Wendy Allman, and we are here for the Dawn Institute.
Excellent, wonderful. And there's some folks online as well. Are there
Yes,
board
the rest of
members?
my board is online. So Christina,
Okay.
if you can hear me, will you turn on your video? And then Susie, and then Dr. Johnson.
Great, excellent. Okay, yeah, and if you do have the ability, folks, to turn on your cameras, we would really appreciate seeing your faces.
Yes.
And great, okay, why don't we go ahead and we'll begin with the video.
Okay,
Take
great.
it from there. Thank you.
Yeah, it goes
Yeah.
over.
I don't know if this does anything or not.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we're hearing it on your computer, not on the.
Yeah.
Guys, can't go off any louder.
Louder. Yeah, the whole
Maybe
thing.
because I don't think that's secure, right?
Can we rewind it and then see if we can find a way to?
Yeah.
Yes, and if you'd like to jump in and maybe start talking a little bit about what was in the video, we're finding, that's a big shift.
Yeah, because the video has all of the information in it.
Can you hear me?
The closed captions on.
Okay, is there a microphone that we?
Put it to the L.
I have it on my phone.
Yeah. Right.
Do you have the Zoom link?
Come on over here where I'm sitting,
Okay.
and then you can put it, are we thinking you're gonna use the owl to make it louder? Is that what you're thinking? We are troubleshooting that now, do a couple.
Yeah, we are.
Times today. We're willing to be flexible and
Put it
try
to the
different
Apple.
things.
This is another Google one. The Google sound's not working today.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Actually sounds great.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
That's on her phone. Yeah.
I think your volume is louder than. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, so do you mind going back to the beginning?
I'm guessing that will broadcast to the Zoom watchers, but it won't really cast.
Okay, ready? Should we do it at the same time, Betty? 1, 2, 3.
For individuals with developmental disabilities and the Dawn Institute is more than just a school. It's a center dedicated to creating a culture of belonging, where individuals with developmental disabilities and future advocates come together. It is a place where academics, behavioral supports, and advocacy education finally meet. Because while most young adults are offered academics in school, they are too often left without the essential tools of social emotional growth and independent living skills. Our mission is to change that. My name is Susie Allman, and I serve as the chair of the board for the Dawn Institute. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our vision with you today. Dawn is a beginning, but it's also a bridge. From night into day, from limitation into possibility. The Dawn Institute is that bridge for our students, a place where they can step into independence, self-advocacy, and a future to own. But Dawn also holds a very personal meaning for me. At the heart of our board is one thing in common. We each have loved ones with disabilities. For me, it's been my brothers, who have always been my reason and my why for pursuing this work. The Dawn Institute, in many ways, is an image of them and the students I've worked with. This proposal is for all of them and those alike, for every young adult who deserves the chance to rise with confidence and claim their future. Our board brings together business owners, educators, professionals, and parents. Each has contributed unique strengths, from curriculum design and governance to special education supports and community partnerships. Together, we are committed to building a school where all students can thrive. The Dawn Institute is the first college preparatory charter school in Provo designed specifically with students with developmental disabilities in mind, while welcoming all students. What sets us apart is advocacy education, where students don't just learn math, reading, and science. They also learn about their rights and how to advocate for themselves and others, becoming well-rounded, employable, and engaged members of society. While most schools are required under federal law to follow the guidelines of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there is no obligation to teach students what their rights are beyond. We believe students must know these rights to successfully navigate higher education and the workplace. Families will choose the Dawn Institute because we offer a highly individualized, student-centered learning model, a philosophy that encourages students to take ownership of their education by advocating for their preferred materials, styles, and pace. Through differentiation, specially designed instruction, and person-centered planning, every student receives a graduation plan tailored to their strengths and goals. This individualized model serves all students, those with disabilities, those without, and those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. By learning together, they also learn inclusion, the understanding that accessibility and equity benefit everyone in society. Guided by our 4 founding principles, we ensure every student receives a high-quality, personalized education in an inclusive environment. In the classroom, students are empowered to learn in the ways that work best for them, whether it's through hands-on science projects, computer-aided instruction, or small group discussions. Each year of high school has a unique focus. Freshmen build a foundation in self-advocacy, sophomores explore careers and internships, juniors prepare for college access and the ACT, and seniors focus on independent living and financial literacy. Fridays are dedicated to community connection through internships, service projects, and field trips, linking classroom learning to real-world experience. One of the guiding principles throughout the development of the Dawn Institute was founded on the evidence-based practice of applied behavioral analysis, also known as ABA. With ABA, social emotional learning, and a multi-tiered system of supports, students will receive both academic and behavioral tools. Parents will no longer have to choose between school and therapy. Here, they're integrated. At the end of the day, students leave not only with academic knowledge, but with confidence, independence, and a strong sense of identity and belonging. This is the Dawn Institute, a school where individuality, advocacy, and inclusion come together. We believe every student deserves the opportunity to succeed, and we are committed to making that possible and giving them a future to own.
Wow, I like that. Future to own.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. And again, oh, great. Susie, keep your camera on if you can. I saw that you were in the car, but if you can, that'd be great. And then as well as any other of the board members,
Let me give you some background on. So Susie is, okay, go ahead, Sue.
Do you want me just to introduce myself?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah, I
great.
can do that. I apologize that I am in the car. I am at work, so I was able
No,
to
it's okay.
cut away for a second. Yeah, so I'm Susie Allman. I'm the board chair. My background is in special education. That's what my bachelor's is in, as well as a minor in autism studies from UVU. And then I have a master's in legal studies with an emphasis in education and disability law. And I received that from the University of San Diego School of Law. I am someone how kind of was portrayed in the video that has that personal connection with my brothers having disabilities, but I've really worked with the whole scope, really like every age range, severity. And so right now I work with adults who have disabilities. I teach at UVU in self-determination theory and disability advocacy and law. And my main purpose in my classes is to teach adults with disabilities what their rights are. And while I think that's great and I love it, I'm also always that person where I want to run myself out of a job. I want to make it so that way, these essential skills are being taught maybe in high school while continuing through into post-secondary school if that's what students need as well. So that's kind of my little blurb on why this is important to me. And again, just making it so that way community and education and independent living are accessible to those who have disabilities.
Thank you so much. Are there any other board members that are available to just briefly introduce themselves?
Dr. Johnson.
So I'm, excuse me, I'm Joseph Johnson. I'm a board member. I'm a pediatrician by trade, work in Provo, and I was asked to be on the board because I have an interest as a pediatrician. I have several, lots of patients that have special needs. I also have a son who has autism, and he was involved in a program after high school, which is called Scenic View, which has some somewhat similar ideas as far as trying to help their students to develop skills to be able to live independently and work independently. And my son was involved with that for 3 years, and he lives independently and works independently. But it would have been nice to have this something that could be done earlier in his life. And I think he would have been further along at the end of high school if that had been the case. So I have an interest. I think this is a really neat idea, and I'm excited to support them in what they do for this endeavor.
And then Christina Ellsworth, CPA.
Hi, I'm Christina Ellsworth. I'm a certified public accountant, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to be on the board because I also have family members who have special needs. I've also worked with special needs kids through church responsibilities and helping tailor different programs at church to each of the students. My late husband also worked in the schools and acted as a companion to special needs students in the schools. And I learned a lot through watching him do that and seeing how each child is very different, but also seeing that in the schools, like in the public school system, at least in California where this took place, they had a few things set up to be able to meet the needs of the students, but it was really trying to incorporate them into this larger setting. And I've always thought it would, be so much better if these kids had the opportunity to have these types of programs available to them, more tailored to their needs. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to be part of the board. My emphasis is tax accounting, and so I'm hoping to be able to lend some of that financial side to the board of directors.
Is there anything with that it?
That's it right now.
We also have Sarah Hampton, who's part of our board. She's not able to be here, but she is a special education behavior teacher at a charter school. And I'm probably biased just because I'm close to her, but she is truly like the most talented teacher I have ever had the pleasure of working with. So we're also very grateful to have her expertise part of our board. She also has children with special needs. So she has good, well-rounded experience on all parts.
And I did want to add, we very much wanted to be here today. As she mentioned, she's a professor. And so because of, so she just got back into her office yesterday. And so things got her kids about her now, so she's there for her kids today. Yeah, she's extremely talented. This has been a dream of mine for a long time, this school. 3 sons with autism, and as I see the school system the way that it is, I know that they try so hard, but it's always pushed toward how can we integrate them into what everybody else is doing instead of looking at their needs and the things that that can help them grow. Because a lot of the things that they have with disability are actually superpowers. And so this for me, and it's been so hard, the education system for them has just been such a challenge. And we're in a pretty good place right now with their school, but I just know that we could
what we could do for these kids that are coming up would just be so astronomically helpful. And I'm an educator. I started my own school 21 years ago in downtown Provo. And it's a preschool and kindergarten. And I teach a lot of children that do have special needs. You have a business background because I'm a business owner. So I've seen, I do a lot. I have a lot of.
Thank you so much. Board members? Questions? I'm working on my, like, I've got a lot going on in here. I just, letting it kind of percolate. And I'm sorry, before I turn it over to you. Incredible need. And you are spot on that I don't think, and I'm saying this as an educator, I think that we don't do a great job of that, of meeting the needs of all of the students in Utah right now. Just due to the institution of school and the way that it's structured. So I appreciate you being here. And if I recall too, so we saw some of you, or last year as well. So I'm really glad that you're back again and very committed to this idea and mission of a school.
Because it was approved, as you know, our school last year. And due to various things, it just wasn't the right time for it. And now.
Great. I'm sorry, great. Marie, would you like to just
as a clarification, it was approved for them
to complete the full application? But then at that point, yeah, no worries. That's good for us to know though, as a board in terms of that.
Can I just quickly share something on that? Sorry, I don't want to cut anyone off. Yeah, so we were accepted last year. We were accepted under the name the Inclusion School. And just, some reflecting over like the last year, we decided to change it just because I felt that having that emphasis of dawn, again, having that new beginning and maybe purpose better reflected what our school was really about. And I think we even had talked about this last year of, maybe inclusion might seem too small. And I wanted it to not only seem targeted towards those who have developmental disabilities, but future advocates as well, and maybe even future educators, all these different people in our community who may not have a disability themselves, but can still benefit from learning about advocacy, self-determination in their own lives. The only reason we didn't move forward after we were accepted was I was in the process of a job switch, and I am someone who always wants to do best practices. And if I'm going to do something, I'm going to put all of my energy into it. And I wanted to be sure I did that, so that way it was done the right way for hopefully our future students.
Thank you for that. So just to clarify and apologize because of my memory. So it was a self, like you all decided, the school made the decision to pull out just due to the ability to actually bring this to fruition. Is that what thank you for that.
Correct.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to be sure because it was a year ago.
And I appreciate last year, we will never forget your, as you said, your passion for it and how excited you were for it. And that really helped. I know both of us a lot, that how much we felt that you believed in it and saw the need for it.
Yeah, I think I might have been crying. I don't remember.
We were.
Yeah. It's coming back to me now. Thank you. Yes.
So the school self-selected, not.
Okay.
But they were invited to complete the application. Another big difference that staff made was last year, it was a enrollment of 30 growing to 45.
Yes.
That our board noted it's going to be very difficult to be financially viable. And so you'll note 5 growing to 100.
Yes.
So that was one seat. Still have thoughts on that, but I want to share.
Sorry.
No, 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 no. Oh my gosh, no, this was great because it's putting these pieces back together again for us, and we have some new board members, so I think that's important information. Please.
And just start also acknowledging the important area that you're trying to fill. A great need that we have, and this could be to many families. So one thing that stood out to me and were the numbers, and so it's good. It's helpful for me to hear because I wasn't here. That you've already thought through and addressed it, and I think there's probably still some financial concerns that we want to talk about.
Yeah.
But the question that came to my mind, in addition to how you balance the books with that, is the teacher licensure that it requires in high school. Just even to serve this smaller numbers, have you, and you're the one with the school leader background, Luke.
Yeah.
Have you penciled out how you're going to staff your schools to fulfill the licensure?
Yes, we have actually, and Susie is really the one that's got more of the knowledge of that. Did you want to?
And sorry, I just want to, it kind of cut in and out there. You're just asking about like teacher licensures and staffing for the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And honestly, that's one of like my biggest priorities. I think it's really important, especially in high school, to have well-rounded and educated and professional teachers in that capacity that are qualified. And we recognize the numbers. Wendy had to kind of like nudge me a little bit to be like, we need to go up in numbers a little bit. So I was able to budge just a little bit. My hesitancy to raising it more, but I do understand obviously the financial background of it, is our whole main focus is that individuality and differentiation. And having previously worked in a position where I had a caseload of 100+ students on IEPs, I wasn't able to give them that individual attention that I wanted to. And so thinking about that with our numbers again, it's so important to me that we keep our purpose of that individuality with our school mission when we're thinking about numbers. But also with that, then comes we probably need a smaller student to teacher ratio, right? And if we want them to be highly qualified, that comes with more money as well. I do have like a proposed budget that I would be happy to share. I don't think I can share it right now on my on my phone, but where we have mapped out what that would kind of look like with teachers and having a director of the school and all of that as well.
I think, and I actually, I totally understand why you want a smaller school. And I think that is actually a really good, as the board, and then for the director, will need to figure out how you have licensed qualified staff, because in an elementary, they're more general. Whereas in secondary, they're licensed by content. And if you're going to fulfill all the requirements that Utah has for a high school diploma, it's going to take a lot of very part-time staff to be able to, and then how does that work with the school culture and dynamic and the support of these students? And so that's just, you really need to think through how you're going to make that.
Yeah.
I don't see how you do even with these.
Really? Well, so
maybe at 100.
Even with my own experience, so I have a 6-to-1 ratio at my school, and they're little kids, and so I've seen the difference of that preschool setting, and so that's why. So Susie, like she said, we have kind of had this thing with numbers, but where I see that, but she's then pushing that we do need to have a smaller. What we have come up with is that each student. And so they have somebody who's working with them and checking in with them, and we're making sure that we're doing all of those things. I have a son in high school who has autism, and we've seen how they have been able to, they're, crossing off all the requirements, but they're able to do other things. And so I do know that it's possible. And for me, I think the thing that stands out the most is that they each have their, and not necessarily an IEP, but that we know where they are and they know where they are and they can take accountability. Also, going back to the numbers, $sign, actually since we met last, then I did reach out to, because of how long I've been a teacher. And it's such a great blessing to be a teacher. I feel like I'm like a, to go out.
Depending where you are.
I still this Wendy always, but and it's an honor to me. But is I do know a lot of people, and we've already reached out to several people that can make big donations. And their feedback to us, they did want us to pursue the charter school avenue, and this is what I had felt passionate about too, was pursuing this as well, just to have the support of the board and, you know, the state charter. And then we know that we can also get donations to get the things that we need. And even for me, I've come to school for 21 years, and just so happened that in the past year, I've had 2 people reach out to me and want to set up for my school scholarship. So I have 2 scholarship programs set up that I never had before, where they reached out to me and they said, so I've been able to teach children who normally wouldn't normally come. And so I felt that that was very meaningful, that there was something that I know there's something.
But that would probably, as in the full application, if that vote moves forward in that direction, that would probably be a piece to elaborate on, and those partners, and just what that might look like in regards to the overall budget. And I think that would be helpful.
And that was to
great.
Have specific donations.
Great.
Can I ask
Yes,
some questions?
please.
So I think I cried at this one last year too. I don't remember this. First of all, just Susie and Wendy have the same last name.
Hmm.
It's not that common.
Maybe, yeah.
Mother, daughter?
I'm the mom.
Okay, mother, daughter. Okay. And Susie, I know if you can hear me, she's still, there she is. You're at UVU, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Well, what a couple of weeks for you, especially with who you're helping. So thinking of you.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say here. Can you just, I guess I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
One, you talked specifically about and you talked about
Yeah.
Spectrum. You mentioned specifically is that those kids have gone on to education a little bit. not
Yes,
much.
right.
Don't take this the wrong way, but
Yes.
why do you want to be you instead of just asking Spectrum to open something? And I don't think you should, but just help me understand that.
Yes, well, because we believe that, that the piece that we're offering is in the college. So actually, the other piece to bring into that, because Freedom Academy.
Yeah, you did reference.
And so that obviously, that is their whole, it's called Freedom Prep.
Yeah.
Prepping them for college.
But they have not very many kids.
We didn't have very many
in this
special needs.
demographic.
Yes, but from what we've seen, mostly these 3 schools is, what Walden does, great. And Walden is a progressive.
Mhm.
And so people ask me, well, why do their kids go? Well, because their main thing is be nice to people. And so that's the piece. And so they attract a lot of children who would normally be, like my other daughter, we would not allow my son to go to our local even alive. She said over her dead body. And so now she's at the school, and it's great as far as socially being accepted and all of that. What we would like to see though is more talk about, okay, so what are you doing? Talking about after high school and when you go to college and all of these things. Just recently, Susie was sharing with me a girl who told that she would never even go to high school, and now she has a lot of it. She has Down syndrome. So you can do things that you are told and that you tell yourself that you can do. And so with all those three things, we know that we feel very confident that we can accomplish this goal of helping them to see the possibilities beyond middle school, beyond high school.
Yeah.
As long as they,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, what I would say here, I mean, this school has won my heart. Like this application. We have a son who is in the second, who has an undiagnosed genetic. We don't exactly know what that is, so we definitely know that he is. And so from a parent's eyes, I can just see the merit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is it's told. So, I mean, I just kind of want to say numbers be damned. We need to figure out a way to do this. I know we can't totally say numbers be damned, but I guess you self-remove. Do you mind sharing why and what additional help you?
We didn't need help necessarily. Susie, did you want, she touched on that a little bit. I let her, go ahead.
Just on why we self-removed.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, at the time, I was the K-12 special education director at a charter school, and then I was making the transition over to UVU. And I'm just someone who if I'm going to do something, I'm going to give it my all. And especially when it comes to my students, even if they're just future students, I wanted to make sure that we did the proposal the right way. And that was okay with me for waiting another year to make sure that I was in the place, that we were all in the place to make sure that we could make this school the best that it could be.
Does anyone on the founding board want to be a part of the full-time school, or you all want to be?
I know that I would like to have, I definitely like to be part of it. Susie?
I'm sorry, repeat that again. All the like microphones on that side, I can't hear very well.
So, Susie, my question was, do any of the founding board members want to be part of the full-time with this school, or stay as a board member?
That's a great question. I believe Sarah Hampton would definitely be someone who might want to move over to maybe not, the board as it is right now, but like actually be a full-time employee. Potentially myself, but as of right now, I'm hoping to potentially be a PhD candidate within this next year. And so probably not, at least for right now.
Okay.
Many times.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'll try to see this school rationally, because really I see this, I just know this is such a need. And I do think that's rational. It's right. But I just think, however you can be supported, like you're going to need a shared use facility. You can't go build your own building. So, there's got to be somewhere out there. There's just got to be some things that haven't been done for this situation. For the next chapter of school choice and charter schools as a part of that, not every school is going to be a 450 student starting at school. We're going to have more variety. And I'd love to figure out ways to bring down the requisite amount of numbers, but still deliver something to people. This is clearly.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
I was at boot camp last year, and I still actually have all my notes from that. And so and it was really great. And I know there's so many things out there to get funding.
Excellent. Great questions. And I appreciated the conversation about numbers, because I think for me, that's like that's the pink flag. I don't know, like it's a red flag, but I don't want to go like full on red, you know what I mean? But that is my thing. So great. And any other comments, questions, or could we entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Move
Dawn.
the Dawn Institute forward to full application.
Okay, a second. Great, and a second from Member Pulsifer. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, we're excited to work with you again. And I think to Member Biesinger's point, let us continue to try and figure out the dynamics and the math, charter math, you know, of how we make this all work. So thank you all so much. Susie, we're sending you love and thank you for doing the work and being there, on campus.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your guys' time today.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, board, we are gonna keep moving. We have one more school before we take a break and thank you all, for this, for your attention, to this work today. I'd like to invite our, Louisa May Alcott Community School to come on up. And please take a seat, at the end of the table there. Feel like I want to do so as a teacher, I do this for the 16th stretch. I'm gonna do a brief, you can do it with me if you want, okay? But just because, I know I just told you to sit down, but basically we pump our hands in the air. And we're gonna do it abbreviated because of time, but normally I start at 16. We're gonna start at 8, okay? So we're gonna do 8 fist pumps here, 8 fist pumps, 8 baby leg kicks, 8 baby leg kicks, and then we're gonna go 8, 4, 2, and 1. Okay, you gotta come out, and everybody across the building and across the internet is gonna hear us. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. All right.
Wake me up that way.
There you go. You ever are looking at a group of 7th or 7th graders and you need to get them going, you do a 16 stretch. And I'm out of breath with 8. So, thank you all so much. So with that, welcome, Louisa May Alcott Community School. Do you all have slides or any kind of presentation for us today?
There's the video.
Okay, great. Could we just do, I think I'm liking just hearing your names before. Do you mind just doing just a quick intro so we know who we're looking at?
Do you want me to start?
That's perfect.
I'm Ken.
Great. Awesome. Welcome.
Carrie Ashcraft.
Great. Excellent. Welcome to those of you online. Welcome to in front of us. And what we'll do is we'll watch your video, then we'll engage in some discussion and take action after that.
Great.
I know, fingers crossed. The sound. Oh,
Consistent. Oh, darn it. Like our
oh my
last,
gosh, this looks really.
like our last presenter, do any of you have it on your phone?
Okay, great.
It literally worked when she tested it.
Actually looks like start to like a sitcom or like in a really good way. Thanks.
You
for
can just
helping
take
that out.
this spot here and then turn off whatever. Last time it didn't work, we're always happy to try.
He plays it, I'll reverse it. You play the sound and I'll get the video.
Perfect.
And then we thought that maybe it was a little bit better volume through here. We're not certain, but you take this spot here, that way you're with your phone.
Hoping this is the right version.
Okay.
Ready?
Great.
Board members of the Louisa May Alcott Community School. We are neighbors, friends, parents, and grandparents who care deeply about our community and the education of the next generation. We are committed to creating a school that will become a lasting and transformative asset for families. We aim to support intellectual curiosity, achievement, social and emotional resiliency, and compassionate citizenship through place-based learning. Place-based learning is a research-based model shown to increase student achievement, resiliency, and motivation. There are currently place-based schools across the country, including Maine, Michigan, and Washington, D.C. This model is guided by 6 principles: community as classroom, learner-centered, inquiry-driven, interdisciplinary, local to global, and design thinking. Imagine a unit of study on the local power grid. Students explore nearby wind turbines, solar panels, and hydroelectric systems. Math, reading, history, and science lessons connect back to energy and community life. With teacher support, students ask relevant questions and investigate solutions. They meet with local experts and compare community approaches to energy with those across the state, nation, and world. Students then apply design thinking to imagine future energy solutions. In another example, students investigate the history of their community and explore the unique features of the local area. By gaining a deeper understanding of where they live, students develop a stronger sense of belonging, stewardship, and identity. Students engage with residents and community leaders through interviews, while also reflecting on their personal experiences and connections within the community. As a culminating project-based assessment for this unit, students may identify a local need and implement a service project, or collect and curate oral histories from residents to present to the City Council as a way of honoring and preserving community voices. Moving from a local to a global perspective, students learn how their own experiences shape who they are, while they also recognize how diverse cultures and communities contribute to a shared global society. As a final example, students explore a local art museum and curated exhibits. Students will learn about the history of the museum and the community context. Students will visit other art museums throughout the state and compare collections. Throughout the experience, students will reflect on the role of art in their lives and in the broader community. As a final project, they will curate and organize a school-based art exhibit, inviting community members to a gala event where students showcase and discuss their work. Place-based learning, students become confident learners, able to think critically, solve complex problems, and engage compassionately with others. This model creates purposeful and joyful learning by connecting students to their community and the natural world, starting locally and growing to a global perspective. The Louisa May Alcott Community School will prepare the next generation not only for academic success, but for meaningful lives of connection, curiosity, and contribution.
Awesome, wonderful. Thanks for bringing your phone up so we could watch the video. So many unique, different schools here today. I know we just did a brief intro, but could we do that again? And you could just share like your role on the board and just 15 seconds of your background.
Do you want me to start, Ken? Or?
Oh, yeah.
That would be great.
I'm Carrie Ashcraft. I'm the board chair. I'm a professor of literacy at Utah Valley University and the director of accreditation for the School of Education. I have an elementary and a secondary teaching license, and I've taught in Canyons, Nebo, and in a charter school for about 7 years. And then this is my 9th year at Utah Valley University. And I'm the board chair.
Awesome. Thank you, Carrie, for being here. On the previous school, there was someone on the board that was also teaching at UVU. So we're just sending you love and light.
I appreciate that. It's been a tough week. I'm in Maryland at an accreditation conference today, so I apologize that I couldn't be there.
Oh, no worries. We really appreciate you joining online. I think, Cassidy, why don't we stay online? Would you please introduce yourself and then we'll bring it back to all of you if that works.
Yes, I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties and could not get my webcam to turn on, so I just have my image up there.
That's okay. We appreciate that.
Thank you. My name is Cassidy Warren. I am a nurse practitioner. I'm connected with Carrie through a few different educational experiences that I've had with her and with my mother. So I'm here as a board member to represent some of the mental and physical needs that may be addressed for this curriculum for the students. My background, I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in nursing, one in public health, and then my master's degree as a nurse practitioner.
Excellent. And Dara is also on your board as well? No, okay. Sorry about that. We'll see you soon. Okay. Okay, great. But thank you for having your camera. How about we turn it back over to the four of you?
I'm a community member. I am in Canada, and there I homeschooled my children, and I did charter school here and public school for my children. I'm a proponent of education. I've taught for about 20 years of education, and so she asked me, and I've been on actually substitute taught for about 10 years, I think, and I did childhood education in Canada. I've been on some school PTA. I actually did a lot of trying to get some school numbers up in charter school.
Excellent.
Did a lot going around getting numbers up.
Totally.
I'm Ken Bulpett. Moved to Utah about 2008 or 2006. Since 2008, I've been a realtor, local business owner. I lived in Mapleton for our first 5-6 years in Utah. But I hold a degree of UVU. And then my past background before general manager. And so my background in education is
excellent.
My name is Melanie Botts. I'm a community and business leader. We actually have a business. So I'll be the organization for Spring Mapleton. So I'm really interested in both the community work that all align with Mapleton. I have my graduate studies, undergraduate in early childhood and youth development. And my graduate degree is in strategic communication and with an emphasis on health. So a lot of organizations that I'm involved with are business, community, education, and especially mental health. And so when Carrie approached me with this opportunity, she saw the things I was connected in, I jumped on the opportunity because the focus that I'm doing in our community of connection and mental health and education.
My name is Solana Krieger. I am born and raised in California, and our kids and grandkids. My background is in corporate accounting and specifically around taxes and bank and investment. And don't get paid down the road.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wonderful. Thank you again for all of you being here and for submitting this application. I'm going to now pass it over to our board for any questions or comments that we would like to ask to Louisa May.
We'll start with
Great.
the comments.
Okay, please.
Just as I watched the video and read through your application, there was something about it that touched me, and I wanted to say that out loud. The community aspect is something that really resonates with me. I'm in rural Utah, and one of the most memorable moments of my school career was a day I spent at Burriston Ponds, if you know that spot, studying the wildlife and conducting experiments in a science class. And so when I read through your application, I was very much like brought back to that mindset, and I loved the heart of it. So I'll lead us out with that.
Thank you for that comment.
I'll go.
Please.
First of all, I didn't know this. I did not know that the, Alcott's, Emerson's, French, Hawthorns, and Thoreaus were all buried. Saying,
Yes, I love that.
I would look at. My son lives in New York. There is a Sleepy Hollow
Yeah.
a cemetery in New York, and I thought, but this is in Massachusetts, there's a few Sleepy Hollow cemeteries. What a great thing. And I love the mission. I love the words including intellectual curiosity, emotional resiliency, passionate. Boy, we can learn a lot about being compassionate since right now. My question is your choice of grades. Can you help me understand, is that tied to your pedagogy and why do you end in seventh? And then does it align with the schools around you? And really the core of that is you're going to strand kids so that you're going to have high attrition.
Yeah, the Carriel best, but it's basically to align with Nebo. So the
Okay.
position is after 7.
So they do,
Yeah.
do they do, so down there, do they do? Okay, they do middle school 6 and 7, then 8 and 9.
Okay.
I just wanted to know that 'cause it was kind of weird.
Yeah. If we went to 8th grade, it would be a difficult transition because 8th and 9th grades are in the same school. If 7th and 8th grade had been in the, junior high, we would have ended at 8th, but that's why.
Yeah, no, I mean, other than that, I thought this was a great application. I think it's thought through and something.
Yeah, I would agree. Your mission statement, I just want to read it aloud over and over. Just a small point, and this was just noted by staff, is just if based on our vote and moving forward, I think I recall, I don't know if your application was signed. So
Probably sign them all on.
maybe Google, okay. So maybe just let's double check.
Who knows, maybe that was a.
Yes, agreed. So maybe we just
There was
did
like-
look, double check that.
Window.
Yeah.
Oh.
And more so, we know that you're serious because you're here. But
Well, if you get it out right now, we'll.
We did digital signatures, but maybe they don't transfer over, but anyway, so.
I do have one more quick question.
oh,
Your husband and wife, I assume?
Yeah, yes.
So what are the guidelines as far as spouses on boards? Will one have to resign if they get full approval or we don't have to do that?
I don't think we.
I think we've had husband and wives on boards, I just don't know.
You have to look at their bylaws.
I think it's both can't be in positions of like executive.
Okay. I'm all for it. I'm not critiquing that.
No, I get it. Yeah, we looked at that and
Mhm.
we just want to make sure that everything is above.
great. Hold on 1 second, Member Pulsper. Marie, did you want to add a comment? Just real quick.
Just for the benefit of those who are online, it was the background sheets were all signed, but it was the overall application.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
In the other ones I've seen, the same thing occurred.
Okay.
Where it says name of authorized agent and then name of charter school board chair
Mhm.
and a signature.
Okay.
And that's what I noticed on the others, that they didn't sign it there,
But it was in the old.
but they signed it with each member's bio.
Individual page. I
Yes.
did see that. Okay, great. A little housekeeping for us as well, so we appreciate that.
If we're behind, I'll make a motion.
Okay, that sounds great.
To
Thanks,
approve.
Lynn. I was gonna talk about place-based education. I was gonna.
To approve East May Alcott Community School for advancement to blind.
Like we already have a second
Second.
here from Member Bassett. Any other discussion? I'm really excited about this potential, place-based education and community. No, okay, we're good. Okay, great. So we have a, motion on the table, for Louisa May Alcott Community School to move forward with the full application. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. I don't think any opposed, so congratulations. And we appreciate you all being here. Thank you for working with the technology. We look forward to seeing you again in about 6 months.
Thank you.
Hey,
4 months.
four, 6, 2.
2, 4.
Okay, at this point, we are just a little bit behind, but I would like to honor just a break for our board. So let's be back here at 2:25 sharp. Okay, 2:25, and we have 2 schools left to review it. Thank you for the last 2.
We have friends. So, it's just challenging as moving the car.
So you moved, did you move buildings like, you went from here down to here?
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Your
it's 2
responsibility.
blocks. Walk 2 blocks. And we need.
That's not easy to do.
Joke of the day and I'm sort of like home.
That'd be right up there.
It's, yeah, really low stakes compared to. Where the partners.
So is it a junior high 7, 8, 9 or? What a difference. it is.
It's some points.
Okay.
All that.
There's
pressure.
Well, there's a big difference. I mean, that's a big difference between.
If I'm gonna work on that together.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're so good.
Yeah.
Shiving it? What is it?
I'm never using that word, Stephanie, ever.
I
can't. I cannot.
A ship.
I feel like naughty.
I know, it does.
Hearing it.
We have 2 schools left to hear their proposals. I'm really excited about these last 2. And not because they're the last 2.
You're so thoughtful.
Yeah. And I was just commenting too, thank you to board members and everyone that's here. The conversation, the questions, the comments have been so beneficial. I think just helping us really get to a point where we've got some really exciting schools in the queue, which this is you know what, people dream of different things. For me, I really did say this out loud to my friends. I was like, I just want some great applications this year,
They were good.
They've been
When I read
really
these
good.
months ago, I was like,
Mhm.
it's gonna be a good one.
I know, I was like, I gotta sit down with some good snacks. and Go through these. So welcome. All right, so for our last block, we will begin with again, I'm loving these names, Hyperdrive Academy. And then we will wrap up with Philip Fox Academy of Learning. So to begin, I would like to invite Hyperdrive Academy to come on up to the table, or if you're online, or if there is anyone online as well, 2 online. Awesome. Come on up, you 2, 3, 5. Great. And it looks like we've got a video. So why don't we, I guess, how about just yeah, that sounds great. Oh, great. We're gonna do the sound. How about we watch the video and then we'll do a round of intros. Does that work this time? Okay, I'll shake it up. Keep us on our toes.
Yeah.
Play it?
Oh, okay, so you got. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Hold on, we're gonna audible. Okay. Rewind. 3, 2, 1, go.
To serve students who struggle with traditional classrooms due to challenges, both by struggle, programming, or the demands of athletic or professional endeavors.
Model meets the needs of families who value flexibility without sacrificing academics. It's ideal for students balancing academics with athletics, creative pursuits, travel, unique learning needs, or who struggle with instability or insecurity in their own life. It also includes families who homeschool or are involved in microschool.
We're communicating with parents, families seeking more independent learning options who are early in their journey in independent education, who are feeling overwhelmed, or who are later in their journey are now seeking more clarity and structure.
We don't fear the intrusion of electronics in the classroom. We embrace it. We changed it. We deliberately incorporate it in every facet of our school to amplify every effort of every educator so that every student has an absolute best opportunity to excel at however they can. We believe we will be the first school to actively partner directly with technology and curriculum companies to co-develop innovative tools to improve student outcomes. We adopt practices from the industry to help us to stay focused on individual student outcomes more efficiently and more effectively so that we can deliver a better learning experience to every student as they are most important stakeholders. Because we stay more focused on delivering the overall learning experience and leveraging technology to be more efficient and effective, this allows us to more flexibility to provide individually curated experiences when students need more personalization. The number of students with busy minds or busy lives is ever growing, but our current school systems are struggling to keep pace. Hyperdrive Hybrid School began with two simple but powerful questions. What if education was built around students, not systems? And what if we could aggressively innovate with educational technology without putting learning outcomes at risk? Our answer is a school model designed for flexibility and quality, built around the needs of learners, not the constraints of traditional structures, in order to shift student learning into hyperdrive. Our team combines deep classroom experience, charter school leadership, technology innovation, and operations expertise to bring this vision to life.
Mornings start with self-paced adaptive learning and hands-on projects. Midday, the teacher and students participate in live small group discussions. Afternoons are for students to work independently or in small online groups to complete homework assignments, projects, and updating their online assignment portfolios. Students are assessed for active participation by requiring cameras to be on during daily small group meetings, response times of no longer than one business day, by requiring check-in at in-person activities. Welcome! It's so good. Once a month, students and families attend an in-person maker-style event, connecting with peers and teachers. Discipline is handled collaboratively by the teaching team and documented for administration. Outcomes may include loss of participation points, additional work, suspension, or expulsion. The preferred approach is reflective or corrective work, designed to help students identify root causes of behavior and create a plan to address them.
Students with additional needs like ELL students, students with IEPs, 504 plans, or who have other learning, behavioral, or social challenges are matched with one or more service providers that can provide for their needs, including services like reading specialists, ADHD therapists, and interpreters, to name a few. Here are some of the resources we are looking into partnering with.
Our technology fully integrates any accommodations the student needs directly into the curricular workload, but within the scope of the learning objectives. For example, if a student qualifies for extended deadlines, the due dates for that student are automatically extended in the curriculum and learning management platform.
Now let's take a peek at a day in the life of our teaching staff.
Individually in the morning, teachers, coaches, and specialists review their inbox and messages for anything important or pressing and to prep for their first meeting of the day. Then they gather in their teaching teams for their daily stand-up, where they discuss what was accomplished yesterday, what they are planning to do today, and if there is anything impeding their ability to provide what the students need. Then they spend time prepping for their first small group student meetings around mid-morning.
Teachers facilitate the presentation and discussion of the learning objectives for the day. Coaches pull students aside individually for an SEL and academic check-in. And specialists begin working with individual students who need more focused attention on any given academic subject. Then they repeat this pattern for the second half of the day, but focused on their next student group. Afternoons are reserved for quick retrospective touch-base meetings with the teaching team, where wins, concerns, plans, and wish list items are discussed. Then each staff member closes out the day with a written wrap-up and reflection for each student and learning group.
That's fun. Thank you. That's working well. Thanks with the phone sound. How about we start with the three of you in front of us, and then we'll turn to, I think there's two folks online. Would you just briefly introduce yourselves and just give us a quick snapshot of who you are?
Fred Schmidt, I'll be the secretary of the board. 10 years experience in IT, systems architecture, and software development. Making sure that everything is perfect.
Excellent.
I'm John Anderson. My background, I'm a math faculty member at UVU, and I'm here representing the curriculum and working on the board.
Great. And you're our third professor from UVU here today. So I just want to make sure I say the same thing, that we're just wrapping you in love and light.
Very much.
Yes.
I am Nathan Hanamai. I am the board's president. I worked at UVU. That's actually where I met John. I was a professor and an administrator for about 10 years. And I've been in technology and business since. And I have half my kids are ADHD diagnosed and the other half diagnosed. BYU, master's BYU. And yeah, we're excited to talk to you about all the ins and outs.
Right.
We have two board members that.
Excellent. And if you all, Dara, how about we start with you, and then we'll move over to I'm saying Jonathan, but I saw your name was John on the slide. Dara, why don't we start with you? Okay, great.
Hi everyone, my name is Dara Snow. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I guess we're saying your name correctly. Dara. Got it.
Dara, like Sarah with a D.
Got it.
Most of my experience has been in higher education, actually at UVU. I've done multicultural education, DEI initiatives and expansion. And then also a lot of it has been in staff development and training, as well as student leadership and development too.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. John.
All right, I'm John Cano. I was in the charter school education system for 13 years as a teacher and also as a principal. I was at Lincoln Academy, Freedom Preparatory Academy, and also Advantage Arts Academy as their administrator. And so I'm advising on the board and helping get this started.
Excellent. Thank you both. Wonderful. So board, I think we know the drill at this point, but I would we had an opportunity to hear about Hyperdrive in their video. Questions or comments that we would like them to expand upon or that you saw in the application.
I'll ask a question about the hybrid part of your model. There are a lot of flavors of hybrid. So can you, and I really appreciated in the video, the walkthrough on the student side and the teacher side. Day to day, I guess, and that answered that. My question is, it also said they're working at home, but they do have a monthly act. Is there more face-to-face interaction than that monthly activity? Is there a location that you go to when they need additional academic support? Tell us a little bit more about your hybrid.
It's a great question. Actually, John brought it up because he was brought into the role specifically to challenge what we're putting out. And so I'll let him speak to it if he wants to. So the thought is that as a school, we'll get together once a month. If the class wants to get together more often, needs or for projects or whatever it is, they can do that. But if a student needs extra help, I think we talked about this. I'm not sure it made it into the application because of constraints, but the service providers that we were talking about, most of them either offer in-home services or virtual services as well. So the idea would be that we accommodate the student in their home where they're at. It's kind of the point of the hybrid part of our. We have talked about subletting some space from somebody so we can have somewhere more consistent. If needs are higher than we think they'll be. But the idea is, yeah, we want it to be at a maximum 45-minute drive to that location. So that's kind of our geographic target. Because we want them to, 45 minutes from the point of the mountain is like to, to Payson, right? Depending on traffic. Yeah, so that's kind of our take. Did you have anything that you wanted to add to that? Oh, you can't. I was cutting in.
Just speak up, because this one keeps cutting in and
Oh,
out.
this one
So
cuts
we're
in and
working
out?
on just one.
It's not working.
Oh, okay.
Technology is not our friend today.
You use my outside voice.
Sounds good.
John, do you want to fill in anything on our discussion about the hybrid model?
Yeah, I think that that was again what Nathan was saying is like that was one of my biggest questions, especially in education. We want to make sure that everybody has access to that in-person meeting and the opportunity to go and meet with their teachers one-on-one. So demographics, as far as getting kids to that location, I know that charter schools traditionally in the past, like we've been able to have our parents bring their kids in from everywhere and kind of not look at necessarily at boundaries, but we have to look at accessibility as well. So I think what I was telling Nathan is that eventually, where they're starting small and they're growing and growing, that you might open up multiple locations where kids can come in and do it, or maybe do it on different days of the week. Like one week you're doing it for this area and next week you're doing it for another area, so that you're really giving an opportunity for all the students in your whole demographic to be able to come in and do that face to face. I think the biggest challenge sometimes is having kids that are far away, but we also know that as administrators and as parents signing our kids up in charter schools, that's what we're signing up for. We know what the model is. We know what it is before they actually sign up, and give them a heads up that, hey, right now, this is our meeting place. And so are you able to meet at this location at this time, for now, as we start the school. And then as we grow, again, continue to push the idea that, hey, we're going to try and open up multiple locations or different times to meet the needs of those parents and those students. But again, it's one of those things that the information that we give to our parents and give to our students up front, and making sure they know exactly what they're signing up for in this hyperdrive model is what they're getting. And so I think, when I was at Advantage Arts, a lot of it was the Beverly Taylor Sorensen model. And so we did a lot with the arts and integrating the arts in it. And a lot of those times as a principal, I sat down with parents and even had parent meetings and educated parents on, hey, you know what, this is what our model looks like. This is what we're doing. This is a curriculum that we're using. And sometimes parents will, and I think we're all aware of this, is that sometimes parents will just sign their kids up because it's the thing to do. And so I think, again, that communication with your stakeholders and letting them know what you're doing and how you're doing it, and how if there's problems in the future or problems along the way, that they resolve it by one, either continuing to learn more about the model, or two, sometimes that model just doesn't fit their student. And so we want to just make sure that it's available for all the students, but also that our parents know what they're signing up for.
Sounds good. Just a couple words of advice. My background is I was director of a virtual charter school, and now I'm director of a blended model. You could call it a hybrid also. And what you describe sounds like what a lot of the online schools do. Kids work from home. They still get together in different areas around the state about once a month to do an activity, but they're basically at home. And I would encourage you to get someone on your board who has experience in working in virtual and hybrid models, because it's a very different kind of support that is needed for the students who are working at a distance. A lot of times you think, oh, they'll just do it at home. They don't. And so what do you do if they don't? And and maybe even decide whether you are an online model and that's what you really want to be, or if you want to be a hybrid model. That's something you should have set up and understood from at the very beginning, that you have locations, that there are required times that you check in to do academic work together. That's important for the parents to know, the students to know, and your staff to know. Because from experience, if they think they're going to an online school, one, you'll probably get applicants in St. George and Ogden and Logan, and then you try to get them together, you don't get together. Even if they're close by and you say, hey, you need some math tutoring and it's not really working, how we're trying to do it on the computer, we need you, right here with me. You spend a lot of time trying to get them to a location to sit down. And that's valuable education time. So I would encourage you to dig in to that part of the model, get some expertise that can help you understand the nuances of trying to work with students at a distance, just so that you're set up for success when you get started. And, Jonathan, I think is a good consultant and has given you some good advice about you have to have really clear messaging, really clear understanding of what's expected, because if they think it's one thing and then you turn around and say, you're really struggling, we need you to do this, it's really.
Can I mention one more thing? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say
Go ahead.
too, and one thing I mentioned to Nathan was just like really focusing on one demographic or demographical area. And so when they advertise, is to really put that resources for the demographic area, so that right now they wouldn't have necessarily kids from St. George, and you still might have those outliers. You still might have some of those kids looking into the school, and that's when you communicate to the parents like, this is what we're doing, this is what would you be able to come up once a month, And so, but I think that's one thing that I've mentioned is just like really focus on that northern Utah County area within 20 miles, just see if there's enough kids in one area to expand it and grow it.
So yeah, thanks, John. We are very much leaning into the hybrid model, mostly because the core of our application and our proposal is that we're a school that adapts to the needs of the student body, the other way around. So hybrid models give us the opportunity to extend online, but also to extend to in person as much as the student body needs. Fact of the matter is, and I've been listening to a couple of the presentations from earlier, and I think the one that was at the beginning of the first block was like, I don't know the numbers right now, right? And the fact is, we don't know the needs of the students that be with our school. I think we've talked about this a lot. Our system struggles to serve the needs of individual students, but at a fundamental level, we also struggle to identify the needs of individual students. So if there's a student who self-adjusts to the mean that we try to teach towards, then they can be included. But those who are unable to, they just get left to their own. So the core of what we do is to identify from the beginning what are the needs of the student body. And we rely heavily on the technology side to help inform the human side, the educator side. What are the things that we need to do in order to bring everybody into the fold? And in the same time learning group, there might be somebody who is totally like regulated, they can do everything, but there might be somebody who needs daily check-ins or needs weekly in person or whatever it is. We will need to lean into the technology side. The educator do what it is that they really want to do. I mean, teachers get into teaching because they want to teach, not because they want to manage, right? And so that we feel like ourselves up to be student first, just our model to the student body that we have, where we're going to live. So hybrid gives us both, right, the ability to be both. You both pointed out the messaging and the communication with the parents is going to be critical to make sure that they don't think they're getting something that they're not going to, and vice versa.
And if I make follow up on that too, I think based on your target population of students that have ADD or ADHD, the need for support and touch points is going to be really critical. And I also too appreciate that if you're seeking to build community, that has to be really thought out in an online environment and definitely in a hybrid space. To Member Hutchings' point, I think that really needs to be thought of.
I mentioned earlier, my 3 kids who are diagnosed, but their ADHD is different, right?
Totally.
Just because they're ADHD and even undiagnosed ADHD, their needs and the way they connect, the way they learn, everything is going to be different. And so, yeah, that's why we're really set on learning from the student first, what they need, then adjusting what we do.
Just to make
yeah, please.
I mean, a lot of that is why we want this teacher check midday, end of day. And we have taught where that would be something into, because that's one of the big questions. I do think that there are going to be some students who need that in person. We're deeply concerned about making sure students where they're at.
So would you say, is that the primary factor that separates you from other online hybrid schools within the state? Because we definitely have we have some great schools already in our portfolio that are delivering education in this very way. So could you share with us what's that, what is that what's what separates you all from these other online or hybrid based schools in our state?
Speak to one of them, speak to the other. So you talk on the technology side, but from us, it's the willingness to go into something that we don't know exactly where are these locations going to be. We don't know. Maybe there's a whole bunch that are in Harriman that they're the ones that need hands-on all the time. Okay, then we'll find, you guys know in the state there's commercial space and office space available everywhere, right? So we don't have to say we're going to commit to 3 years at this location. And sorry if you can't get here, right? We can go to them and say, like, go to a Da Vinci or to a Spaces provider and say, we just want this space for a week. We just want this space for a day. We need a training space, whatever it is. And there's plenty of companies as well that are like, you're bringing students into our space. We can kind of build like an interactive thing. You don't have to be chained to just one location. But there are those parents who will want, like, I just want to be able to show up and knock on your door. So we're like, okay, we're gonna give that, leaning into that. Like, it doesn't need to be a big school, but it can be a dedicated space to be.
Technology. Pretty sauce of our model is that we have developed and are developing a technology that will help us determine which students need which what resources, based on SEL metrics, success and failure metrics, the responses from the parents and the teachers. We were able to put all that into this system and basically identify what they need, the very specific needs of each student.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. And I have one other question. I might be stealing some thunder from you, Member Biesinger, but my big, one of my big burning questions is, the enrollment, matrix. Can you speak to, your choices? And, for example, in year 2, why not K and 1? Just if you can help us make sense of that.
I've never seen a Christmas tree.
Right, I know, I'm calling it, I keep wanting to call it the pyramid enrollment matrix.
Pyramid scheme?
Yeah, so if, I'm just very, and it wasn't, really delineate, like it wasn't detailed in the application. So
Yeah.
if you could speak to that, I think that for me is like a burning, just, question.
That was my banner, that I carried, so I'll speak to that. So we're really concerned with understanding who our population is first and nailing that down and then scaling. Since the core model was built around the needs of an ADHD student, but the more we dug into that, it was obvious that every student needed to be treated as a learner. So even though it's ADHD focused, it's good for all individual learners. The crux of why 3 through 4 in the first year and then kind of branching out is because in about grade 3 is when parents and teachers start to notice more struggle with ADHD.
That is true.
And that whole transition, that 3, 4, 5 age range or grade range is kind of the critical who am I as a learner stage. And I see my kids go through this. They're on fire, and then they get to year 3 and they're like, either the teaching is too slow or I'm too slow or something's not right. They start to internalize it, and it becomes a real challenge for them as they get older. They start to question like stuff, or that I can't stay focused, or whatever it is. And take a breath real quick, but our youngest was the last year. She was cool. She was excelling. She had the little watch thing in the middle of class. She says, "I think math, Daddy." What are you talking about? You're really good at it. You understand it. It's like, I don't want to do it. So what's going on? Just talking about the same things they've been talking about for 2 days. I'm like, okay, so it sounds like you're bored. We asked her, and again, she was like in 2nd grade this year. We asked her to go to the teacher and ask if she could have extra work, to do something more. And the teacher told her no. She couldn't. Which kind of broke her heart, but also kind of like brought some reality to where we're at. And we don't know why. This year she's in an ALL program in Alpine, and she's loving being challenged. But just to see that at real life for us, and to see that it didn't change. Like 2 of my older kids also went through the same thing at that age. It's still a need. The teacher's a great teacher. She loves teaching, but it's the system, it's the constructs, it's the curriculum, it's the whatever it is, adapting to the students' needs instead of the student to adapt. So we want to be sure that we understand this for the students from the beginning, so that we build out the students who are maybe not yet experiencing those things, kind of get a little extra help to bridge and transition from the 3rd grade or the 6th grade and so on. So it wasn't just like, because it looked nice.
Oh, yeah, no, I knew you had some kind of rationale. That's why I was very curious. And please, go ahead.
I just want to add to that. I came onto the team a little bit later. Like, joined the board. He spelled my name incorrectly. It's an interested party. But just from my experience teaching, the math that I teach is actually aimed at helping students get back. We teach the intermediate algebra 2, the intermediate secondary 3. I focus more on the quantitative reasoning recently, which is more project-based, which is the other reason I'm excited about this program.
But what we have found in our department working with the students is that most of them make up their mind about how they are at math in fourth grade. So I wasn't part of the decision for this, but when I saw it, it made perfect sense to me that this would be a place to start.
Okay. Anecdotally, yes. I mean, I've experienced that myself as an educator, so definitely, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm mindful of our time. I also want to provide, I've been chatty on this one. I know, which is good. Other board members, questions or comments?
I have just, this
Please.
has been very helpful. A lot of my questions have been talked about. I guess I have one with related to, while I think I appreciate the idea of let's find a facility that works once a month. There's a lot going on right now, education facilities, really facilities that are designed and built for security. Not sure that's going to be totally viable in all cases. And I think there are solutions to be found. But I just don't think we can rent like some little street shop. I'm not an expert on the law, but I know the tone out there. And so I have a concern with, you know, it's hard because you're going to kind of be online, but yet you kind of only want to be in 20-mile zone, and you're going to meet maybe monthly and maybe more. And there's just a lot of discovery here. But at the basis of that is child safety, particularly with kids who might be predispositioned to walk off. You know, and I'm not saying I want to be sensitive, but as a parent, I can see how that would happen. So I'm just mindful of not just the facility.
Yeah.
And I'm still, I gotta be honest, I really admire your parts here. I'm still struggling to understand what the difference is between this and what's already. I just can't quite describe that. And I think there's a lot of discovery here, and I think you guys feel passionately about this. I can tell your kids are motivating you for this. So it's all the right stuff, but I just have to be honest, I don't see much differentiation here between what's currently available. And so, no, go ahead.
Obviously, at like what they have codes or in operations, operational. Because I do have a child who we sent to grid/online school. It was school. It was supposed to be personalized, but
yeah.
So
I think what you're saying is your secret sauce is your uniqueness is catering this to certain demographic of child that is going to be diagnosed with ADHD, some sort of in that category.
Yeah, we talked
really
about
creating for a neurodivergent.
busy minds or busy minds.
I get that. But even then, I still think there are, you know, it's not a perfect world out there. Man, it's far from a perfect world with kids like this. Far from a perfect world, but I'm still struggling with kind of the unique ramp up and the viability, safety, and just the need for additional exploration, and then just at least from a 5,000 or 10,000 foot view, the lack of differentiation. Like that, those are my hurdles here that I just can't quite get. So I don't know if that's a question, but you know, if anything, I think this one needs a little more time to marinate and come back. That's probably where I currently am. Yeah.
Okay. Member Bassett, Member Pulsifer, and then Associate Director.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
So other board members have expressed a lot of the complexity that I'm seeing, like with the model and the location, and it's giving me pause as well. Again, I don't know that I have a specific question, but I'm trying to just wrap my mind around all of the logistics and how it can be managed. I am struggling to see that both in what we've talked about and in the application itself. I also think maybe, yeah, like delve into it more, explore more, and finalize some of that. And I know this is preliminary, so even saying finalize it seems foolish, but I wanted to share at least where my mind has been as we've discussed this one.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and to go along, say I'm a parent and I have a child who's 7 and starting to show some of the signs and I'm concerned and I want to do something. How am I going to know that your school is the right place for my child when there are other options out there? Which kind of goes to the differentiation of being clearer about what you're doing and how you're doing it and that sort of thing. Because there are other models out there that kind of do similar things, whether they're hybrids or online or completely, you know, in a school. How I don't see it. And so that kind of goes along with that. And it would go along with, you know, marketing, understanding how to do help your students and your parent population understand what you're doing, and how it's different than others and how it will help their child.
Member Biesinger, to your question, I'm just going to add that Utah does have key occupancy requirements for schools. That stands for education occupancy. And so it is unlikely that would meet those requirements. And so whether forward and work on that, need to know with USVE or from the board to study that a little more deeply and bring something back next year. That probably be a good piece to advise them on becoming the occupancy requirements of Utah.
Yeah, what she just said. How do you would are open public spaces, are they approved as yeah.
So everywhere in Utah is zoned for education, so you can put a school anywhere specific to that building.
Yeah.
It's a different.
This is a, okay, so that's.
It's not that it's not allowed to be in a. But
right.
The condition of that building, as far as things like security and safety, that's another kind of category of discussion.
Right, yeah, and just, maybe I'm confused about the that my child that was at one of those schools, she went to like City Park.
I mean, if they're calling it a field trip or something, because a school can go on a field trip and they have to get certain qualifications, but have that be. Yes.
Present this to be full. And I'm not trying to. Here's your hurdle. Because I can tell you're like mindful of these kids and I just think like, you just want to consider it. Let you know.
What we totally get, like fully online is way easier than hybrid. Fully in-house is way easier than hybrid. Well, logistically, to say that we are online, so
I think it's going to say nothing.
Right. To choose something that's in the middle, be entangled in both.
But you guys, I think the national, sorry, I'm just jumping in. There's a movement towards this height. There is individuality that's happening in education for various reasons, but yet there is this need for both support and just community. So I think you're like in the right pond of thought. My own position is I would love to see you guys come back with something that's been a little more discovered, and that's probably where I am.
And I would say research what is best for the students you're trying to serve. And whether it's online or something in the middle, that part is more of figure out what you want to be. And you can't just leave it to, well, we're going to wait and see what the students. I mean, you should be meeting the students' needs, and being personalized is really important, but you also need to really nail down what your model is going to be. And right now, you really haven't established, you've called it a hybrid, but it looks to me like online. And you may want to bring in some spaces, but you don't know. I mean, there's just a lot that you need to explore and nail down, even at this.
Great. It's an interesting quandary.
It is.
To say that, yeah, kind of student that we're targeting, something down there. Feels more set in stone, you know? I'm not sure that that exists. Because I have done research, I've even performed some research. And the challenge is that there isn't one model that fits every student.
You may want to, I'll just give you an example. If you want to be a hybrid and you feel like from time to time, go beyond that, monthly field trip or get together activity, then part of your plan would be to have a location that qualifies as an educational facility and has everything you need. And then when the student needs it, they come into, and that's the part that can be very flexible as far as the student's individual needs is the when and the how often. But you have that space and you have the ability to, and the parents know when they enroll their student in your school that they can do it at home, but there will be times when they need to come into the space. Now the frequency could be different depending on the student's needs. But you have, if you're going to be a hybrid, you should have a space where it's understood that there will be times when the student needs to come in, that they will be expected to work there. You can still maintain a lot of flexibility to meet the student's needs, but you do need to, like I said, you kind of have to pick a side between if you're going to be an online school. To me, in my mind, you haven't quite decided whether you want to be an online school or you want to be a hybrid. And I'll go back to what do the students that you want to serve need? That's where you start in making that.
Is there a definition of hybrid versus?
I would say there's a lot of flavors. I mean, there's a lot of different.
I guess that's the part I'm still struggling with. Like, choose. There's a lot of flavors.
Please, yeah.
Just know that our team is also available for support. We have been actually engaged in looking at these issues a lot in the past month, even more so. So we're happy to, give you the full resource if you move on and things.
This is difficult. I'm trying to be difficult. I'm like,
yep,
right.
We're here to help.
It feels like it's kind of the same feeling. Like, really sure we understand. We're not.
Yeah.
With regulation.
And the state of Utah has a bunch of online schools. We have a bunch of hybrid schools. I'd invite you to come and you could come visit my school, Kirkpath High in Kaysville. But that's just one flavor. That's how we're trying to meet the individual.
There are some schools you can go see. It doesn't mean you need to pick that. I think you want to very much be your own thing.
Yep.
And it sounds like, I think, I won't say, but I think we're going to probably have you think about it next year, January. But I just say that because I don't want you to view this as like a long-term no. I think it's let's keep talking because there is merit to this. And boy, these kids, these are kids that really need individuals. I think we all really are pulling for that. And I admire that you're trying to do something that is kind of opaque and kind of neat stuff, but yet is an immediate need, right? And I get the frustration if there is any on your side to be like, gosh, we went there and yet we were told, we're not a box. And we were told to go back and find a box. And we're not trying to say go find a box, but I think on this side, we just have to come up with something that we feel like, is kind of vetted and described, and not just on facility and not just on blend, but just in many areas. I think that I'd be excited and rooting, at least my position here would be, I would be excited to talk to you guys next year in this meeting and just hope that you can come back. We've met several groups today that had to come. And they were all, I think, actually pretty grateful. Now, I know they're not going to come and say, hey, losers, we're back. I really felt like there was sincerity there. And I hope that you could feel the same way. That the charter school process, it can feel like, hey, we do this and then we get it. But it really is almost never like just this 18-month. I know you guys have been in this. It is this
kind of, we go, we talk, we get feedback, we go back. It's really a path that kind of meanders through. But at the end of that is a better product. And so I'm really intrigued by what you're trying to do. But I think it would do well and be better if you think about it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we were just talking about this outside. If it's not us, it's something that needs to be addressed, needs to happen. It needs more support. We fully respect, we want our kids to have a good experience in school, whatever it is. And the ones that I've listened to, that I was able to listen to, I'm so glad that we're in a state that doesn't lack for passion for education. And the fact that you are the board that says we need to provide something great for our kids so much that we want to somehow engage people that we say no to for another year to find it. Speaks to really how to.
Yeah, I would say that's
Would just be,
yeah.
the other thing that I would just prod you to really think about is this couple of years of this 90 and 150. I get mission wise while you're doing that, and I'm not, again, I said earlier in this today, we just need to get away from thinking everybody needs to start. Kids. I really want to help schools, but it needs to be thought through and start because, when your revenues will be $900,000, $1 million, it just goes so quickly. It just goes so quickly. So it's really hard to make those first years viable for you. So just rest. Yep. I'm not saying come back and be 300 years. I'm just saying that I can see the challenge and that's part of this.
This has been, such a fantastic conversation and there's incredible potential. And I think that the board's given you some some tangible feedback and opportunities to work with the staff to really provide us an application a year from now that we're like, oh yeah, definitely. So with that, we do need to make a motion. Board members, would anybody like to put a motion out on the table?
I'll do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I would make a motion that Hyperdrive Academy not move on to the next phase, but encourage them to work with staff to come back with some of the things we've talked about noted.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a second? Great. Thank you. We've had lots. Thank you. We've had lots of discussion, but any other last discussion before? Okay, all those in favor of the motion for Hyperdrive to not move forward at this point, and though we are very hopeful to see you a year from now after you work with staff, just to tighten up this application so we know exactly your goals and vision forward. That was my extended parentheses. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Please reach out to staff. We are excited to see this continue to take shape. And as we mentioned, hybrid education is only to become more prevalent and I think desirable in our state. So we hope that you all are a leader in really defining what that's going to look like. It's just going to take some tweaking. So thank you. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Might be in the other room.
Great. We have our last application to list 2. Board, thank you so much for your patience and dedication today. They were, I think that's their things.
Oh. Hi.
Oh, there they are. Please come on in. Great. So we'd like to welcome Philip Fox Academy of Learning. Well, please take a seat at the end of the table here. It looks like you all have come with some things. I'm not sure, but I'm excited. So the way we have been, and I'm guessing is that maybe that's part of your presentation. Is there any slides or a video or anything? Okay, great. So
we'll begin with, just if you could introduce yourselves and then, talk to us about, Philip Fox Academy, and then, we'll engage in some discussion and make a decision. So
Do we get to do our presentation and our gallery walk and?
yes, but can you introduce yourselves first, just since it's a little bit, since you're already here?
We do that part in the agenda.
Great.
She was my teacher when I was in high school at Jordan, just okay, this is Dr. Tom Sorensen. He's part of our founding board. He also was a
Oh, and then I get to do these ones. So this is Whitney Sorensen, spouse of Tom Sorensen. She is doing her doctorate at Columbia right now, so she cannot be with us in person. Tom took the day off to be with us because they recently moved to New York from the Marshall Islands, and they have a family of 5. But their family of 5 has come down with a fever of 103, and so his day off has turned into that. These members of our governing board are not involved in this part of our planning yet, although they have lent their expertise to other certain parts of our proposals, I'm sure you've seen. So they're kind of in the wings for now. And this is Scott Perlman. He's unfortunately dealing with a meltdown at his alternative education school in New York. So 2 hours time zone difference. So I know it might look like, I don't know, not much, the two of us sitting here, but I hope that you would give us more than the benefit of the doubt in that we've known each other since 2014. So I've been working with Tom at Jordan since 2014, and I've been working with Scott since 2011. And so these plans that we're about to share with you and these ideas that we've built and these programs that we've put together have come over those years. And this is not a last minute ditch effort that you're getting like the B team. It's that we've been meeting this whole time, planning all of this for you. And we know it's the end of your day. And it might seem gimmicky, and we don't mean it to be that, but part of the PFAL experience, lovingly, because it's a lot, right? Part of the PFAL experience is that we appreciate where our learners are coming from, even though we don't understand where that may be. So we would never presume to know what you remember from our proposal or any of what you've been through today, but we do invite you to engage in some metaphors with us as we go through a gallery walk of materials that we believe will help you get to know the missions of PFAL and what we each bring to the table.
This is a first for today, so I'll take it. And a great way for our final presentation to have a gallery walk. And for those of you online, that is like a slam dunk teaching strategy. So you're doing that. I just did that yesterday with my students. So we are all yours. And I would say being mindful of time, I would, probably 5 to 8 minutes at most for our gallery walk, and then we'll engage in some conversation just in the spirit of time for
Sounds
today.
wonderful.
Okay.
So we just need about a minute to set up, and then we have actually a song that takes 3 minutes and 31 seconds to kind of guide you through everything. You can choose at your pace what you'd like to do, but at the end of those 3 minutes and 31 seconds, I have kind of a little demonstration for you of what it would be like in a class at PFAL. And so we will be kind of coming back together. I'll ask you to come join us back together for that activity. Does that sound okay?
I know, yeah.
We're in. So
We get up and move around. Yes, that sounds great. And if you wouldn't mind, I'm gonna just will you lead that part, and then I'll just, if you need me to, I'm happy, I will bring it back in, but I'll just kind of make eyes, okay? And then we'll know what to do. Okay, sounds great.
Ignore us while we have back and forth and step over chairs and set up, but
Sounds great.
we're
Do
confident.
you need any support or help?
If you could dim the lights a little bit, that would
Okay.
actually be really good.
I don't know how to do
Because
that, but we will figure that out.
sensory aspect.
Oh, okay, great.
Amber's working on it.
Okay, great. Awesome. And thanks, board members, thanks for going a little bit longer today, everyone. Mhm. Yeah. I know, while they're setting up, so the teacher education building, was just redone. Was redone at Weber State, and, is that too dark, everyone? Oh, okay. Well, with all this new technology, I figured out how to, do all the screens and the projectors and all things. I cannot figure out how to run the light. I cannot figure out how to dim the lights, turn off the lights. I'm like, please be on lights when I get into the classroom. Because it's like 5 choices and I don't know what, oh my gosh. Good thing. It's a beautiful building. I know, I am. And that's what I say to my students. I'm like, I really feel capable. I cannot figure out how to turn these lights on or off. Too much. Yeah. I can actually share one other really funny story if you'd like, while we're waiting for them to set up. Speaking of technology, as I was sharing this the other day. So, best student teaching story ever was my friend, and maybe I might have shared this if you traveled with me, I might have shared this. So when I was student teaching, my friend and I, we were both student teaching at the same time. We'd get together every week and debrief the week and blah, blah. She's like, Steph, oh my gosh, I had the most embarrassing experience this week. And do you all remember when we were kids and the screen and you'd have to really pull, it would have the hook at the bottom. Now it's like goes up on its own. Well, she was in 2nd grade, student teaching, trying to pull the screen. Couldn't get it to go up, finally went up, but the hook caught the bottom of her dress. Oh, yes, friends. And the dress went up over her head. And she couldn't see, right? Because can you imagine standing there in front of your underwear in front of a bunch of 8-year-olds? Yeah. Good story. It's been 30 years. We still joke about that. So if you think you've had an embarrassing moment.
The thing is that's not a quick, like that would take a few minutes.
Just to be like so back, like, just what happened. When it finally caught, it went quick, Yeah. Yeah. Goodness.
That's right. These are students.
Okay, great.
Okay. They are waiting patiently for the end of our song to work on some fractions. Everyone's fractions. Okay. So we have some different types here. This is an interactive station. Everything that you're seeing is interactive for you to engage with at a certain way. Anyway, really. So, are we ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So this is our final station. If you would like to come engage with it, I invite you to. We have some Duplo here in case your hands are not ready for the pick apart stage of the little Legos. But each of these Legos are sorted into what's called a fraction cube. And so it's just a tactile way to help kids visualize a fraction by filling in the spaces. I don't know if your level of fluency with Legos, but the dots on the things are what count, not necessarily the depth. Just the pointer in case it's been a minute since you played with Legos or worked on fractions. So I have I'm just going to put a couple set up for time. And then as soon as the music starts, there's a station here, a station there, and a station over by the TV,
right here.
and a station right here. You feel free to make your way around, and Daphne and I will be manning stations and kind of answering questions and be happy to get to know you as you get to know us.
Okay, excellent.
Then watch the chords, everyone.
Oh, yeah, no tripping.
But then now you were to select your person. Super. There we go. I'm just procedures that I have to. Or yeah. Station. This way. Are you okay? Tonight.
Ready for Legos project? So I can hear my end. I use the Legos and then I pick up which one I am.
These are doing that into say. Start right here. Start there. So would you like
2 months, 6.
After my phone.
So it's one of these, we're gonna make up one of these. This is gonna take most of it. This is fine.
So that came over 2 years. You're to put.
Yeah, I think that's
good.
Okay, so this is, these like just came loose, and these like.
And it would show. And then one iPad and.
Here's this one. I get 6, I get
We have there.
8, sorry, then 8, and then. Maybe.
When Tom and I switched from founding to. He's going to be the head of. Like.
Say that's right.
So his, like, we don't have to have.
Really? I think we're supposed to mix these Legos to.
And then.
With these formulas.
Oh, it was the music.
Yeah. This is one. Whether we should put it in a Bible. This is the last time I was being like.
2016 for
I think
you can stay over 2016.
text and video. They're on it.
2014. You did fractions, but I'm not sure I can do it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, this thing again.
Trying over here. You're trying. All right.
We're gonna come on back to the. But I've been around.
Where's she did it for women?
I've been helping in like okay, maybe that's it. Thank you all. And, okay, so let's be succinct but thoughtful with our time just because, we've just of time. So thank you. I think just even the conversations that we were having gave us some insight and we're able to ask some questions. Board, I'm going to now turn it to you for some more explicit questions that you might want to ask of the school while we have them here. Yeah, and so I can I lead out just a board capacity question, if that's okay? Thank you so much for making their head shots or their faces. No, this is great. So besides the two of you, who else is, there's a couple other folks that are local, but other folks are not, that are not local.
Well, so we've made a few developments since our submission initially, and the first and foremost is we've reached out to people in West Jordan to see if they're interested in being on our board. That's how we found Rebecca. She's a realtor who was born in West Jordan. Her kids grew up through West Jordan, and now she owns her own business. And so actually also happens to know some commercial lenders, which could come in handy if you need to make a school. We've reached out to a chief information security officer to be on our board and check over those policies. We have reached out to the opera in West Jordan and the Performing Arts Center. We're looking for people who are committed to their community, not just a space that is like, oh, this is put on my resume and I can control a school. So we want to make sure that we're vetting these people 100% because like 2 years ago when I texted you, I said, Daphne would help me build this school. The next text I said is help me make sure that it is kids first. Like it needs to be in West Jordan. It needs to be people from West Jordan putting back into West Jordan. And that needs to be the focus. So we are looking for board people where we're interviewing them, we're reaching out. And it's a work in progress.
Thank you for that transparency. And I just have one other question, then I'll open it up to the board members. Could you just elaborate on the, just looking at your enrollment matrix and the decision for 20 kids in 7th grade, then jumping to 100, just again, your rationale for that. And I know you've got definitely some text under there, but if you could just articulate that in maybe 30 seconds.
Oh, so we originally wanted to start just with 8th grade and just open an 8th grade cohort to teach with a skeleton staff between Tom, Whitney, and I. They'll relocate after Whitney finishes her doctorate. And so just between the three of us, we can teach 24 classes. So we really only need to hire math and science. And apart from those, we plan to operate by controlling our curriculum. We can sort of dictate what students take at what year, so we can plan strategically around that to see how many we actually need, right? So we started with 1 year because we knew that was feasible, but as I ran the WPU and I did all of the business and I met with people through business people, because that is not what I am. They did their Excel magic and they said that will not. And so Tom and I talked, and Whitney and I talked, and Daphne and I talked, and we all just kind of said, well, we have to be bigger to make it work. So how do we be bigger and still retain our purpose? And then in meeting with Suzanne and Shannon and Marie, we sort of coded out that we're still trying to recruit mainly 8th and 9th because we're building an AP movement and a college board movement and an AVID movement. It needs to be started and it needs to be controlled by the people who are trained to do it. And also financially, just 8th grade seemed more, but 8th and 9th is what will put us in the good to go. And that's what we want. So anything outside of 8 and 9, we would just respectfully ask the board to consider perhaps a blanket of flexibility with the enrollment, knowing that our goal is to be a 7 through 12 eventually, and to kind of take those enrollment numbers as they come, as families hear about us and they need what we offer.
I think that's a specific reason for only having like a few spots available in the other grades was.
Yeah.
The 7.
Like the 10s.
Because we do have the certifications to teach all of those classes. I am certified 6 through 12 in Spanish, French, ELA, and ESL. And Tom has government, business, marketing, and history and social studies. And Whitney covers pretty much everything ELA related, journalism, AP Lang, creative writing, concurrent enrollment. So we're bringing this staff that we can really teach anything. When I worked with Scott, I had 7.
So what I'm hearing though is one of the, if you know, looking a year or 18 months from now, you're gonna, sounds like a lot of you want to work at the school. So then you're going to be back looking to find new board members.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to pause there of my comments. Board members, questions, thoughts. What would you like to know or add to help you make a decision?
Okay, I want to recap.
Great, please.
I think what you are, I really like your application. So if I just look at this, what I've highlighted, you are a school that is catering towards kids that have diagnosable ADHD, maybe even,
Yes, and their families.
and their families. And you want to find a place where they can go from surviving or not even surviving, thriving, because you like flip this mind, the way their mind works, and turn it to their advantage. So it's like you're asking.
Exactly. That's a very succinct.
Following the
Actually.
breadcrumbs. That I think I get. I'm trying to make a decision on like kind of a business decision. So help me understand your leadership team. I see signs. Some of them are like, how far are we into doctorate school at Columbia?
Whitney starts this year. Whitney starts this year.
Is that a 3-year program?
It's a 2-year program. So we timed it.
Her husband's intent is to come back.
To come back. Tom specifically,
And they want to work at this school.
Yeah, they took temporary positions in New York to be able to come back to do this with them.
What's her program in? Is it in this area?
It is in teaching English.
Okay, so it's in education.
Education. He has a doctorate in teaching from BYU, his MBA, and the semester, he's going to laugh at me for saying this, a semester of law school.
You're
more than what I have.
So this is my brother, Sam Fox, on our governing board, because he does the business, the finance, his degrees in finance, his.
So Sam's the spreadsheet guy.
He's a spreadsheet
He
guy.
came back and said, you can't pay for a school with only.
Indeed. And he said.
And you said he's not involved totally.
Well, he's not.
Help
He
me
is
understand
not
what your business guy, okay, so he's not the education guy, but he is involved in the sense that he's gonna give you some business guy.
And I think there's more to the business side of it, is that each of these people we're recruiting are business people. I own a side business called Synapse Ed, where we make the curriculum and rubrics for mastery-based learning. We cooperate with BCBAs and the behavior technologists in schools. Scott owns a business it's called Pebble and Pond. It's the New York version of the Safe Utah app. And he started that from scratch during COVID.
And she is a UConn.
And she is a UConn
native.
native.
Reach out.
And she owns her own business
In West Jordan.
In West Jordan. And a second
Why
one.
West Jordan?
Why West Jordan, Bethany?
Because you're all over everywhere.
Why
But
West
you
Jordan?
feel
Bethany?
strongly about that.
Because we felt that like West Jordan communities were significantly served. Everyone always wants to be in rich areas, like
Why do you know that?
Because we were at Jordan for 10 years. And
No, I'm not trying to.
No. I don't know.
That's it. Well, and then also our market research for.
I should say, I'm sorry, why, that was a bad.
No.
I'm not trying to.
Research that we did for how we chose the area. Remember, we folded I-15, we took a map and we folded it on I-15. And we noticed that where Jordan High School is, but on the other side, there's no school. There's no school. There are houses and there are, I'm using factories, and factories, lots of apartments. There's a huge amount of growth going in. And so we asked Daphne to look into those numbers and share with us what she found. And it was that there's a huge overlap in the maps where the schools are. The schools are on the south.
Okay.
And there's no schools up north.
So you created a heat map of sorts.
Mhm.
Services. There's a bit of a desert up here with
Walk
what's your.
Yep. We do, I mean,
You're tracking that?
yeah. Walk scores, bus stop routes, even like freeways. We tried to plan a place in West Jordan where kids could walk to, or we could easily feasibly transport them safely, like no big hills for hills for them to walk up, or blind corners, or corners go too fast. And so we actually settled on a greenbelt space. It's 6 acres. No one's bidding on it yet, but I've imagined it would get scooped up by a developer because it's right in the middle of 1 acre lots of Jordan. But with our partners coming through from SUU and from UConn and from UVU, we anticipate the training to be superb. And we know that John Hattie has shown a 0.87% of effect size with just good professional development where the leaders of your school are involved in the planning and the execution. And so we're planning on coordinating with these universities from our memorandums of understanding. I have meetings with them next week. I have some meetings with the Board of Education to discuss PBL next week. And so we are hoping that these universities will invest in our property as well, so that we can sort of turn that into
Shared
some
space.
shared space for West Jordan.
Worthy goals, big.
Us to consider space to house their visiting teachers. And so they have some terms coming back where, I don't know, negotiations is the right word, but we are sort of determining what needs to work for them to come and what needs to benefit our school for them to stay. So that's where we are with partners.
And then in your application, if I could, so you have 20 7th graders, 100 8th graders, 109, and 10. Kind of unique. In your application, let's see, where was it? You said year one, 27th graders, and then on page 5, bottom of page 5. Students begin their college board journey in 7th and 8th grade, developing skills in questioning, research, and writing, culminating, including building a plan for credit deficiency, scheduling, or other issues. So you seem to highlight 7th and 8th, but you're really targeting. I'm just wondering about your enrollment, like why you picked this, because it is very good to have 20 students in one grade, 100 in. It's okay to be unique, but I just would like a little explanation with benefit.
Sure.
Want to start that?
Sure. I think it just comes down to the expertise of our team. We've been over the years a middle school, high school team. And in my teaching experience, anything below 7th grade is a little bit tricky to start integrating AP topics. You get parents concerned because they're in a free program. And then there's a workload concern and all of this stuff. So we're just kind of taking this table and hoping that we can keep a focus on 8th and 9th and really build a firm community while also showing support for the families who don't want to make 4 trips because they have 4 kids. But we just weren't really sure how to maybe show that in our table because there's not really a box that we have the certifications to teach anything 6 through 12, and we would take any kids 7 through 12.
Do you have any current board members who want to stay as board members? Do you all think, do you all anticipate working?
That's a good question. So
Maybe the realtor.
she's staying on as a governing board. Governing board.
Okay, okay, that's right.
So there, I mean, he kind of, so I'm sure as you read, like my father is a huge part of this and his commitment to the community is huge engagement. And so, some people are ready to work with that and some people are not. And so my brother just kind of came on board later into the process of realizing that this is actually a really cool thing. And I just realized that we actually didn't get to start off our speech with the thanks that we wanted to provide to our teachers to just take a moment and say how great of an opportunity this really is, that I have a huge, I don't know, joy, pride that Daphne is sitting here with me. She's our student, you know, and she's coming up and she's helping us build this. And this is a vision that was started in 1985, you know, so when we're talking about who's coming on and paperwork filing, and we have some people who missed the filing deadline of saying they wanted to be on the founding board by a certain date, but I don't think that negates by any means his commitment to our dad's name on the school or the service that we intend to provide.
He's Philip.
He's Samuel Philip Fox.
But your dad is Philip.
My dad's.
And is this based on history? Just give me if I can't tell you what you're.
We only had like 4.5 minutes to get through.
Well, yeah, you said your dad's a big. Just try.
So my
Give me the
father,
brief.
he grew up teaching in schools, but he was an immigrant, and so he had to work really hard to get through school with logging and paying his way. And so he made it a point to always serve the underserved people, the underserved families, the underserved kids. And growing up, I grew up in boardrooms. I grew up in Taiwan, listening to people plan Christian academies, and I had dual backpacks ready to go in case someone wanted to bomb someone for oil. But my dad always made sure that the kids were good and the kids were taken care of and education came first. And so no matter what kid it was, my dad would be the person there for them. These people would be like sleeping in our guest house, or we would drive them to basketball games, like kids I don't even know. But my dad would just say, this is our responsibility. This is our community. These are our people, and we're going to help them. And that's what we have all been doing together this whole time. And so the Philip Fox aspect of it is really just a commitment to love kids for who they are, and no matter what they bring into a school, that a school belongs to its community. And so when we talk about who's founding and who's governing, it's that the only thing I'm really asking our board members to do is to help us put kids first, and that has to be the primary goal. So bring everything you can and knock me down. If I'm proposing something to the board as an executive director that doesn't line up with business sense, then their responsibility is to tell me. And that's why they're my team, because I know that every one of these people here would not hesitate to say, Healer, that's not mine. And that's what our board is going to do.
Is that a hand, Member
Yeah.
Pulsifer? Okay, great. Or a finger. Point your finger.
So you're talking about how you determine the location. So how far west were you thinking in terms of the location of the school you talked about? 1300 west, 2200 west?
Probably not further than 13. Our ideal, it's funny because I actually drew it on the whiteboard in there. It's just a little fun. There's our plot that we're waiting for is right in the middle of the green belt that passes. I have to picture it in my mind. So I-15, Redwood Road, 9th South, all the way to
90th.
right where the Nike factory goes. We don't want to go past that. We're looking specifically for a place where kids can walk to, ride their bikes to, come on the weekends. We want a big space because we are going for it. We're here. We're here for West Jordan. We're here for these kids, and we want to stage our opening so that we can make it. But we don't want to just be in someone's basement. We'll do it if we have to. If we have to lease a space to get started, we will. But we're working really hard to make sure that this is a place that West Jordan is proud of, and the parents come to and they're just like relieved. They walk in and their kids are like, "Dude, go to class, no crying, no fighting, no failing because they didn't turn in homework." This is a place that they can come when they need help. They can reach out to SUU and UVU for techniques for parenting classes like Canyons offers to their school. But that's what we're trying to do.
So you're thinking that a small student population would work in that area? Because not a lot of students.
Well, there's a lot of housing going in, and that's kind of what we're banking on. So if you can picture, sorry, this street names are not, but that doesn't mean I haven't driven this path 17 times. You can come down that road, the hill where the white building is, and you can just see sky rises being built. And who's going in those? It's families. Families are still growing, and their kids are getting older. So they don't just become sixth graders overnight. You know, they're starting now in elementaries, and we're seeing them grow. And schools like even Jordan right here is having to build an addition, and in other schools in Canyons right across the freeway, they're in modular stuff. And so we know that we might start slow, and we're definitely willing to do that. We don't need shiny things to show love to this community, but we do need your support and your training because there are some things that we don't know.
Well, we definitely can provide that. So with that, again, I feel like no shortage of passion. That is for sure. And vision, and also really thoughtful presentation. I just want to say thank you for that. I think it was definitely what our board needed at the end of the day. And I was joking, but not really, like excellent teaching strategies, just in terms of practicing what we preach. I definitely appreciated that. So with that, I'm mindful of our time, board, and this is our last school to consider. We do need a motion regarding Philip Fox Academy. So I'm just gonna, thank you.
So at the beginning of this, I wrote on the fence. I really liked a lot about this application and thought it was one of the more top tier of thorough applications. I'm still left wondering a little bit about, or because we didn't have, and it's not your fault.
Right.
So forth. But there is some vagueness there. And one of the things that makes me a little nervous, to be honest, is that two key people are in New York and to be in a fully immersed program, and there's so much work to do between now and 2 years. So I personally have a little concern that some of your team appears to be kind of out there doing a bunch of stuff, and this is going to demand. So that is a challenge for me. I love the innovation. Love that you really thought about this. Seems like it's a mission for like a family here and a lot of people. I mean, you're talking about 1985. But I also appreciate that you're asking for, hey, we could use some support in these areas. So I think where I probably am starting to arrive on this is that I would like to give you support and then have this a little more vetted than it is now, at least for me. I guess I want to kind of ask, how disappointed are you to hear?
I don't know from the support.
So, because I've said this before, like I think starting a charter school is a long game. Right. It's not a short game. And this also has a lot of potential. And when I see the quote, like who wrote
Did you really? This is very impressive. It's very thought through. I'm 50 and I want to think I'm 35. Because your chart runs off like your ADHD, like at, 16, you're 11 and 30, you're 20. Once you get in your 30s, 40s with ADHD, like it starts to look pretty good. Because if you're 40, you feel 28. Cut off there. I just, knowing what's coming, having had some experience, I think you need an immersed board that can really handle the lifting that's going to happen. And I feel like the people you described, it's okay that they're not here, but they are
Also doing things.
going lots of different ways. And I'm worried that I don't want you to like come back in January, like with half your wings kind of hidden. I'd like you to come back at a time where you're like, okay, we're full on, because there's a lot of momentum that's already, there's a lot that's been put together here. But I probably would love to see you work with staff, keep working with staff, come back a year from now with something with folks that can kind of be on the scene. And then move forward. Because what you're wanting to do and who you're wanting to help, it's definitely. So I guess I took a long time.
Go ahead and roll with it, Clint. I
And
think
we can
I'm,
have
or
discussion.
sorry, remember.
I would probably make a motion to not move them forward now,
Mhm.
but kind of like we've done previously. Like, I really want to see this group get some support, see them come back with, kind of those things that can be applied more fully, a year from now. So that I would make a motion to, not move them forward now. I'll name them Philip Fox Academy of Learning. That we not move them forward, but that we are excited to see them again here now. If that was.
It was. Is there a second to that motion?
I can second that.
Okay, great. So member Pulsifer, any other discussion?
I would just like to add to that. There are obviously some areas you've done some really in-depth research about, and it's actually really impressive. There are other areas that it seems like some really important things are an after. So for example, we'll just add 10 students to 11th and 12th grade for the family's sake. High school is very common.
Yes.
And it's not something you just add to health.
Right.
And so that's just an example, of something to maybe think through more deeply. I'm also there, to me, there's a disconnect between your program with neurodivergent students in 7th and 8th grade and your college aspirations for the high school students. I'm not quite connecting. I'm not seeing how they connect. So that might be something to look a little more deeply into.
Yeah, and I would just add, just looking at the, the market analysis, if you have like charter schools do, larger swath of square, but walking distance, I don't know, I'm not sure you're there. So just, thinking about that maybe more broadly would be helpful. I'm not sure you're there.
I would say those are excellent. So I would just to board capacity, enrollment metric and matrix, location. I think those are, and flushing out the, just the connection between 7 and 8, the support for those students, and then what that looks like when they're in 10th grade, but also engaging in college preparatory work. So I think those 4 are really big nuggets that you could use to really strengthen your application for a year from now. And know too, we mean it when we say it, we really hope to see you again.
I'll be here.
Okay, great. So with that, we do have a motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Great. I don't think there's any opposed. So with that, that motion passes. So you will not move forward now, and not a but. And we really look forward to you tapping into, again, you've got this incredible charter school staff to be able to support you and really make that application powerful, and that people will be talking about your school in years to come. So thank you so much for being here. With that.
I'll just say this.
Yes, so board members, that does conclude our meeting. with that, because all of our business has been, our business is concluded, we can officially adjourn our meeting at this point. I want to thank you all so much for your dedication, your time, thoughtfulness, your questions, and your humanness. It does not go unnoticed, and I say this all the time. I'm humbled and I'm honored to be in this space with all of you. Coming to these charter school board meetings is critical for my, just for who I am as a human and reminding me of all that is good and of the important work that is to be done. So please, take the weekend, hug someone you love, tell someone you love them, maybe make a new friend. And just know we're doing incredible work and you all are such a big part. And let's give a big shout out to our newest member today, Stacy Hutchins. Thank you so much for being. How about a parting word? Word to sum up your day today, Stacy? Anything?
Well, I just want to say,
Yeah.
I was really.
In a sense, I was just trying to be.
No,
nice.
just-
I didn't want to put you.
Really quick, I've been looking forward to for, I would say, months to joining you. And I was really excited to be here this morning, and I'm even more excited to be here this afternoon. The conversations and the discussions have been really uplifting, and I have an even greater hope for charter schools in the state of Utah than I had when I got here this morning, and that's been a lot.
Right on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, you all. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Drive safe.